Chapter 1 Betrayal. With air sounding bang, the sound oft hevatiatering cementidus rupt the intimatine tangle men toft tet one individual syntherum. Startled, they hurried lispirate Dan turnedifus the doorway, where a studa woman, her appearance seated terradan disheveled. Her hair was sakioticnist, and air face suasugar mythither featurous worry obscured, thofin cood faint lit as her bright, starry eyes. At that moment, those seas widened slightly, filled with disbelief and profound disappointment. In a trembling voice, the woman uttered, "What watery out woodoing?" Thwoman and the bead hast I lapuled the covers over herself, tears is streaming down her cheeks in an rush. Her delicate face glistened with unshed tears, swirling in Harry's, pitifully on thebering cough spilling gover. She stammered softly, "Sister, no, it's no you. Yes, Wuxie, please don't misunderstand. It's no tasio perceive. Let me explain." The man in Thebed interjected, hurried lie throwing go nagarment, leaping from Thebed to approach them at the door. Own arm encircled her waist while it hath arrested to her shoulder, forcibly turning her towards the living room. Thus, Lou Yuxire main doblaviasto theflating disdain and themonsi easand, the cryptic land cease exchanged between him. Upon entering the living room, Themanassus deathwomanine tosiatin the sofa, adopting an expression of sorrowful affection. Seizing Lou Wuxishand, implored, "Wuxie, you must believe nothing happened between me and Wushuing Git Wasmer you misunderstanding. You know it Trillalove you." "Trillalove? Then what was that I just witnessed? Lu Xiao, do you have any I da hat deitis today?" "Wuxie, il ria de told dweet some misunderstanding. It's no tassiasaw, Noratio think. Ich noto de mark sour 3 I iran iver saratogatherd. How cold to possibly forge it?" At that moment, Lu Wushuang, no fully dressed, stepped forward. She approached Luxi, fidgeting with the hemo-fair garment, and choked out, "Sister, I truly don't know what's happening to ich noto deis the third anniversary of Brother Xiao. And for that, brothers I, Oven specifically consulted meta prepare a surprise for you." Ash spoke, she exchanged an oinglance with Lu Xiao. Lu's eye pretended to have an epiphany, exclaiming, yes, sire. Even prepared a gift for ya. Look." Ha produced an exquisite little box from behind the sofa, opened it, and revealed a heart-shaped diamond necklace. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuan promptly offered a kupoftia, previously brewed, smiling brightly as hesed. "Sister, would don't you have a yakupov tea first? Ino you enjoy it. This is shigwality teat, brothers I collect tettering is recent mission. See how thoughtful whole highs? And isn't this necklace beautiful? It's a token for affection for you, sister. Don't you lick it?" Without allowing for refusal, Shepard said the Tiakupanto Luxishans. Resigned, Lu Yixianted it on to Cassip. Moments later, she felt darkness enveloping her, a wavy of dizziness washing over her, and just before she succumbed to consciousness, she caught Telemsiof to diamond necklace gleaming brilliantly. Author's note. Asinovis writer, a humbliest for our understanding gone guidance. I for writing fall short, I welcome your suggestions for improvement, which I shall prompt lie address in the future. Chapter 2 The Cruel Truth. In a stadiophasic confusion, Lu Yuxi felt as though fat chilling liquid was being injected into her body. Shestra gled awaken, but their efforts proved futile. After a while, Lu Yuxi slowly regained consciousness. Shaking her head to clear the fog, she attempted to raise her and stow massage her racking temples, only to discover she was seen a dim, cramped basement, her hands and feet bound, and their mouth secured with tape. At that moment, the basement door creaked open, a faint hiat blinding light flooding into the space. The figure entering was backlit, rendering theme indistinguishable until they stepped closer and dripped the tape from her mouth. Thesher pain from the tape's removal brought Terstolu Wux's eyes. She looked dupat the intruder and asked, "Wushuang? Why are you here? Where eyes Lu Xiao? Isha Haritu? Where you captured like him? Quickly, help me into these ropes, we need to escape." With a slight lift of urchin, Lu Wushuang sneered, "Mitter sister, should I say your Arnavir simply foolish? How long will you continue to devote yourself? You still wish to rescue him? Should I feel grateful? Buter into a curious we, a thismament, you findor self in such a predicament while listened, Kyrian scathed, speaking toy, from a position of superiority? Don't you see? These entire scenario is meticulously orchestrated by him. This is Thetra gift hat brother Zio and prepared for ya, dear sister. Doyolakite? Luwuxa stared in shock. Kiri swide no. This can't be true. I you must be lying. Where eyes Lu Shao? In need to confront them. Ha promise said a loved mehuan is yavim. O dear sister, Dante whoever Lu can themirer? With yo current state, how cold Luzia possibly betractetoya? His declaration saw flavuarimeral negamito him. Andy autokit seriously. No, that's impossible. Irrefusable Levite to Ivy introduced Luzioto, father he made promisey to care for him. Yes, and need to find father. Sister. Before Luwuxa cold finish, Luwushuing interrupted sharply. Sister. Don't be foolish, okay? Tobanist, he have known brother Luzilong before he outwovermit. He hassle waste loved and lime. If it weren't for the substantial inheritance left toy by or deceased biological parents, I would never have allowed brother Zai out a plate hisherit of affection with you. Oh, by the way, dear sister, haven't you always suspected thoughty our parents' deaths were not merely an accident? Let me tell you how the truth our suspicions are entire like correct. Can you guess how Australia responsible for hate incident? You would nevergus. Your parents' demise was orchestrated by my father. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Heist the fa theory you've always admired Dan believe it true likered for you. So, what do I think off this truth? How do is it fiel to have him mistaken athy for our father? Lu Wushuang's sword struck Luwuxa like a fatal blow. She shook her head repeatedly, murmuring, no, it can't be. This is impossible, impossible. Chapter 3. Death as the grim truth was laid bare before Luwuxi. The betrayal of her loved ones and the treachery of her partner pierced her heart. The father she had revered was, in fact, the mastermind behind the demise of her biological parents. Luwuxi could hardly fathom that for so many years, she had been blind to the truth, mistaking a thief for a father. In her pursuit of this absurd semblance of kinship, she had meticulously sought their approval. With the apocalypse looming, she fortuitously awakened her dual abilities of water and fire, making her a coveted asset among the major bases. Yet, in her desire to protect this family, she turned down all the olive branches extended to her, dedicating all her resources to them, while she herself lived in misery, barely able to clothe or feed herself. In retrospect, she realized she had always been regarded as a mere lapdog, to be used at their whim. Whenever she failed to provide sufficient provisions, they would shower her with complaints and accusations. However, as long as she remained of use to them, they would offer her fleeting warmth, which she would eagerly seek, dutifully submitting to their demands, until her last vestige of utility was wrung dry. At which point they would cast her aside like refuse. Lu Wushuang glanced at her watch. Oh dear sister, I apologize for interrupting your thoughts, but time is of the essence. She continued, oh, I forgot to mention. This is all thanks to you. You wouldn't believe it, but that bracelet I requested from you half a month ago is a treasure. It contains a vast space within. I told everyone I had awakened a spatial ability. And as a result, numerous individuals from various bases have invited me to visit them. Father and I discussed it, and it seems we won't be needing you anymore. She sighed. After all, sister, you have sacrificed so much for us. So I think it's time you took a well-deserved rest. While you were unconscious, I administered an ability suppressant on you. You must know that those injected will feel utterly weak and unable to use any powers for 3 days. Don't worry, sister, I, along with brother Lu Shao and father, will take good care of them for you. Now, I must take my leave. Do not fret. Soon you shall receive a carefully prepared gift from me. One that you are sure to cherish. With that, she laughed heartily and departed. As time ticked away, the sounds of moaning from outside the room reached Luwuxi's ears, and she comprehended the gift Lu Wushuang had prepared for her, zombies. A horde of them had gathered at the door, drawn by the scent of the living within, relentlessly battering against the entrance in a desperate bid to partake in this delectable feast. Despair enveloped Luwuxi as she shut her eyes, aware that the door would not hold much longer. The zombies would inevitably breach it, and her fate would be to be devoured by them. She contemplated ending her own life, yet her hands and feet were tightly bound, and Lu Wushuang had sealed her mouth with tape before leaving, rendering her incapable of even biting her own tongue to escape this torment. As expected, the door, already precarious, finally succumbed to the weight of the onslaught, and the zombies surged in, both them, Lu Wuxi appeared as a lamb to the slaughter. They tore at her flesh. The sounds of their gnashing and the stench of decay were nauseating. Despite foreseeing this outcome, Lu Wuxi felt an overwhelming urge to scream in agony. She loathed them. She despised that wretched family, but most of all, she detested herself. She thought, "Wuxi, are you destined to be without hope? If there is a next life, I vow to shed my cowardice, to trust no one, and to avoid repeating the same mistakes in the next life. Gods shall slay gods, and Buddhas shall vanquish Buddhas." Chapter 4. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Lu Wuxi gasped and abruptly sat up in bed, the strands of hair on her forehead soaked with sweat, clinging to her pallid cheeks. Her starry eyes flitted about in panic like a startled deer. She frantically scanned her surroundings, only to find herself in a clean and tidy bedroom, with a white ceiling, dark blue star-patterned wallpaper, a pink desk, and a brown sandalwood wardrobe. A gentle breeze stirred the delicate curtains. The purple wind chimes outside tinkled softly, and warm beams of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across the bed. It was a scene of pure warmth. Lu Wuxi stared at the rippling waves of light in a daze, taking some time to regain her senses. She threw off the covers and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lifting her gaze to the outside. A sky of azure clarity, soft white clouds, warm sunlight, and a gentle spring breeze. A picture of peace and beauty, devoid of the oppressive gray skies and the grotesque, rotting corpses of zombies. Had she truly been reborn? Lu Wuxi pondered in disbelief. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, turned to grasp her phone on the desk, and glanced at the calendar. April 23, 2021, 9:09. Indeed, she had been reborn, returned to 2 months and 3 days before the apocalypse. Lu Wuxi turned and stepped into the bathroom, standing beneath the shower as warm water cascaded down, indistinguishable from tears. After turning off the faucet and wiping her face dry, she looked into the mirror. Her eyes, yet untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse, still held a youthful vibrancy. Her willow-shaped brows exuded a hint of coolness. Her small, delicate face was framed by exquisite features, her nose and lips lending her an air of playfulness. And her long, silky black hair cascaded down to her waist. Lu Wuxi was struck by the realization that in her previous life, over 5 years, she had almost forgotten her own visage. She had once been a goddess in her own right. She touched her hair, recalling how, when the apocalypse struck, she had been forced to cut off her treasured locks for survival. This time, reborn, she vowed not to squander her hair again, believing she would thrive even better in the coming apocalypse. Emerging from the bathroom, she made her way to the study, rising on her toes to reach the top shelf of the bookcase. Carefully, she retrieved a black box, gently brushing away the dust before slowly opening it to reveal a silver star bracelet resting inside. She picked up the bracelet and caressed it. It was the only keepsake left to her by her mother, which Lu Wushuang had casually claimed in her previous life after a few coaxing words. The arrogant words of Lu Wushuang echoed in her mind from the moment of her death. Clenching her fists, she vowed that in this lifetime, she would protect her mother's legacy fiercely, ensuring no one would take it from her again. Lu Wuxi adorned her wrist with the bracelet and began to ponder deeply. How had Lu Wushuang managed to awaken her spatial ability in her previous life? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it have been when she accidentally pricked her finger while helping Lu Wushuang move a vase? Her blood dripping onto the bracelet? She vaguely recalled seeing a silver flash at that moment on Lu Wushuang's wrist. Thus, Lu Wuxi took a small knife from the desk and made a cut on her fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the bracelet. In a moment, a silver light flickered. Her vision blurred. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a vast expanse. A new world had formed around her. To her left lay a vast tract of unbroken land and a gently flowing crystal-clear stream. As she gazed outward, the landscape stretched endlessly, flat and expansive. To her right was a foundation the size of an international soccer field. Alongside 2 warehouses the size of basketball courts, neatly lined with shelves. Behind the warehouses stood a well, connected to the clear little river, and drawing a handful of well water revealed its sweetness and flavor. Observing the scene within her space, Lu Wuxi could not help but muse. How long would it take to cultivate such a large area? If only it could be done automatically. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the land in her space began to till itself. With a flicker of thought, Lu Wuxi exited the space, filling a cup with hot water to place within her newfound realm. Author's note: today, I am fixing some previous bugs. Heh. Chapter 5. Renaming the following day. Upon waking, Lu Wuxi opened her eyes and immediately vanished into the space, taking a sip from the hot water she had placed there yesterday. It was just right, still pleasantly warm. Through this experiment, Lu Wuxi discovered that time within this space was stagnant, meaning that no matter how much time passed outside, the time within remained unchanged. This realization filled her with elation, as it implied she could store more food, including a plethora of fresh and frozen meats. Before the apocalypse, her favorite had always been seafood, and now, the functionality of this space resembled a portable refrigerator, preserving everything splendidly. She wondered if she could also cultivate crops in such conditions. She resolved to give it a try in the future. After studying the flow of time within the space, Lu Wuxi became curious about the clear little stream. She scooped a handful of crystal-clear water and brought it to her lips. A spark ignited in her eyes as the crisp, sweet stream flowed down her throat, instantly banishing all her fatigue. She poured a handful of stream water onto the fields, distinctly sensing that the soil had become more fertile. After spending a moment in the space, Lu Wuxi stepped outside, tidied up her belongings, and gathered her bank card, identification card, household registration book, and other documents. In the past, she had naively fallen into the trap of what she believed to be familial affection. When her parents passed away, she was only about 6 or 7 years old, and the blow was immense. After being adopted by Lu Jiahe, her father's partner and best friend, she yearned for family ties. Even when Lu Jiahe suggested changing her name, she hesitated only briefly before agreeing. Subsequently, they provided her with a household registration book, which bore only her name. What did they say back then? Wuxi, after all, we are not your true family. We cannot place you on our household registration. We must not usurp your biological parents' place. Look at that tearful performance, that tone of helplessness. It was evident they never truly regarded her as one of their own. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, Lu Wuxi stepped out of the house. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear and refreshing. She stretched her arms wide, basking in the sunlight, her eyes squinting in delight. Moments later, Lu Wuxi took out her phone and dialed a number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a warm voice came through. Hello? Is that Xiao Shi? What's the matter? Did you remember to call Dad? Lu Wuxi smirked inwardly, having uncovered the truth. That once amiable voice now carried a barely perceptible impatience. Lu Wuxi replied indifferently, I need some money now. Please transfer it to my card. But Xiao Shi, didn't I just send you some money half a month ago? Why do you need more? Dad isn't saying he doesn't want to help. It's just that I have urgent matters requiring funds. As for what those matters are, you need not concern yourself with that. All right then, since you've put it that way, I won't interfere further. Dad will transfer the money to you shortly. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Lu Wuxi hung up before the other party could finish speaking. She took a taxi to the bank, checking her account balance. The sum accumulated from various part-time jobs during her university years, coupled with the sporadic transfers from Lu Jiahe, along with the amount she just requested, totaled approximately 30 million. Initially, she intended to withdraw all of it at once, but reconsidered. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and carrying such a substantial amount of cash would undoubtedly invite trouble. Besides, she could still make purchases using her card. Moreover, certain seasonal items were scarce outside and could only be bought online. Thus, she withdrew only a small portion. After completing her transaction, Lu Wuxi proceeded to the household registration office, presenting her household registration book and name change application form. She still remembered that her biological father's surname was Su. The Su of Suzy. In this new life, she did not wish to remain the hopeless Lu Wuxi. This time, she would embody her own hope. She would be known as Su Chongxi. Chapter 6. Preparing supplies. One having completed her name change, Lu Wuxi, no, she should now be called Su Chongxi, secured her new household registration book and identification. She took out the apocalypse preparation list she had drafted the previous day. For clothing, food, shelter, and transport, Su Chongxi first listed various garments, ensuring she had outfits for different seasons, particularly warm winter clothing. down jackets, hats, and boots. Months after the apocalypse, the weather would change drastically, with days scorching like summer and nights frigid as winter. Currently, it was the spring equinox. Su Chongxi visited several large shopping malls nearby, purchasing around 100 pieces of spring and summer clothing. As winter attire was scarce in the malls, she planned to shop online for those. Next, Su Chongxi intended to stockpile grains, planning to visit the wholesale market. The market she aimed for was relatively remote, practically situated in the suburbs. The taxi ride took a full hour and a half to reach her destination. Upon entering, she headed straight for the seafood and meat market. To her surprise, the market was bustling with activity, with various meats hanging from hooks and fish awaiting slaughter on the counters, while tanks brimmed with lively seafood and fish. After browsing through over 100 meat stalls, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to meander through, selecting fresh pork, premium belly meat, lively fish, and large lobsters. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she discreetly slipped into a corner alley to store the purchased meat in her space before continuing her exploration of the stalls. In the blink of an eye, Su Chongxi had amassed over 100 pounds of meat and seafood. As for the stall owners, they were overjoyed with such a large sale and paid little mind to her. Next, she moved on to a nearby vegetable wholesale market, repeatedly collecting dozens of baskets of vegetables and hundreds of spices. Afterwards, she ventured to the adjacent poultry market, gathering various types of eggs and planning to purchase a batch of chicks and ducklings to raise in her space, ready to slaughter for meat once they grew. Su Chongxi approached a seemingly older middle-aged man and inquired, "Hello, I would like to buy a batch of poultry chicks. Little girl, are you alone? What kinds of chicks do you wish to purchase? Chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, sheep? What do you have? I'll take them all. Are you planning to start a farm with so many chicks?" The man chuckled, his expression clearly skeptical, unable to believe a young girl would genuinely want to buy so many animals. "That is not for you to worry about if you have them. I hope you can prepare them quickly and deliver them to this address. As for the payment, rest assured, I will provide a deposit up front and pay the remainder upon delivery," Su Chongxi stated, handing the man a portion of cash and passing him a note with the address of a warehouse she had rented in the suburbs the previous afternoon, which was quite large, remote, and highly discreet. Chapter 7. Preparing supplies. Now that the poultry farming arrangement was in place, the next step was to procure staple foods like rice and flour. Recalling from her previous life, Su Chongxi knew of a grain depot located in the suburbs of H City that had long been abandoned post-apocalypse. She had long intended to seize this opportunity to gather all the grains from the depot once the apocalypse struck. Thus, she collected about 100 pounds of rice and flour. She also found a wholesale supermarket to stock up on compressed biscuits, bread, instant noodles, milk, yogurt, and various snacks. With her clothing and food sorted, the next focus was on shelter and transport. Surviving in the apocalypse often resembled wilderness survival. Various outdoor survival products were essential, such as headlamps, flashlights, tents, sleeping bags, and other miscellaneous items, along with some weapons. Su Chongxi visited a weapons store, and due to the strict regulations in Hua country regarding weaponry, she only purchased a few dozen Swiss Army knives, short and long daggers, machetes, and a bow with arrows. As for vehicles and gasoline, acquiring a large quantity of fuel and robust vehicles was nearly impossible. So Su Chongxi decided to temporarily abandon that pursuit, planning to address it once the apocalypse arrived. However, scouting locations was essential. Su Chongxi aimed to identify several car dealerships and gas stations before the apocalypse commenced. At the onset, when most people were still oblivious, she would seize the opportunity to acquire vehicles and fuel. With all preparations complete, Su Chongxi returned home, collapsing onto the sofa as soon as she stepped inside. Indeed, her body had not endured the trials of the apocalypse and felt exceedingly fragile. She sighed inwardly, realizing she needed to strengthen her physique while there was still time before the apocalypse struck. After resting for a moment, Su Chongxi made her way to the kitchen, preparing a lavish dinner spread. After a hearty meal, she enrolled in a martial arts class online. Once everything was tidied up, she retired to bed early. The next morning, upon waking, Su Chongxi swiftly entered her space, scooping a handful of well water to wash her face. She checked the warehouse, which was fully stocked with supplies. The shelves were meticulously organized, displaying various items in an orderly fashion. Upon arriving in the fields once more, gazing upon the barren land. Su Chengxi pressed her forehead and murmured to herself, "Alas, how could I have forgotten? I still need to procure some seeds." Subsequently, she delineated a section of land in the northeast corner, intending to raise some poultry. After a flurry of activity, Su Chengxi tidied up and prepared to venture out, first making her way to the address provided the previous day, a warehouse on the outskirts. The proprietor was remarkably efficient, and Su Chengxi promptly settled the remaining payment, subsequently bringing the animals into the designated space, establishing them within the outline land. Following this, she visited the seed wholesale market, acquiring a substantial assortment of crop seeds, including rice and corn. Passing through a flower and bird market, she purchased a selection of plants and flower seeds, aiming to embellish her space. Ultimately, Su Chengxi arrived at her martial arts class. There were not many students, totaling 5 including herself, 3 males and 2 females. The instructing coach appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Tall and robust, with a stern countenance, showing no mercy in his teachings regardless of gender. One female student could not endure the grueling training and burst into tears, while the other male students lamented their plight. Yet, Su Chengxi merely observed them with a cold gaze, silently proceeding with her own training. After the martial arts class concluded, she returned home to further her training, engaging in a 10-kilometer run, military boxing, practicing punches and kicks, and undertaking physical conditioning exercises. In the evening, after a day filled with exertion, Su Chengxi collapsed onto the sofa, resting for approximately 20 minutes before hurriedly taking a refreshing shower. Then collapsing onto her bed, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. The author wishes to convey, "I sincerely apologize for the lack of updates during this period, as I have been preoccupied with examinations and revisions. Now that the holiday has commenced, barring unforeseen circumstances, I will endeavor to provide daily updates." Chapter 8. Welcome. The apocalypse approaches each day unfolded in a monotonous cycle of rising, dining, attending classes, training, and sleeping, and so. 2 months slipped by during this time. Su Chengxi occasionally ventured into her space for adjustments. Presently, the crops within thrived splendidly, and the small animals had grown plump. Throughout this period, she diligently checked for any additional supplies she might have overlooked. As the warehouse within her space was nearing its capacity, thanks to her rigorous training over these 2 months, Su Chengxi's physical fitness had significantly improved. Although she still fell short of her former prowess, she felt confident in her ability to protect herself in the early days of the apocalypse. In the final 3 days, Su Chengxi refrained from venturing outside. After exchanging greetings with her coach, she ceased attending classes. Instead, she secured her doors and windows, cocooning herself in the tranquility of her home. Though the apocalypse was set to erupt in 3 days, she recalled hearing in her previous life that there were indeed omens in the 3 days leading up to such an event. In her past life, she had never paid attention to these signs. No, it seemed that no one had at 11:55 p.m., when most people had succumbed to deep slumber. Su Chengxi, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and a towel draped thereupon, clad in a thin nightgown that elegantly accentuated her figure, stood quietly on the rooftop. Having just bathed, droplets of water trickled from her hair, dampening the towel on her shoulder. Her gaze was cast downward, with strands of hair falling forward, obscuring the flickering light in her eyes. Before her stood an astronomical telescope. With arms crossed, she extended her right hand, her slender, fair fingers seemingly tapping out a rhythm. An unconscious gesture, as the minutes ticked away. The midnight clock finally struck 12. Su Chengxi then made her move, brushing aside her bangs and slightly bending forward to adjust the telescope, aiming it at the vast expanse of the night sky to begin her observations. The night sky, initially a brilliant mirror reflecting the moonlight, adorned with twinkling stars, was suddenly enveloped by a thick veil of clouds, darkening ominously as they amassed, forming a dense shroud that obscured the entire celestial panorama. The air grew heavy, the night thickening like a viscous ink, terrifyingly profound. A meteor streaked across the night, seemingly leaving no trace, followed by a jagged flash of lightning, akin to a monstrous beast roaring and howling. Yet, after several seconds, even tens of seconds, there was no sound of thunder. As is well known, lightning and thunder occur simultaneously, but due to the disparity in the speed of light and sound, We often hear the thunder several seconds to tens of seconds after witnessing the lightning. Everything fell silent. However, through the telescope, the northeastern sky gradually revealed a crimson hue, spreading at an imperceptible pace. The following morning, when she lifted her gaze to the heavens, the sky was a clear blue. The clouds shifting as they do, a pristine brilliance enveloping the scene, as if the previous day's storm and lightning had never transpired. Even the flicker of red in the northeast had vanished without a trace. As midnight approached once more, everything remained unchanged from the previous day, except the clouds had thickened even further, the lightning more striking, and the crimson in the northeast appeared to be spreading at an accelerated pace. On the third day, the final countdown to the apocalypse, the morning revealed a stark contrast to the prior days, as the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, with a light drizzle persistently falling. By afternoon, the rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour, accompanied by hail the size of softballs. Su Chengxi gazed through the window at the world being drenched by the relentless rain, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The corners of her mouth curling into a subtle smirk as she murmured, "Welcome the arrival of the end." Chapter 9. Fever. The relentless hailstorm persisted for approximately 7 to 8 hours. It was not until 7:30 p.m. that the torrential downpour abruptly ceased. To her astonishment, an unusual crimson hue, which had only manifested in the evening sky over the past few days, appeared without warning, swiftly enveloping the entire firmament in a sanguine glow. The blood-red sky was ominous and terrifying. This celestial phenomenon quickly captured the attention of the masses, with news broadcasts reporting. According to relevant personnel, the redness of the sky is related to the sun, as under specific conditions, sunlight refracts through clouds and other objects, resulting in this remarkable crimson sky. Citizens are advised to take heed. The host's voice echoed from the television, and Su Chengxi found the grandiloquent tone utterly ridiculous. With a derisive scoff, she intended to turn off the television. Just as she stood up, a wave of darkness washed over her, her head grew heavy, and her vision blurred, leading her to collapse onto the sofa. Initially taken aback, Su Chengxi soon reached up to touch her forehead, realizing it was burning. Internally, she chastised herself, recognizing that her recent preoccupation with gathering supplies and physical training had caused her to neglect her health. From her understanding, during the apocalypse, many individuals would experience fevers, subsequently succumbing to a deep slumber. Among these, half would transform into zombies, while the other half would awaken with supernatural abilities. However, the duration of zombification was relatively brief, whereas the awakening of abilities could take significantly longer, particularly for the more potent powers, which required an even lengthier period for manifestation. Consequently, many who possessed abilities would be at risk of being devoured by the zombies that awakened before them, or would become part of the horde themselves, i.e. in her previous life. Statistics indicated that 23 of those who fell ill ultimately transformed into zombies, while less than 13 awakened abilities, and among those, only a scant few manifested powerful skills such as elemental manipulation, psychic powers, spatial abilities, healing arts, and light manipulation. The majority of awakened powers pertained to physical enhancement, including strength, speed, vision, and hearing. In her past existence, Su Chengxi had awakened dual abilities, supportive water manipulation and offensive fire manipulation, upon recovering from her fever. However, in this new life, while she felt her chances of awakening abilities remained considerable, she resolved to exercise caution. Having been granted a remarkable space in this lifetime, she pondered whether her abilities would indeed transform. Shaking her head forcefully, Su Chengxi rose, turned off the television, and meticulously ensured that all doors and windows were securely locked, drawing the curtains tightly shut. Her villa, situated in a remote suburb, was relatively isolated, with few inhabitants. It was precisely this tranquility that had drawn her to purchase the property in her previous life. It was here that she had been when she fell ill, allowing her to successfully awaken her abilities. Afterward, Su Chengxi made her way to the bathroom, splashing cool water on her face and dampening a towel. Seizing the brief moment of clarity, she entered her bedroom, secured the door, and took a fever-reducing pill just to be safe. Exhausted, she lay down on the bed, placing the damp towel on her forehead. Once she had prepared everything, she succumbed to sleep, her energy completely drained. Chapter 10. Awakening of Abilities in a Hazy State. Su Chengxi felt herself oscillating between searing flames and an icy abyss, the extremes of temperature causing her great discomfort. She struggled to awaken, but her efforts proved futile. A soft whimper escaped her lips as she rolled over in bed, her elegant brow furrowing slightly, her slender fingers twitching. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Still disoriented from sleep, she blinked vigorously until her awareness returned. Rising from the bed, the towel slipped from her forehead, landing on the floor. She bent down to retrieve it, discovering it had dried completely. Glancing around, she noted the curtains were drawn tightly, shrouding the room in darkness. Attempting to turn on the lights, she found herself unsuccessful after several attempts. Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone, grateful that she had charged it fully before the apocalypse. Upon checking the date, she was shocked to realize that a whole week had passed. In her previous life, she had only slept for 3 days. After 5 days post-apocalypse, the world had plunged into darkness and silence, explaining her inability to illuminate the room. Resolutely, Su Chengxi approached the window and yanked open the curtains, only to be momentarily blinded by the intense sunlight. After a considerable pause, she adjusted to the brightness. It was still summer. The sun shone brightly, and everything appeared unchanged, yet in reality, the world had transformed into a true survival of the fittest, a realm where humanity resorted to cannibalism. Her villa was exceptionally secluded. Although a few independent houses dotted the vicinity, most individuals remained indoors during the onset of the apocalypse, resulting in no visible zombies wandering outside. Descending the stairs to the living room, she sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Closing her eyes, she sought to attune herself to the changes within her body. After a while, she sensed a drop in temperature around her. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to see a cluster of ice shards forming in her palm. With a resigned shake of her head, she acknowledged the transformation of her abilities. Her water manipulation had indeed evolved into ice manipulation. This could be considered a positive change, as ice, being distinct from the elemental categories, possessed greater potency and offensive capabilities compared to its gentler water counterpart. However, while the power of her abilities was still weak during the early days of the apocalypse, the ice shards exceeded her expectations. In her former life, she had awakened dual water and fire abilities, and now, with her water manipulation having morphed into ice, she pondered whether her fire abilities would also awaken and if they might have undergone any alterations. She closed her eyes once more, straining to sense any changes within her. After an extended period of silence, she felt disheartened, attempting to comfort herself with the knowledge that she possessed a strong offensive ability in ice manipulation. Suddenly, she felt as though she were engulfed in flames, her body radiating heat, beads of sweat cascading down her skin. Gritting her teeth, she bit her lip until it bled. After approximately 3 minutes, the intense heat subsided. Upon opening her eyes, she snapped her fingers, and to her astonishment, a small flame flickered to life at her fingertips. Her fire abilities had remained intact, but this flame appeared distinctly different from those she had witnessed in her previous life. It burned a deeper crimson, while the core radiated a soft lavender hue. Chapter 11. Ruifan Car Dealership. Upon realizing her awakening of both fire and ice dual abilities, Su Chengxi felt an immense joy within her heart. Fire, being the most offensive of the 5 elemental abilities, contrasted sharply with ice, which is a variant of the water element. If water could be classified as a gentle auxiliary ability, then ice represented a blend of both offense and support. Over the next 2 days, Su Chengxi dedicated herself tirelessly to training her powers, even making a brief visit to a gas station. Although she had also awakened dual water and fire abilities in her previous life, water was not inherently offensive. After 2 days of rigorous practice, she discovered that her fire ability was remarkably unique. Each release of her fire power was accompanied by a searing pain, akin to being scorched by flames. This discomfort gradually diminished with each successive use until it was replaced by an overwhelming fatigue, as if her very essence had been drained. After this period of training, her ice ability had progressed beyond mere frost shards, allowing her to conjure ice spikes and spheres. However, despite her relentless efforts, her fire ability could only produce a small flicker of flame, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Yet, one must not underestimate this diminutive flame. Although it appeared fragile and on the verge of extinguishment, its destructive potential was not to be dismissed. The charred remnants of the living room served as testament to its fearsome power. Resembling the aftermath of a fire disaster in her previous life as a fire wielder, Su Chongxi had encountered other fire users, yet none had exhibited abilities quite like hers. Thus, she concluded that her current awakening must be classified as a mutated fire ability. Distinctly unusual. She silently resolved to masquerade as someone who had only awakened an ice ability in front of others, striving to avoid the use of her fire powers, opting instead to practice in her spatial realm when the need arose. With a simple preparation, she shouldered a backpack and descended to the underground parking garage, where she retrieved an Audi. Once inside, she activated the navigation system, steering the vehicle with purpose as she sped away. Along the journey, she glimpsed sporadic groups of zombies, mindlessly pursuing her car as they reacted to its noise. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies were still in their primitive form. Moving sluggishly, Su Chongxi pressed the accelerator to the floor, effortlessly distancing herself from the undead horde. Even when confronted with clusters of zombies obstructing her path, she showed no hesitation, crashing through them without a second thought. While she appeared to be focused solely on driving, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts. She had not anticipated that awakening her abilities would take 7 days, and with 2 additional days of training, she was left wondering if the car dealership she had scouted beforehand had been thoroughly looted. Truly, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. At last, she came to a sudden halt at the Ruifan car dealership located on the outskirts of the city. Exiting the vehicle, she approached the entrance wielding a large machete, swiftly dispatching the zombies lingering at the doorway. The force of her strikes was so great that it splattered brain matter, though she deftly avoided any mess on herself. After neutralizing the threats, she confidently strode into the dealership. As expected, many parking spaces lay vacant, leaving only 2 BMWs, a Lexus, and a Genesis, clearly indicating that the place had been ransacked. However, Su Chongxi was not overly concerned with the remaining vehicles. More importantly, she recalled having heard that the owner of this dealership had once been involved in the underworld before going straight. Although he presented a faade of selling luxury cars, he secretly engaged in vehicle modifications and covert black market dealings. According to her previous investigations, the owner had recently secured 2 contracts, with delivery dates set for 3 days after the apocalypse, providing her with ample motivation to target this location. While she was not particularly invested in the remaining cars, her opportunistic nature compelled her to sweep away 5 vehicles in an instant. Chapter 12. Underground garage. The dealership was not particularly large. A cursory glance revealed an exhibition counter, a small reception room in the back, and an office at the end of a corridor on the right. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chongxi sauntered into the office. The room was modestly sized, furnished with a simple desk, a sofa, a glass table, and a row of bookshelves, exuding a clean and unpretentious charm. After surveying her surroundings, she began her meticulous search for hidden mechanisms that might lead to a basement. Though the space was small and straightforward, she possessed an instinct that the entrance to the underground lay concealed within this very office. After half an hour of fruitless searching, she sighed despondently and sank into the sofa, her gaze scanning the room like an X-ray. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a transparent glass cup resting on the glass table. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, illuminating her previous odd sensation. During her earlier exploration, she had attempted to move the sofa and inadvertently bumped into the table. Logically, the cup should have wobbled with the impact, especially as it was precariously close to the table's edge. Yet it remained utterly stilled. In her preoccupation with the sofa, she had overlooked this inconspicuous glass cup. Reaching out, she grasped the cup, only to find it seemingly glued to the surface. Resisting her efforts to lift it, trying to rotate it left and right, a thunderous noise erupted as the bookshelf in the corner swung open, revealing a hidden passage. Su Chongxi thought to herself. Just as I suspected. Entering the passage revealed a series of descending steps leading into the depths below. After navigating several dozen steps, she stepped onto solid ground, concluding she had arrived underground. The darkness enveloped her, prompting Su Chongxi to retrieve a flashlight from her spatial realm. Illuminating the area ahead revealed a dim corridor stretching out before her. After walking for approximately 3 to 5 minutes, she reached the end of the corridor, where an electronic door awaited her, complete with a facial recognition lock. Murmuring in frustration, "What a hassle!" she conjured a small flame in her palm, directing it toward the electronic door. With a gentle toss, the fire danced like a playful child given permission to frolic. Despite being a product of advanced technology, the electronic door could not withstand the onslaught of her flames. After a few minutes of futile resistance, it succumbed to the heat, melting away under the relentless assault. With a determined stride, Su Chengxi stepped through the now vanquished barrier. Finally entering the underground warehouse, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Even with prior preparation, she had not anticipated such a scene. Dozens of modified armored Hummers, a couple of RVs. Though unfortified, they could prove convenient for travel, and several BMWs, Mercedes, and Audis. As she ventured deeper into the shadows, she spotted several shipping containers and wooden crates filled with firearms and ammunition. Her eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected treasure. Chapter 13. The accident scene. It seemed that while the dealership owner had washed his hands of his past, his previous ties to the underworld had led him to hoard such military-grade weaponry. With a swift motion, Su Chengxi gathered everything in the warehouse into her spatial realm. She then exited the underground storage, returning to the main dealership, where she retrieved a BMW, flung open the door, hopped in, and accelerated wildly, even crashing through the dealership's entrance. On her way, Su Chengxi initially intended to head home directly. However, she suddenly remembered her need to procure some medical supplies. Despite her efforts over the past 2 months to fill in the gaps, there were still items missing, particularly medications that had come to mind during her recent training sessions. Awakening her abilities had significantly enhanced her physical condition, resulting in most ability users rarely falling ill. Nevertheless, it was prudent to stockpile some medical supplies, especially bandages and antibiotics, just in case. Turning at an intersection, she redirected her vehicle toward the city center. As she drove, the sky grew increasingly ominous. Su Chengxi switched on her headlights, illuminating her surroundings once more. Continuing along her route, she encountered numerous car accidents strewn along the roadside. Some were minor fender benders, while others involved vehicles overturned, with occupants either deceased or transformed into zombies. Blood splattered across the interiors, attracting a horde of zombies drawn by the scent. Fortunately, the road was wide enough, and the accidents were off to the sides, not impeding her path. Thus, Su Chengxi had no intention of intervening, flooring the accelerator as her vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Despite the possibility of survivors within the wreckage, she ignored their curses and pleas, choosing to disregard the plight of these strangers. Their fates were of no consequence to her. Even if one were to be scolded a few times, it would not cost them a single piece of flesh. In stark contrast, those who hurl insults are inevitably doomed to meet their fate of being devoured by zombies. In a frenzied dash, after approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the heart of the city. Halting at a crossroads, the moment the brakes were applied, the sky seemed to turn a pale shade. Su Chengxi leaned forward to glance ahead, where a catastrophic collision had occurred at the intersection. This accident seemed to have just transpired, with a bus and a passenger vehicle colliding. The trailing cars were utterly unable to pass, blocking the entire street. Behind the vehicles, a few zombies followed. Perhaps the bus driver had panicked in an attempt to evade them, only to crash into the passenger vehicle. It appeared that there were injured individuals on board, as the scent of fresh blood had attracted more zombies. However, those inside the vehicle merely locked the doors tightly, and through the windows, all that could be heard were frantic screams and wails. Although the zombies' hearing was not yet acute, the cacophony from the terrified occupants was akin to a boiling pot. And Su Chengxi was certain that if this continued, it would undoubtedly attract more zombies, leading to the same fate she had witnessed before. Being surrounded and devoured, Su Chengxi had no intention of intervening. Yet the accident had completely obstructed the intersection, blocking her path forward. Chapter 14. Slaying the zombies. Damn it. What a nuisance. Su Chengxi muttered a few curses under her breath, and without hesitation, she grabbed her backpack. Using it as a disguise, she retrieved a large machete and a dagger from her storage space. She tucked the dagger into her pocket, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and wielded the machete as she exited the vehicle. Testing the weight of the machete in her hand, she charged towards the scene of the accident. With unwavering resolve, Su Chengxi swung her blade, dispatching one zombie after another with the machete, which she wielded with fierce prowess. The bus window was opened, and a man's head poked out, his voice raised in a tirade. "Are you out of your mind? Why open the window? Don't you see the horde of zombies outside? If you want to be reckless, don't drag us down with you. Hurry up and close the window." However, the man paid no heed to their protests. Instead, he extended a hand towards Su Chengxi, shouting exuberantly, "Wow!" However, upon discovering the truth, the light in those eyes vanished completely. Su Chengxi awkwardly averted her gaze and then stated, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Though phrased as a question, it carried an undeniable certainty. Lin Mui blinked in surprise and replied, "Yes, heroine. You are so formidable. I want to follow you." Su Chengxi continued, "I do not appreciate those who lag behind and will not protect you. I am not one to be a burden." Lin Mui retorted defiantly, "You claim not to be a burden? Then what can you do? Can you slay zombies?" "No, perhaps I should ask, do you dare to slay zombies?" "I do not dare," Lin Mui puffed out his chest. Speaking with conviction, "I believe that any normal person would be afraid when confronted by such monsters. I am merely an ordinary person. Of course, I do not dare to kill zombies. However, I will learn to overcome my fear of zombies, and I will learn to slay them. Furthermore," he added, "I wish to follow you. I do not need your protection, for I will protect you." Su Chengxi fell silent, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him, causing Lin Mui to break into a cold sweat. After several seconds of this intense scrutiny, Su Chengxi said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Mui stood frozen in place until he noticed Su Chengxi walking farther away, seemingly with no intention of stopping, prompting him to shout, "Heroine!" as he hurriedly followed after her. In the distance, he spotted a pharmacy with only 2 or 3 scattered zombies lingering at the entrance. Su Chengxi concentrated her abilities, extending one hand as 5 ice spikes emerged from her fingers, shooting directly towards the zombies at the door. Despite her exhaustion, dealing with these few zombies was still a trivial task, which she dispatched with ease. Su Chengxi entered the pharmacy, set down her backpack, and prepared to gather supplies. At that moment, Lin Mui rushed in. Su Chengxi did not pause her task of collecting medicine, simply stating in a clear and concise manner, "Pack? Pack what? These medicines? But what should I use to pack them?" Lin Mui scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Su Chengxi did not respond. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mui suddenly exclaimed, "Heroine, wait for me," and dashed off, seizing the opportunity while Lin Mui was away. Su Chengxi, hidden behind her backpack, began to toss the medicines into her storage space. After a short while, Lin Mui returned, breathless, dragging a massive suitcase behind him. Chapter 17. Returning to the villa, Su Chengxi stared at the enormous suitcase for a while before regaining her composure. Signaling him with her eyes, "Where did you acquire this?" Lin Mui chuckled sheepishly and explained, "I am a student at Shirizhong, and as a student, I am quite familiar with shops that sell school supplies. I remembered there should be a store nearby that sells suitcases, so I went to check, and indeed, I found one. Luckily, there were no zombies around that shop, so I successfully brought back the largest suitcase." Lin Mui concluded his explanation with an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me, praise me." Su Chengxi, however, was destined to disappoint him. She merely nodded slightly and gestured with her chin towards the medicines, signaling him to hurry up and pack. Lin Mui, slightly disheartened, let out a reluctant "oh" and began to silently pack the items into the suitcase. He diligently packed the medicines, even tearing open some boxes to stack the pills together inside the suitcase. Lin Mui was so focused on his task that he failed to notice how Su Chengxi's bag seemed to be an endless void, never filling up. Once they had packed a sufficient amount, Su Chengxi paused and decided it was time to leave. At that moment, Lin Mui had also filled the suitcase and, pulling it closer to Su Chengxi, asked, "Heroine, the medicines are packed. What shall we do next?" Su Chengxi calmly replied with 2 words, "Find a vehicle, find a vehicle." "What vehicle are we looking for? Are we leaving? Where are we going?" "Home," she answered, still with her nonchalant tone. After stating this, she walked away. And as she wandered nearby, she spotted a Land Rover across the street. Su Chengxi approached to examine it. The doors were unlocked, and the keys remained in the ignition. It seems the owner panicked and left in haste when confronted by zombies, even forgetting to remove the keys. Seizing the moment while Su Chongxi inspected the Land Rover, Lin Mu-yi opened the back door and leapt into the vehicle, struggling to pull his suitcase inside. Su Chongxi observed him but said nothing, sliding into the driver's seat. As soon as Lin Mu-yi managed to haul the suitcase inside and shut the door, she started the engine, and the vehicle roared to life. The car sped off, racing like a scene from a car chase, directly crushing any zombies that crossed their path. As the car raced forward, Lin Mu-yi found himself in distress, his face turning pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He took a couple of deep breaths, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle came to a halt in front of an opulent villa. The doors swung open, and Lin Mu-yi jumped out, immediately rushing to the side to vomit, while Su Chongxi leaned casually against the car, observing him with indifference. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Mu-yi finally ceased his retching. Upon lifting his head and beholding the magnificent villa before him, he was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Wow!" He approached Su Chongxi, pointing at the grand structure with trembling fingers and stammering, "Heroine, this incredible luxury villa? It can't possibly belong to you, can it?" Su Chongxi neither confirmed nor denied, simply strolling into the villa. At this point, Lin Mu-yi had no doubts. The lavish villa truly belonged to his heroine. He silently praised her in his heart, "Heroine, you are amazing," and followed her inside. Chapter 18. Entering the hall as Lin Mu-yi stepped into the villa, he saw his heroine standing with her arms crossed, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Though puzzled, he dared not approach her, knowing that if he did, he would likely face dire consequences. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from upstairs as a group descended. Leading the pack was a burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, likely in his 40s or 50s, bearing a scar that stretched from the corner of his left eye to his mouth. Exuding a menacing air, he appeared to be their leader. The rest of the group comprised ordinary young people, among them an elderly woman holding a small boy who looked particularly chubby, munching on a biscuit with a loud crunch, while holding a bag of snacks with an impatient expression as he eyed Su Chongxi and Lin Mu-yi. Was the leader who spoke first, pointing a finger at Su Chongxi, demanding, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Su Chongxi smirked sarcastically and replied, "Shouldn't that question be directed at you? Who are you, and how did you enter?" Realizing that she had left the door unlocked before departing, allowing these intruders to slip in, she noted that the villa's entrance was secured with an electronic lock requiring a fingerprint, which is why they couldn't lock the door behind them. The leader felt a momentary flicker of unease at Su Chongxi's words, but quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat and stating, "Where did this little girl come from? You entered here without the owner's permission. Could you be a thief?" "Oh? Is that so? Do you know the owner of this villa?" Su Chongxi retorted, "Of course, I am the owner of this place." "Ha! How amusing. You claim to own this villa. When did I miss the transfer of ownership? When did the paperwork go through? I seem to have forgotten." "Little girl, what do you mean by that? This villa isn't ours. It must be yours, right? How old are you? Do you have the means to afford such a place?" Before the bearded man could respond, the elderly woman stepped forward, approaching Su Chongxi and pointing a finger at her nose, launching into a tirade. "Do you look down on me? I can't afford this villa? Look at your tattered clothing. Do you really think you have the capacity to purchase such a residence? Hey, I say, young lady, why do you have such disdain for others? Is this how your parents raised you?" The elderly woman continued to berate her, her finger almost poking Su Chongxi's face. Lin Mu-yi sensed that Su Chongxi's anger was rising, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and foreboding. Yet, the elderly woman remained oblivious, persisting, "Young lady, one must not judge others by their appearance. So what if I look shabby? Are you looking down on me, an old woman? Do you not know how your parents taught you to behave?" Su Chongxi, having clearly lost her patience, swiftly brandished the large machete she had been holding, pointing it threateningly at the elderly woman. Chapter 19. A murderous intent in a chilling tone, Su Chongxi declared, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to judge my parents? Furthermore, I despise it when others point their fingers at me." Su Chongxi's sudden act of drawing her blade evidently startled the group before her. The elderly lady was taken aback by the gleaming edge so close at hand. However, she quickly swallowed her fear and endeavored to maintain the demeanor of an elder as she attempted to admonish Su Chongxi. Fortunately, the burly man with the scruffy beard seized the old woman, bowing and scraping as he addressed Su Chongxi. "Little girl, let us speak amicably, shall we? You see, my memory has faltered. I mistook this place for my own. Upon your clarification, I scrutinized it closely, and indeed, this is not my residence. I must have wandered astray." Seeing that Su Chongxi had no intention of lowering her weapon, the bearded man continued, "Sister, let us put the knife down, shall we? As I mentioned, we have merely arrived at the wrong place. This is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Yes, indeed, a misunderstanding. So, you acknowledge that this villa is not yours?" Yes, I mean no, that is incorrect. What I meant to convey is that I acknowledge this villa is not ours. My faulty memory led me to mistakenly think it was my home. To be honest, your villa bears a striking resemblance to mine, which is why I mistook it. Very well, since you admit this is not your home, should you not take your leave? This, dear sister. I see you have just returned from outside. You must be aware that the world outside has changed drastically, filled with ravenous monsters. If you cast us out, what shall we do when confronted by those creatures? What happens to you should you encounter monsters is of no concern to me. Furthermore, please do not misconstrue my intentions. It is not my desire to expel you, but since you have acknowledged that this villa is not yours, should you not vacate it immediately? Little girl, listen to the words you speak. Is this the language of a rational being? You are asking us to leave, which is tantamount to sending us to our doom. Upon hearing Su Chongxi's intent to expel them, the elderly lady immediately bristled with indignation. Su Chongxi remained silent, and the old woman grasped the small boy, exclaiming, "Look at my grandson. He is but a child. Can you truly bear to send him out to face the zombies? Nay, I refuse to leave. There is an abundance of food here, and I am yet to fill my belly. Indeed, my dear grandson, listen to you. We shall not leave. I refuse to believe that a mere girl can dictate our fate." "Hey, you claim to be the owner of this place? How fortuitous. You must know where to find more food. Hurry and show me, for I am hungry." The little boy waved his chubby hand dismissively at Su Chongxi, treating her as though she were his servant. "You have one final chance. Now, leave immediately." Su Chongxi issued her ultimatum. The elderly lady, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, "You insolent child, do you think you can threaten me? I shall remain here. I care not whether you are the rightful owner, for we entered this place first, and it belongs to us. Is that so? You refuse to depart? It appears you have taken quite a liking to my villa. Since you wish to stay, why not do so forever?" With that, a wicked smile crept across her face, and with a swift motion of her hand, the knife fell, leaving the elderly lady sprawled in a pool of blood. "Help! Murder! Murder!" The remaining individuals scattered like frightened birds, each one fleeing from the scene. Chapter 20. Expulsion before long. All the occupants of the betrayal of a past life and the death of her parents are memories she cannot and will not forget. Heaven has granted her a chance to start anew, and she must not live this life as she did the last. Timid and ineffectual in this apocalyptic world, she is determined to carve out a remarkable existence. Memories of her previous life flood her mind in that life. As the apocalypse began, she returned to the Liu family villa out of concern for them, and together they fled to City B. Along the way, she awakened her extraordinary abilities, ensuring their safe arrival at the B City base. This time, however, she did not have the opportunity to seek them out, yet she is confident their destination remains unchanged. Although she is no longer there to protect them, the Liu family, being the wealthiest in L City, will surely have military escorts to ensure their safe passage to City B, albeit with hardships along the way. Chapter 22. The eerie town having made her decision, Su Chongxi is not one to dawdle. She promptly sets off for City B. Perusing the map, she recalls that in her previous life, the Liu family prioritized safety, opting for a longer but seemingly secure route. This time, however, Su Chongxi resolves to take a shortcut. She maps out a course that will take her through 4 provinces: City Z, City C, City Y, and City S. After planning her journey, She gathers all the items within the villa into her spatial storage, almost as if intending to transport the entire villa within. After a final check of her backpack, Su Chongxi exits the villa and enters the Land Rover parked at the entrance. Upon opening the car door, she notices a large suitcase in the back seat. For a moment, Su Chongxi is silent, then drags the suitcase down, opening it to reveal it filled to the brim with medicine. Quietly, she tosses both the medicine and the suitcase into her spatial storage before getting back into the car and setting off. At midday, she parks in a cleared area and retrieves a pack of compressed biscuits and a box of yogurt from her spatial storage, consuming them before continuing her journey. As dusk approaches, she recalls seeing a small town on the map not far ahead, suitable for an overnight stay. Sure enough, after walking approximately 7 kilometers, she arrives at a quaint little town. Finding a secluded spot, she stores the car in her spatial dimension and ventures into the town. Upon entering, Su Chongxi senses an odd atmosphere, yet after surveying her surroundings, she detects nothing amiss. She begins knocking on doors, seeking a place to spend the night, but receives no responses. Finally, she reaches the last house and knocks, waiting in silence. Just as she is about to give up, a crisp voice calls from within. Is there a monster outside? The voice, soft and childlike, attempts to sound imposing, which amuses Su Chongxi. Feigning a chilling tone, she replies, "Yes, I am the monster. Let me in quickly." After a brief silence, footsteps shuffle towards the door. With a creak, it opens, revealing a boy of about 8 or 9 years, reaching only to Su Chongxi's waist. He is an adorable little dumpling, captivating enough to command her gaze. His delicate and aloof features are striking, with a handsome face framed by long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. His fair skin glimmers subtly, and his deep brown eyes shimmer with an array of colors, reflecting both innocence and a rare rebellious spirit. This little being stands there, his large, bright eyes fixed on her, nearly melting her heart. Though Su Chongxi maintains an exterior of calm, internally she thinks, "Oh my, what should I do? He is so cute." Chapter 23. Shin Xingchen. For a moment, the atmosphere hangs thick with silence, the sound of a pin drop audible. Their eyes lock in a silent standoff until Su Chongxi finally concedes. She crouches down, gently ruffling the boy's hair, and softly asks, "Little dumpling, are you alone? Where are your parents? Aren't they home?" The boy furrows his brow, swatting away her hand and muttering, "I have a name, not little dumpling, Dado? What is your name then?" The boy turns to go inside. Ignoring her question, Su Chongxi squints her enchanting eyes, resembling a sprite of the night. As a playful smile curves her lips, she follows him into the house. Inside, she observes the space, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Her gaze returns to the boy, who suddenly produces a piece of bread from somewhere and begins tearing it apart to eat. His manner is so graceful, his cheeks puffed like a charming little hamster, inciting an irresistible urge to squeeze him. His long lashes flutter like butterfly wings, framing eyes as clear as morning dew beneath a delicate nose and rosy lips. His cheeks shine like ripe apples in September, and his ears, flawless in their symmetry, resemble finely crafted art. Sitting cross-legged in the corner, he resembles a lotus boy beneath the gaze of Guanyin. Adorably beautiful, an inexplicable warmth washes over Su Chongxi upon first seeing him, not repulsion, nor impatience, but an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Unlike her previous encounter with the boy she had dismissed from the villa, this little dumpling draws her closer. She muses that if her parents had not perished in that tragic accident, her younger brother would have been born and would likely be about this boy's age now, sweet and endearing, calling her sister. Snapping back to reality, she retrieves a bottle of milk from her backpack, shaking it enticingly as she gently coaxes, "Little dumpling, what is your name? Tell me, and I'll give you this milk. Aren't you feeling choked just eating bread?" The boy lifts his head, scrutinizing her until he is sure of her intentions, then quietly responds, "Shin Xingchen. Shin Xingchen? What a beautiful name," Su Chongxi repeats, smiling. The boy offers her a proud glance, as if to say, "Of course it is. How about your parents? Why are you here all alone? What about the other townsfolk?" The boy rolls his eyes in exasperation. "How would I know?" Before Su Chongxi can inquire further, he continues, "I'm not from here, so I don't know anything about this place. Then where are you from? S City. S City? That S quite far from here. How did you end up here alone? Did your family really let you wander off by yourself? Pausing, Su Chongxi feigns a realization. Oh, I see. You must have snuck out. The boy, flustered, retorts, that is not true. Don't say nonsense. Oh? Well, it's true that you came out alone, but it wasn't he sneaky. You left a note at home. Exactly. I only just left. And then Han Gij found me. Wait. If you were caught by Han Gij, why didn't he send you back? No. I meant to find Han Gij. When he caught me, I insisted I wouldn't go back. I just wanted to follow him. Then he was so irritated by your insistence that he agreed to take you along. That's not it. Han Gij wouldn't he find me annoying. They have a mission to attend to. And they were in a hurry. So, to save time, they took me along. But why are you here all alone now? Accompanied by Han Gij and his companions, I set out on a mission. Along the way, we encountered an extraordinarily peculiar zombie, one that starkly contrasted with those we had previously encountered. This particular creature exhibited remarkable agility, unlike the sluggish movements characteristic of other zombies. Despite their valiant efforts, Han Gij and the others were unable to overpower this formidable adversary, leading us to disperse. I found myself taking refuge in this quaint little town. More formidable than the other zombies? Swift in its movements? Could it possibly be a level 2 zombie? Su Chongxi pondered. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were predominantly of the first level, characterized by their sluggishness and lack of intellect, driven solely by instinct to consume human blood and flesh. However, as time progressed, zombies began to evolve. Level 2 zombies exhibit enhanced physical attributes, whether it be remarkable speed or immense strength. Level 3 zombies possess 2 such enhancements, while those above level 3 manifest abilities akin to the 5 elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, reminiscent of the elemental abilities awakened within humanity. Higher-level zombies gradually develop intelligence. Aside from the devouring-type zombies, which grow stronger by consuming their own kind, other zombies must feed on the blood and flesh of those with supernatural abilities in order to ascend. The specific capabilities of devouring-type zombies are a topic for another time. Yet, the heavens are just. If zombies can ascend, so too can those with extraordinary powers. Supernatural beings can cultivate their abilities, though this requires an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Otherwise, progress is painfully slow. Moreover, there exists an alternative method. Level 2 and above zombies begin to form diamond-shaped crystal cores within their brains, a phenomenon referred to in my past life as crystal cores. These cores are of various colors, each corresponding to different supernatural abilities, allowing practitioners to absorb energy from the cores according to their own attributes. Once their absorption reaches saturation, they can upgrade their abilities. Chapter 25. Mental abilities. Thus, as supernatural beings acquire the means to contend with them, the progression of zombies slows. In my previous life, the highest level of zombie I was aware of was a level 9 zombie with dual attributes of wood and fire. A soft gurgle shattered the silence of the room. Shen Xingchen blinked innocently, directing his gaze towards Su Chongxi's abdomen, and with a sweet tone, inquired, "Sister, are you hungry?" Before Su Chongxi could respond, Shen Xingchen eagerly continued, "Sister, you needn't feel embarrassed to admit it. I have a bag of bread here. Here, take it." As he spoke, Shen Xingchen retrieved an unopened bag of bread from beneath the bed and presented it to Su Chongxi. Amused yet touched, Su Chongxi accepted the bag. Upon tearing open the packaging and sampling a small piece, she was pleasantly surprised by the taste. The sun had long since hidden away, and the moon had yet to make its appearance. The night enveloped the world, unfurling like an immense curtain, shrouding the landscape in tranquility. On this midsummer night, the azure sky appeared punctured by countless pinpricks of light, casting a translucent glow. The heavens sparkled with stars, resembling a cascade of fine sand strewn across the celestial expanse. The earth lay in slumber, with only the gentle whispers of the breeze breaking the serene silence. The streets were desolate and quiet. The entire town enveloped in an atmosphere of stillness. Clearly, a single bag of bread was insufficient to satiate Su Chongxi's hunger, prompting her to retrieve a bottle of waha and 2 packets of compressed biscuits from her backpack. She shared the waha and biscuits with Shen Xingchen, who accepted them without hesitation, perhaps spurred by an inner voice urging him to trust the person before him. Despite her initially cold demeanor, he felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from her presence. After satisfying their hunger, Su Chongxi approached the bed, intending to tidy up the bedding. Just as she was about to call Shan Xingchen to sleep, a sudden wave of danger surged into her mind. Instinctively alert, she pushed the door open and scanned her surroundings with a vigilant gaze, yet found nothing amiss. It was then that she remembered she had left the little dumpling alone in the room. Hastily, she turned around, colliding with a soft object and nearly losing her balance. Steadying herself and focusing her gaze, she realized it was the little dumpling. It seemed the little one had been quietly observing her before following her out in her moment of haste. Su Chongxi bent down to gently rub the dumpling's reddened forehead, about to speak when the little one interrupted her. "Sister, the very powerful zombie is coming." Su Chongxi paused, scrutinizing the little dumpling intently, causing Shan Xingchen to feel a chill run down his spine. She then asked, "Little dumpling, how do you know the zombie is approaching?" Shan Xingchen hesitated before responding, "I just feel it." After speaking, he anxiously glanced at Su Chongxi, fearing she might dismiss his words as absurd. Yet, a realization struck Su Chongxi. Could this little dumpling possess mental abilities? Chapter 26. Confronting the Level 2 zombie to confirm her suspicions, Su Chongxi spoke earnestly once more. "You say a zombie is pursuing us. Can you sense where it is now?" Shan Xingchen shook his head. "I don't know. However, I can feel it moving toward us. If it gets close enough, I'll be able to see it." "What constitutes close enough?" Roughly the distance from here to the town gate. If that zombie reaches the gate, I will be able to spot it." Having received the answer she sought, Su Chongxi patted Shan Xingchen on the shoulder and posed one final question. "Sister is curious. When did you realize you could see zombies?" It was probably after I separated from Han Gij. Along the way, sometimes I could sense the zombies. A little child with no combat power. I had to find places to hide from them." Su Chongxi regarded him with admiration and then solemnly cautioned, "Little dumpling, you must not let others know about this ability." Though Shan Xingchen didn't fully understand, he sensed the sincerity in Su Chongxi's words, prompting him to nod in agreement. Seeing him acquiesce, Su Chongxi returned to her room and retrieved her backpack. "If that zombie arrives, you must inform me immediately and then return inside. Remember to close the door tightly." Approximately 15 minutes later, Shan Xingchen gently tugged at Su Chongxi's sleeve and whispered, "It's coming." Instantly alert, Su Chongxi instructed, "Quickly head back inside." As she began to move toward the town entrance, Shan Xingchen released his grip on her sleeve, adopting a serious expression. "Be careful." Su Chongxi acknowledged him with a curt nod. As she approached the town entrance, she spotted the zombie from a distance. The aura of a supernatural being was like a feast for these high-level zombies, and upon sensing Su Chongxi's presence, the creature became exuberant. In an instant, the zombie materialized before her. Mere inches away, it reached out, attempting to claw at her face. Fortunately, Su Chongxi reacted swiftly, ducking down and drawing a dagger from her waist to stab at the zombie. The creature was struck, yet it showed no signs of relinquishing its desire for the delectable prey before it. After a brief pause, it lunged at Su Chongxi once more. Unfazed, she adeptly rolled to the side. A QSG-92 pistol had mysteriously appeared in her hand, and she swiftly adjusted her stance, preparing to fire. With a click, she disengaged the safety, chambered a round, and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing the zombie's skull and creating a large cavity. Unbeknownst to Su Chongxi, amidst the echo of the gunfire, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness. Confirming the zombie's demise, Su Chongxi rushed to its side, raising her dagger high to plunge into the back of its skull. After rummaging within its head, she finally encountered a solid object. Chapter 27. The zombie rat swarm. A surge of joy filled Su Chongxi as she extracted the crystal core with her dagger, swiftly sidestepping to avoid the gruesome splatter of brain matter. With a thud, the crystal core hit the ground. Su Chongxi picked it up. It was a translucent white crystal, immaculate and cleared in her previous life. She had often wondered why such a grotesque and terrifying creature as a zombie would harbor something so pure and beautiful within its head. It was only in her final moments that she comprehended. Every entity must have its origins. Flesh decays to give rise to worms. Fish wither to breed are otit, as it is stated in the text on the encouragement of learning. The roots of the orchid and the locust tree are meant for the aster. The gradual encroachment of filth is to be avoided by the gentleman, while the commoners do not adorn themselves with it. Its essence is not devoid of beauty. Rather, it is the contamination that renders it so. The fragrant aster is inherently beautiful, yet it is shunned by the refined, and even the ordinary do not wear it, for it has been sullied by refuse. Its nature is not unlovely, it is merely tainted. Conversely, one need not doubt the existence of the crystalline core. Perhaps, in the apocalyptic era, the most terrifying threat is not the zombies, but the human heart itself. As Su Chongxi picked up the crystalline core. She did not hastily absorb it. Instead, she cast it directly into her spatial realm. Normally, absorbing the energy contained within a crystalline core is a straightforward task, but Su Chongxi had been cultivating her abilities independently, and her internal energy had reached saturation. Absorbing this core could elevate her to the second or even third level. However, utilizing the core for advancement necessitated a secure environment or the presence of a guardian. This was due to the fact that the energy within the core not only aids the enhancer but also harbors infectious viruses. Such viruses are ineliminable. Indeed, in her previous life, no one had discovered a means to eradicate them. Fortunately, when enhancers absorb the core, they automatically filter out these viruses. Yet, during the process of upgrading with the core, the energy accumulated within the enhancer bursts forth in an instant, generating a magnetic field that collides with the energy contained in the crystalline core. Thereby amplifying the infectious virus, a moment's carelessness could lead to its absorption. Once inhaled, the virus could render one's abilities null and void, or in severe cases, transform them into a zombie, mutating at a rate swifter than that of typical zombie bites. It was evident that this small town was not a suitable location for absorbing a crystalline core. After a brief tidying up of the scene, Su Chongxi returned to the house, and no sooner had she entered than her thigh was embraced. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the little glutinous rice ball clinging to her leg. Amused yet exasperated, Su Chongxi remarked, "I've returned. So why won't you let go? Did you get hurt?" "No, I'm fine. I've already dealt with that zombie, so we can sleep soundly now." Taking little Shin Xingqian's small hand, Su Chongxi led him toward the bed. At the stroke of midnight, Su Chongxi suddenly felt a pair of small hands push against her. "Sister. Wake up, sister." Blinking awake, she sat up, intending to inquire what was amiss with the little glutinous rice ball, only to hear a rustling noise from outside. In an instant, Su Chongxi was fully alert. Zombie mice. The sound indicated there was more than one. It was likely a horde of them. Moreover, it was apparent that the area had already been surrounded by the swarm. Chapter 28. Level 3 Ability. Even Su Chongxi felt a twinge of panic, while Shan Xingqian's face turned pale with fright. "Sister, outside, outside." For a fleeting moment, Su Chongxi was momentarily disoriented, but she quickly compelled herself to regain her composure and reassured Shan Xingqian. "Fear not." "Little rice ball." Shan Xingqian swallowed nervously and stammered. I'm not afraid, but what kind of monster is outside?" "It looks even scarier than zombies." With a grave expression, Su Chongxi replied, "It's the zombie mice. After the apocalypse, humans undergo mutations. The fortunate outcome is becoming an enhancer, awakening their abilities. There are numerous types of abilities, much like how little rice balls can sense zombies and even see them. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely a psychic ability. However, the unfortunate result is turning into a zombie. Yet, not only humans undergo mutations, plants and animals do as well, resulting in both positive and negative transformations. Just like those zombie mice outside, they are a dire consequence of mutation. Then, what should we do now?" Shan Xingqian inquired again. One zombie mouse is not particularly frightening, but now a horde surrounds them. Waiting for the Rat King's arrival, Su Chongxi pondered this in her mind. In this predicament, we cannot sit idly by while the swarm surrounds us. It will be challenging to break free. Suddenly, Su Chongxi recalled the white crystalline core she had just stored in her spatial realm. After careful deliberation, she made a cautious decision. With a thought, she pretended to retrieve the core from her backpack. Shan Xingqian, seeing the sparkling crystal in Su Chongxi's hand, curiously asked, "Is that a crystal?" It's so beautiful, its a core, from the brains of zombies. Shin Xingqian was still full of questions, but now was not the time for further inquiries. Su Chongxi approached the door, raised her arm, and gradually released her ice-based ability. She continued until she sensed her energy was nearly depleted before withdrawing. She layered the door with thick ice and then led Shin Xingqian to the innermost corner of the room. Pulling out a bottle of opened mineral water from her bag, she gulped down several mouthfuls, feeling her energy gradually replenish. Indeed, what she drank was well water from her spatial realm. Once her energy was fully restored, Su Chongxi gave Shin Xingqian a few instructions before commencing to meditate and absorb the crystalline core. Time was of the essence. She needed to advance her abilities before the Rat King arrived. As time trickled by, it felt as though mere minutes had passed, yet also as if a century had elapsed. Su Chongxi felt a chilling sensation enveloping her, as if she were standing on an icy plain, surrounded by a vast expanse of silver, the cold piercing and devoid of escape. Meanwhile, outside, the rat swarm began to stir, signaling the arrival of the Rat King. Upon receiving the king's command, the horde began to batter the door. With each violent impact, the ice layer on the door began to crack and fall away. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, the door was breached. The swarm, however, did not rush in immediately. A small zombie mouse was the first to squeeze through, its claws poised to strike Shin Xingqian's face. Terrified, he tightly shut his eyes, only daring to open them after a moment. Before him lay the zombie mouse, collapsing with a thud, a shard of ice protruding from its abdomen. It was Su Chongxi. In that critical moment, she had finally advanced. Level 3 ability. Author's note. Today marks the official signing. I have long wished to write my own novel but hesitated to begin until now. When I finally started my first work, that I hope readers will provide their feedback, and I am open to any rational criticism, which I will endeavor to address appropriately. Ultimately, I wish to bring forth a worthy piece of literature. Chapter 29. The Mutated White Tiger. Upon seeing Su Chongxi awaken, Shin Xingqian leapt forward, clinging to her leg. Before he could utter a word, he felt a chill around his neck, followed by a rush of metallic scent. Startled, he looked up to find a crimson stain at the corner of Su Chongxi's mouth. Alarmed, he released his grip, wiped his neck, and upon inspection, realized it was blood. Concern etched across his face, he asked, "Sister Su, what happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, no need to worry," Su Chongxi replied nonchalantly. In truth, Su Chongxi felt far from well. The risks associated with absorbing the crystalline core for advancement were already considerable, especially in their current perilous situation. Throughout the absorption process, she had not fully shielded herself from the outside world, particularly with the zombie mice lurking nearby and the presence of Little Rice Ball. How could she truly let her guard down? Because of this, she could not completely calm her mind. When the zombie mice began to batter the door, she became momentarily distracted, nearly falling into a state of chaos. Fortunately, she managed to regain focus, immersing herself in the absorption process, thus avoiding any catastrophic errors. However, at a crucial moment during her advancement, Su Chongxi felt a jolt in her heart. She sensed that Little Rice Ball was in danger. It was a strange sensation. She knew she was at a pivotal juncture and could not afford to be distracted. Yet her body did not heed her mind's command and abruptly halted the absorption. Opening her eyes, she witnessed Shin Xingqian being attacked, and without a second thought, she unleashed her ability to rescue him. However, forcibly terminating the absorption had resulted in a backlash. With no time to recuperate, she unleashed her ability, and since it was a level 3 attack, the backlash was even more severe. Su Chongxi now felt as if her internal organs were freezing. Her blood flow slowed dramatically. Were she to examine her body, she would find her veins frozen, blood flow stunted, and a mist of ice enveloping her. Given her current condition, Su Chongxi was ill-suited for combat. She could not exert her abilities further and needed to recuperate. However, the zombie mice continued to batter the door, and with the entrance too small for others to enter, they had to widen the opening. As the wall threatened to collapse, Su Chongxi was compelled to firmly declare, "Stay put and don't move." Then, she sprinted towards the door. Su Chongxi, undeterred in her speed, adeptly picked up the large machete that she had carelessly tossed beside the bed, swinging it at the zombie rat that blocked her path. The creature fell to the ground, and Su Chengxi stepped over its lifeless body to step outside. Faced with a horde of zombie rats, she fought through the pain of backlash while searching for the position of the Rat King. At last, she spotted it behind the throng of rats. Seizing the moment, Su Chengxi maneuvered through the gaps of the encircling rats and fought her way to the Rat King. She leapt high and brought her blade down upon its head. The Rat King did not perish, and without giving it a moment to react, Su Chengxi swiftly retrieved a Japanese dagger from her spatial pocket and thrust it into its heart. With a thunderous crash, the Rat King finally collapsed, yet she was oblivious to the zombie rat creeping up behind her. Turning around, she was met with the sight of a claw mere inches from her face. Momentarily dazed, her instinct was to evade, but her powers had been severely depleted, leaving her utterly exhausted. As she succumbed to unconsciousness, she heard a commanding roar echo through the AI in her haze. She pondered. Why did that sound so much like a tiger's roar? Chapter 30. Intermediate abilities. After Su Chengxi fainted, a majestic white tiger suddenly appeared. With the death of the zombie Rat King, the once chaotic horde of zombie rats was left leaderless. Now, the emergence of a mutated white tiger only added to their disarray. The horde of zombie rats scattered in all directions. After dispersing the rats, the mutated white tiger elegantly approached Su Chengxi, circling her once before decisively sitting down beside her. Consequently, Shen Xingqian, unable to quell his concern for Su Chengxi, felt compelled to step outside. What he witnessed was a remarkable scene. The ground was strewn with the corpses of zombie rats, and Su Chengxi lay beside one of them, while a gigantic white tiger sat beside her, delicately grooming itself. Perhaps due to Shen Xingqian's intense gaze, the mutated white tiger rolled its eyes in his direction before nudging Su Chengxi with its head. Strangely, Shen Xingqian seemed to understand its intent. He slowly approached, mustering all his strength to help Su Chengxi up, and the mutated white tiger immediately leaned in closer. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xingqian placed her atop the white tiger's back. The majestic creature, bearing Su Chengxi, strode gracefully back into the house, with Shen Xingqian closely trailing behind. Together, they gently laid Su Chengxi onto the bed. Su Chengxi murmured in her delirium, "So cold, so cold." Hearing her incessant cries of coldness, Shen Xingqian became frantic. The white tiger, however, paid no heed to Shen Xingqian's distress. It leapt onto the bed and lay closely beside Su Chengxi, its massive form providing warmth against her. Uncertain moments passed, and eventually, Su Chengxi stirred awake. With a soft sound, she opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by a fuzzy sight. Shaking her still dazed head, she pressed her forehead and sat up, her vision gradually clarifying. It was then that she realized the enormous creature beside her was indeed a mutated white tiger. Seeing the tiger did not astonish Su Chengxi. After all, she had heard the tiger's roar before losing consciousness. But she had assumed it was merely a hallucination. Moving her body, she discovered it felt rigid, and any slight movement sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through her limbs. A muffled groan escaped her lips, prompting Shen Xingqian to rush over with concern. "Sister Su, how are you?" Su Chengxi shook her head and gestured for water. Without hesitation, Shen Xingqian retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. She gulped down the water, and upon finishing, noticed a white crystal nucleus appearing before her. Confused, she followed the claw that held the nucleus to the adjacent white tiger and softly inquired, "Is this for me, from the zombie Rat King?" The tiger nodded in a remarkably human-like manner and gently placed the crystal nucleus in Su Chengxi's hand. She accepted it without hesitation, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you," but did not rush to absorb the nucleus. After a few minutes, aided by the spatial well's water, Su Chengxi regained some strength and her complexion visibly improved. Only then did she begin to absorb the crystal nucleus. This absorption process went smoothly, and in no time, she had completed it. Su Chengxi opened her eyes, feeling the surge of energy within her. A smile crept across her lips. To her surprise, she had just advanced to the 4th level of abilities, having swiftly moved from an intermediate to an advanced ability user. Ability users are categorized into 3 tiers. Chapter 31. Naming by She: beginner ability users, intermediate ability users, and advanced ability users. The 1st to 3rd tier users are classified as beginner ability users. The 4th to 7th tier users are recognized as intermediate ability users, while those above the 7th tier are collectively referred to as advanced ability users. In her past life, Su Chengxi had endured the apocalypse for 10 years, only barely breaking through to the 7th tier and becoming an advanced ability user just before her demise. The renowned figures of the past, known as Nan Yinbei Han, Dong He Shibai, referred to 4 advanced ability users whose exact levels remain unknown, but it is certain that each one was formidable. Now, merely half a month into the onset of the apocalypse, Su Chengxi had already reached the 4th tier, a rate of advancement that could only be described as astonishing. With the horde of zombie rats dispersed, the immediate crisis had passed, leaving the small town safe. Thus, Su Chengxi, Shen Xingqian, and the White Tiger took 2 days to recuperate in this haven. During this time, she discreetly gathered some supplies while Shen Xingqian was distracted. On the 3rd day, as dawn broke, Su Chengxi rose early. Observing Shen Xingqian still deep in slumber beside her, she felt a flicker of inner conflict and hesitation. She could not comprehend why she felt such an inexplicable bond with this little one. Devoid of any sense of wariness, it was as if, despite the risk of backlash, she was compelled to save him. A voice within her consistently urged, "You must treat him well, or you will regret it." Yet, she was reluctant to be swayed by this voice. She was uncertain about what she might regret, but she had vowed upon her rebirth to trust no one easily. Previously, she had granted Lin Mui a chance, driven by impatience from his incessant chatter, but also because she perceived purity and sincerity in his gaze, reminiscent of her former self. Ultimately, Lin Mui did not cherish the opportunity she had bestowed upon him. However, now, gazing at this little one, Su Chengxi found herself hesitating for the first time. Were he akin to the chubby child from the villa, even with her inexplicable fondness, she would have unhesitatingly abandoned him. Yet, despite his slightly aloof demeanor, this little one was undeniably endearing. Su Chengxi truly felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, bringing him along would not be of much assistance. Although the little one had awakened his psychic abilities, to Su Chengxi, it would only present a complication. Psychic abilities were exceedingly precious, and she feared she might not be able to protect him adequately. After a final glance at the White Tiger sleeping in the corner, Su Chengxi resolved to turn away. However, she failed to notice the blanket on the bed shifting slightly, as the White Tiger in the shadows lifted its head. As she journeyed on, moving cautiously, slaying zombies, honing her abilities, and collecting supplies, Su Chengxi's pace had noticeably slowed. On this day, while engaged in combat against a zombie, a creature lunged at her from her right side. Before she could react, a dark shadow zipped past, sending the zombie flying with tremendous force. Upon closer inspection, it was the enormous mutated White Tiger, with a small figure perched upon its back. None other than Shen Xingqian, the little rice dumpling. After dispatching the zombie, Su Chengxi approached, met by Shen Xingqian's eager gaze. She crouched down to meet the tiger's eyes and asked, "Have you been following me all along?" The tiger nodded its massive head affirmatively. "Why? Do you wish to accompany me?" Su Chengxi mused aloud. The tiger nodded again. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, "Very well, then you may accompany me." Then, adding, "Since you are following me, I shall give you a name. Let's call you by she." Chapter 32. Z City Base. Shen Xingqian sat atop the back of the mutated White Tiger, feeling rather disheartened as he watched Su Chengxi engage in lively conversation with the tiger, completely ignoring him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he interrupted, I'm sorry." Sister Su hearing this, Su Chengxi turned to him with curiosity, asking, "Why are you apologizing?" "Because, whether facing zombies or zombie rats, I haven't been able to help at all, and I've only caused you to get hurt. But I will work hard to train my psychic abilities so that I can assist you in the future. Can you please not leave me behind?" "Do you think that is the reason I didn't take you with me?" Su Chengxi inquired, her tone assertive despite the question. Shen Xingqian remained silent, but his large, glistening eyes remained fixed on her, as if to say, "Is it not?" Looking at the little rice dumpling before her, Su Chengxi let out a soft sigh and ruffled Shen Xingqian's hair. "You don't need to help me. Just take care of yourself." Upon hearing this, Shen Xingqian's eyes sparkled with delight. his hands momentarily forgotten atop his head, and he exclaimed, "So, does that mean I can stay with you?" "Yes, I want to leave you behind." Upon receiving a definitive answer from Su Chongxi, Shin Xingqian erupted into joyous cheers. "By the way, why have you both been following me all along?" "Well, actually, I had already awakened before you left that day." Sister Su, by she, had also awoken. "Therefore, we have been trailing behind you ever since." Yu Chengxi nodded in understanding. Shin Xingqian then inquired, "Sister Su, where are you headed?" "To B City. I will pass through S City and escort you home." "Oh." After a moment, Su Chongxi stood up and looked at Shin Xingqian, asking, "Have you rested well? If so, let us set off." "All right, let's go." Shin Xingqian eagerly nodded. Bai Shi also let out a soft yelp, nodding in agreement. As the waning moon concealed the clouds, dusk had already painted the horizon. Yu Chongxi, accompanied by Shin Xingqian and Bai Shi, ambled along, finally arriving in Z City before nightfall. Before entering Z City, Su Chongxi discreetly separated Shin Xingqian and asked Bai Shi, "In your current state, it is impossible for you to enter. Can you shrink in size?" Bai Shi shook his large head. After contemplating for a moment, Su Chongxi decisively stored Bai Shi in her space. Animals, unlike humans, do not pose a threat to Su Chongxi even if they discover the secret of her space. Upon returning, Shin Xingqian noticed Bai Shi was missing and inquired, "Where's Bai Shi?" "He has left." "What?" Shin Xingqian exclaimed in disbelief. In his current form, he cannot enter the Z City base. He will wait for us outside. With this explanation, Shin Xingqian finally understood. Yu Chengxi took Shan Xingqian's hand and approached the base's entrance. Z City sprawled expansively, with towering buildings rising majestically, creating an array of architectural styles. The grand structures, rectangular, cylindrical, and triangular, stood in harmonious disarray, forming various geometric silhouettes against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. After the base was established, the city gate was fortified with a saddle wall, crowned by a clock tower, while a sign for the Z City base gleamed in the sunlight. 18 tall, robust granite pillars supported the eaves, exuding an air of grandeur. Chapter 33. Entering the base, Su Chongxi observed that the city gate was surrounded by a series of fences, with only a narrow passageway on the right, guarded by troops on either side. She led Shan Xingqian to the registration desk. The registrar, a delicate-looking young man dressed in tattered clothes, appeared to be in his early 20s. Before the apocalypse, he was a typical introvert, and in his social circle, he had never encountered such a beautiful girl. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, most people were too preoccupied with avoiding zombies to care about their appearance. However, despite having fought off zombies along the way, Su Chongxi, endowed with water-based abilities, could easily cleanse herself, making her look even more radiant than before the apocalypse. Approaching the handsome young man, Su Chongxi softly greeted him. "Hello. We are here to register." The close proximity of her beauty struck him like a bolt, and his face flushed crimson. Stammering, he responded, "Why yes, this is the registration form. You just need to fill it out." He handed her a form. Upon reviewing it, Su Chongxi noted the simplicity of the information required: name, gender, age, identification number, and a section to optionally indicate any special abilities. Yu Chengxi mused. Special abilities? Could it refer to supernatural powers? She extended her slender finger to the corresponding section and asked, "What does special abilities mean?" The young man eagerly clarified, "It's akin to what is described in apocalypse novels. Do you possess any extraordinary powers, like controlling ice or summoning ice spikes?" Upon hearing Su Chengxi's reply, his eyes sparkled with interest. "Yes, of course that counts. Once you complete the form, I will escort you into the base." He did not inquire whether Shin Xingqian had any abilities, assuming that as a child, she could not possibly possess any. After filling out the form, the young man prepared to lead them inside. Shin Xingqian pointed to others still waiting in line and asked, "Don't we need to wait our turn?" Normally, there would indeed be a queue, and food supplies would need to be surrendered. However, that rule applied only to ordinary individuals. Since this young lady can manipulate ice, she certainly does not need to wait in line or submit provisions. The base will provide food for those with special abilities free of charge. Shan Xingqian nodded, indicating her understanding. The journey continued in silence. The young man guided them to a residential area. Shin Xingqian tugged at Su Chongxi's sleeve and asked, Sister Su, are we going to live here? Before Su Chongxi could respond, the young man interjected, yes, this is Area B, designated specifically for you. Area B? So, there is also an Area A? Xin Xingchen immediately connected the dots. Area A consists of villas, inhabited by prominent figures authorized by the base. If you were alone, I might have been able to assist you in applying for a shared accommodation in Area A. But since you are accompanied by a family member who is an ordinary person, that complicates matters. Unless, of course, you can provide some resources for the base, but the quantity required is substantial. Moreover, considering you have a child, it would be more beneficial for you to have your own space in Area B than to share a villa in Area A. Chapter 34. The neighbor's Su Chongxi nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. Though her space contained ample resources, it was not convenient to access them at the moment. Additionally, her desire for a villa stemmed from the wish for privacy. If sharing was necessary, it would be unwise to waste resources. After hearing the young man's words, Xin Xingchen ceased her inquiries. Noting that neither of them had further objections, the young man produced a set of keys and handed them to Su Chongxi. Building 3. Unit 6, Apartment 501. Here are the keys. My name is Zhang Jie. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Su Chongxi, offering no verbal response, simply accepted the keys. Zhang Jie scratched his head and said, "You may enter now. I have other matters to attend to." Before he could finish, Su Chongxi had already turned to lead Xin Xingchen into the community. Following the door number provided by Zhang Jie, they arrived at Building 3, Unit 6. As they entered the stairwell, Xin Xingchen suddenly collided with someone from behind, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Su Chongxi reacted swiftly, catching Xin Xingchen just in time. Before they could voice their concerns, a furious voice erupted from behind them. "Who dares to bump into me?" Turning around, they found a middle-aged woman in her 30s glaring at them. Upon seeing them turn, the woman growled, "Oh, you two dare to bump into me? Are you blind? When I come back, you don't even know to make way for me? Who has got eyes in the back of their head?" Xin Xingchen muttered under her breath, loud enough for the woman to hear. How rude. She could at least apologize. "Oh, you little brat dare to retort me?" the woman exclaimed, reaching out as if to twist Xin Xingchen's ear. Su Chongxi swiftly intercepted the woman's hand, delivering a forceful strike that caused it to swell and redden instantly. Xin Xingchen, now irate, pushed the woman, causing her to stumble and fall. "Humph! Trying to make me fall while you yourself are so clumsy." Su Chongxi had no intention of prolonging the confrontation, grabbing Xin Xingchen's hand and ascending the stairs. The woman, recovering her footing, chased after them as they neared the door of Apartment 501. Su Chongxi fished out the keys, inserted them into the lock, and turned them with a click. The door swung open. Just then, the irate woman shouted from the stairwell, "Oh, so you're the new arrivals living right across from me? What a coincidence today. I must teach you a lesson." As she lunged forward to grab Su Chongxi's hair, a deep voice resonated from the open door. "Stop it, Sun Ling." The woman halted and turned to face a man standing in the doorway, her husband, who looked displeased. "Why are you out here? I want to teach this woman a lesson. Don't stop me." The man, with deep-set skin, thick lips, and prominent features, appeared earnest and straightforward. He impatiently replied, "She's new. What did she do to deserve your wrath? She and that child just bumped into me in the stairwell and made me fall," the woman accused, distorting the truth. Chapter 35. The underground auction. The man finally turned his gaze to Su Chongxi, whom he had been ignoring until now. Upon seeing her, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and he then addressed the woman, "Sun Ling, you are making baseless accusations. Why would a newcomer intentionally bump into you?" The woman caught a glimpse of the astonishment flickering in the man's eyes and immediately placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Well, Li Jiangwen, have you taken a liking to this little vixen? Aiding her with your words? Don't speak nonsense." "What do you mean I'm helping her?" he retorted. "Can you guarantee that what you say is the truth? Do you think I am unaware of your antics? You take advantage of being my wife, Li Jiangwen, and stir up trouble wherever you go." Who said that? Which rascal dares to slander me? One or two may be mere rumors, but what about 3 or 4? The entire floor's residents have come to complain to me. Can it be false? Do you know what they say behind your back? They say you rely on your power. I am embarrassed to even step outside. Su Chongxi quietly observed the quarrel between the couple, finding it exceedingly tedious. With a swift motion, she pulled Shan Xingchen along and with a resounding slam, shut the door. Outside, the woman's voice could still be faintly heard. Throwing a tantrum, "You little vixen! How dare you give me the cold shoulder? Little vixen, come out here." A man's furious shout followed. "Shut up!" Exhausted from battling zombies and leveling up, Su Chongxi paid no mind to the commotion outside. She entered her bedroom and collapsed onto the large bed. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the room was quite effective, and soon only the sound of soft, languorous breathing could be heard. She had fallen asleep. Seeing how quickly Su Chongxi succumbed to slumber, Shen Xingchen settled onto the sofa, delving into the study of his psychic abilities. He resolved to diligently hone his skills, aiming to protect himself and his sister Su. The following morning, Su Chongxi awoke and knocked on Shan Xingchen's door, but received no response. He must still be asleep. "I wonder when this little bundle fell asleep last night," she mused. Choosing not to disturb him further, she headed to the kitchen, fiddling about for some time before ultimately giving up. Ever since the power outage, the household appliances had become useless. "I need to find some time to acquire a couple of generators," she thought. In the end, she resorted to preparing some bread and ham for breakfast. With breakfast ready, she intended to rouse Shan Xingchen. As she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open. Shan Xingchen emerged, clad in the dinosaur pajamas that Su Chongxi had prepared for him, rubbing his sleepy eyes and staggering forth. His cheeks flushed, he lazily opened his eyes, tousled his unkempt hair, stretched, and yawned. Truly, he was utterly adorable. At that moment, a knock at the door jolted Su Chongxi from her reverie. She quickly approached the door and opened it. Standing outside was the handsome young man who had brought them here yesterday. What was his name again? "Ah, yes, Zhang Jie." Zhang Jie sheepishly scratched his head and spoke. "I apologize for disturbing you so early." "It's no trouble, it isn't that early. What brings you here?" Su Chongxi replied nonchalantly. "I came to inform you that there will be an underground auction held this afternoon. Would you like to participate?" An underground auction? She had heard of such events in her past life, but had never had the opportunity to attend, as every invitation was declined by the Liu family without her knowledge. Upon learning this, he had urged her not to go, claiming the place was rife with danger for a girl like her in this life. However, since the opportunity presented itself, she was curious to see what the so-called underground auction entailed. Chapter 36. Zhao Woba hints. Su Chongxi lazily replied, "In that case, let's go and take a look." "Very well, Miss Su. Shall I come to pick you up this afternoon?" Zhang Jie inquired tentatively. "Sure. Is there anything else?" "No, nothing at all with that." The door was shut with a resounding thud in the afternoon. While Su Chongxi and Shen Xingchen were practicing their psychic abilities in their room, they were abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Shen Xingchen was the first to answer. Standing outside was a middle-aged man who greeted, "Hello. I am here as the captain's representative to escort Miss Su to the underground auction." Su Chongxi stepped forward. "Hello, Miss Su. Captain Zhang Jie is busy and cannot come himself, so I have come to escort you to the auction," the man added. "All right, let's go." Saying this, she took Shan Xingchen's hand and briskly exited the room, closing the door behind her. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Su Chongxi observed a myriad of individuals accompanied by their partners, approaching the entrance, presenting their invitations to the attendant for inspection. Only after verification were they permitted entry. Each person's face bore an expression of smug satisfaction, as though this were a high society gathering from before the apocalypse. Securing an invitation was indeed a matter of pride. Su Chongxi regarded the throng of deluded individuals with indifference, finding them both laughable and pitiable. The middle-aged man did not produce any invitation. Instead, he expressionlessly addressed the attendant. "Miss Su is here at the invitation of Captain Zhang Jie." Upon hearing this, the attendant promptly bowed and said, "Ah, so it is a guest of Captain Zhang Jie. Please, do come in." Ignoring the sycophantic demeanor of the attendant and the astonished gazes of others, Su Chongxi confidently led Shan Xingchen forward. Just as they were about to step inside, a casual voice echoed from a distance. "Oh, who is this? So important that you can enter without an invitation." As the words fell, a young man with yellow hair approached, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and dressed in a long black coat that billowed dramatically in the wind. Exuding an air of arrogance, his long, disheveled hair nearly obscured his small eyes, and he wore a deliberately sinister smile. Unfortunately, this smile failed to mask his underlying lewdness. Trailing behind him were a few other delinquents, each with outrageous hairstyles, yellow, purple, green, truly a riot of colors. The middle-aged man instinctively stepped in front of Su Chongxi and Shen Xingchen, his expression stern yet composed. Young Master Zhao, these two are guests of Captain Zhang. Oh, so it is Zhang Jie. When did he become so influential? Does that mean his guests can enter without an invitation? Young Master Zhao, please mind your language, the middle-aged man interjected. Captain Zhang is merely exercising his rights. His rights? What rights does he possess? Who granted him such authority? If that is the case, can I also bring my entourage inside? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the attendant, who looked utterly perplexed. Unsure of how to respond. Young Master Zhao, this authority was granted by the base leader. Please do not create further disturbances. Nonsense. The base leader's authority? I might as well be his son. Miss Su, this young Master Zhao is the son of our base leader. Zhao Woba, Chapter 37. The origin of the name. Noticing the confusion in Shan Xingchen's eyes, the attendant quickly added, let me explain. Miss Su. Shen Xingchen acknowledged with a simple O, while Su Chongxi merely nodded in acknowledgement. The argument between the two parties continued. The middle-aged man spoke again, Young Master Zhao. Although you are the base leader's son, the base leader did not grant you such privileges. Captain Zhang was indeed authorized by the base leader. He was allocated 2 invitations for the auction, which were given to Miss Su. Do you have any further questions? If not, please refrain from making things difficult for this attendant. If you wish to invite your companions to the auction, you may request permission from the base leader. Fine, 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 Zhao Woba repeated thrice, his face contorting into a furious expression akin to an enraged lion, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Su Chongxi, overwhelmed by the incessant noise, could no longer endure it. With a sudden turn, her tone icy yet composed, she interrupted, are you all done? Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Zhao like that? A purple-haired thug behind Zhao Woba chimed in. Eager to gain favor, however, upon catching sight of Su Chongxi's countenance, a deep astonishment flickered in Zhao Woba's eyes. He promptly kicked the purple-haired thug and scolded, get lost. Turning to Su Chongxi with a grin, he said, Miss, you must be Zhang Jie's guest. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Zhang Jie is merely a small captain with no future. Unlike me, do you know who I am? I am Zhao Woba, the son of the base leader. What do you say? Care to leave him and follow me instead? Zhao Woba? Quite the name you've got, Su Chongxi replied with a playful smile. Of course, it's a name my father bestowed upon me. He said I lack wood and water in my 5 elements. The character belongs to the wood element and signifies control or governance. My father declared that this base will one day be mine to govern. As for the character, it belongs to the water element, inspired by my father's favorite poet's line. Looking from the banks of the Ba, one gazes longingly at Chang'an. My father also mentioned that the name was specially calculated by someone who predicted that I would enjoy a life of great wealth and prosperity. Yet, I am indifferent to the notion of great riches. I simply feel this name suits my essence perfectly. Don't you agree? Beautiful? Zhao Woba, believing himself to be quite handsome, flicked his hair with an air of self-satisfaction and exclaimed. Su Chongxi nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. Hearing him repeatedly refer to his father, one can't help but think the name is perfectly fitting. Zhao Woba, call my father. In her past life, she had encountered only one mama's boy. Could it be that this Zhao Woba is the legendary daddy's boy? Su Chongxi pondered silently. Miss Su, we should proceed to the venue promptly. The auction is about to commence. A middle-aged man's voice interrupted Su Chongxi's contemplation. Indeed. Let's go, she replied, leading Shen Xingchen into the auction hall, with the middle-aged man closely following behind. Zhao Woba shouted exuberantly. Hey, beautiful. Wait for me, beautiful, as he rushed to catch up. Chapter 38. The transparent crystal core. Only Zhao Woba's entourage remained, standing in place, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do next. Why don't we wait here for young Master Zhao to come out? Suggested a green-haired lackey, raising his hand. Meanwhile, upon entering the auction hall, The trio was promptly greeted and escorted to the front desk. There, they were met by a single receptionist and an elderly gentleman who appeared to be well into his twilight years. The receptionist began to explain, "You see, dear guests, this auction is not significantly different from those held before the apocalypse. Our items for sale predominantly consist of antiques and jade, as even in the apocalypse, we must respect the value of antiquities. This esteemed elderly gentleman beside me is none other than the renowned appraiser, Master Zhu One. The primary distinction between our auction and those of the past is that this time, we will be trading not in currency, but in resources. May I inquire if you have any items you wish to auction? If not, I shall have someone guide you directly to your seats in the auction hall." Listening to the receptionist's incessant chatter, Su Chengxi found it utterly laughable. They spoke of respecting the value of antiques, yet resorted to trading resources in place of money. People often disguise their stark reality and self-interest with a facade of hollow nobility. Her interest in the auction diminished significantly, however. Observing Shan Xingchen's enthusiastic demeanor, she feigned rummaging through her backpack to produce a jade ruyi, which she had fortuitously acquired during a visit to an antique shop, where she had taken everything in sight. Following Master Zhu's appraisal, this jade ruyi would soon grace the auction stage. As they were ushered into the auction hall, the middle-aged man prepared to take his leave. "Miss Su, my duties here are concluded. There are pressing matters at the base requiring my attention, so I must depart. Why apologies?" Su Chengxi nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she and Shan Xingchen took their seats in the 10th row. After waiting for about 10 minutes, an elderly auctioneer finally ascended the stage. "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all present today for attending this auction. The value of our items is tangible, yet true sentiment is priceless. Even in these dire times, we must." It was evident that this auctioneer was seasoned. With just a few words, he effectively stirred the audience's enthusiasm, though Su Chengxi remained unaffected. "Therefore, I hereby declare the auction officially open. For our first item, allow me to present." The auction proceeded with fervor, yet Su Chengxi remained utterly bored. Even when her jade ruyi was put up for bidding, she paid little attention until a particular item caught her eye. "Next, I am pleased to introduce this item of interest, the origins of which remain a mystery to its owner. Allegedly, while traversing a village, he discovered the area strewn with the corpses of slain zombies, and beside one of the undead, he stumbled upon this item. As the auctioneer concluded his description, the audience hesitated to raise their paddles. They were not foolish. Although the item appeared rather exquisite, its discovery amidst the undead raised concerns about potential infection. While others were oblivious, Su Chengxi recognized it instantly. A crystal core. A transparent crystal core. Chapter 39. Classification of crystal cores. Previously, it had been mentioned that crystal cores come in various colors, each corresponding to different elemental powers. White is the most common yet the most gentle and accommodating, as it does not conflict with any elemental abilities, meaning that any kind of elemental user can absorb a white crystal core, albeit with significantly reduced efficacy. Other colored cores, however, must be absorbed by users of the corresponding element, or they risk backlash. The scarlet crystal core corresponds to fire abilities. The golden crystal core is linked to metal powers. The tea-green core relates to wood abilities. The light blue core pertains to water powers. The deep brown core is tied to earth abilities. The violet core corresponds to lightning powers. If the probability of finding a white crystal core is 100%, then the chances of encountering the aforementioned colored cores is a mere 50%. At that moment, the crystal core on the auction stage was transparent. Distinct from the white cores, it was genuinely clear, capable of reflecting one's shadow. While white is typically regarded as colorless, in truth, it possesses the highest brightness. White embodies purity, whereas transparency signifies purity of a different kind. If elemental users have a 50% chance of finding their corresponding colored cores, then some special elemental users, such as those with space, healing, or psychic abilities, generally can only absorb white crystal cores, which offer minimal enhancement, thus making their advancement quite challenging. However, it is worth noting that these special elemental users do possess their corresponding colored cores for absorption, namely, the transparent crystal core. Yet, procuring such a core is exceedingly difficult. The likelihood of finding a transparent crystal core is less than 1%, a probability so minuscule that it is practically negligible. Consequently, the transparent crystal core is a rare treasure. While it may hold little value for most, it is invaluable to special elemental users. In her past life, Su Chengxi had heard a rumor. A person inadvertently acquired a transparent crystal core. Coincidentally, a base leader, a level 3 psychic user, had been struggling to break through to the next tier. He sought to exchange all the resources of his base for the transparent crystal core. However, the individual, driven by greed, absconded with both the resources and the core. The base leader, furious, vowed to pursue him to the ends of the earth to exact revenge. Later, it was said that the man's corpse was discovered. Yet upon thorough search, the transparent core was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, it was a mystery as to who had taken it. At this moment, Su Chengxi was overwhelmed with excitement. Even though she typically maintained her composure, her heart raced, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, refusing to be calmed. Her eyebrows lifted slightly, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile that grew wider, blossoming like a lotus in full bloom. Unable to contain itself, her cheeks flushed with excitement, radiating a captivating brilliance. Chapter 40. A good beating. Just then, a soft voice broke through her reverie. "Sister Su? Are you all right?" Shin Xingqian's voice jolted Su Chengxi back to reality. She quickly suppressed her bubbling excitement, adopting a facade of nonchalance. Then, she raised her bidding paddle high, amplifying her voice through the microphone. 25 bags of Kong Shifu braised instant noodles. The starting bid was 20 bags. And Su Chengxi directly added 5 bags to her offer, with no one daring to counter. The auctioneer, following his routine of inciting excitement, asked, "All right, 25 bags of instant noodles. Is there any further bidding?" After 3 rounds of inquiry met with silence, the auctioneer, seemingly fearing Su Chengxi might retract her offer, decisively declared, "Very well. Congratulations to the audience in row 1, number 3, for securing this item." The auctioneer was no fool. Previous items had fetched starting prices of merely 3 to 5 bags of bread, or 5 to 6 sausages. Thus, to have this mysterious item auctioned off for 25 bags of instant noodles was indeed a delightful surprise. After all, while antiques and jade might have commanded a king's ransom before the apocalypse, resources had become the most coveted treasures in this new world. Were it not for the fact that this auction was sanctioned by the base leader, and to save face for him, who would willingly exchange their hard-earned resources for an item of no practical use? After the auction concluded, in accordance with the established procedures, Su Chengxi completed the necessary formalities, exchanging payment for the merchandise. He promptly stowed the transparent crystal core into his backpack and sauntered out of the auction house. Just then, he perceived a fleeting shadow cross his path, followed by the appearance of an exaggerated figure with flamboyant purple hair. The vibrant individual spread their arms wide, blocking Su Chengxi's way, and excitedly shouted to a companion nearby, "Boss, boss! They VE come out! They VE come out!" Following the purple-haired figure's gaze, Su Chengxi spotted a certain individual surrounded by a throng of colorful characters. Who was it again? Zhao Woba? Ah, yes, the one who had sought out my father. It seemed that Zhao Woba noticed Su Chengxi's gaze as he snapped his fingers, prompting his entourage to part and create a clear path. With an air of feigned reverence, he gestured from above his head to his chest, slightly bowed, and intoned in unison with his followers. "Boss, please." Zhao Woba nodded slightly, pretentiously adjusted his attire, and then swaggered towards Su Chengxi. He initially shot a glare at the purple-haired individual, admonishing, "What a ruckus! You should learn from your boss and exhibit a bit more composure." Then, clearing his throat, he addressed Su Chengxi. "Miss Su, I extend to you a sincere invitation to visit my humble abode. Might I have the honor of your company?" Upon finishing his proclamation, Zhao Woba stood confidently, as though certain that Su Chengxi would not decline his invitation. Su Chengxi, disinclined to engage, attempted to bypass him and exit. Zhao Woba, taken aback by her abrupt departure, reached out in desperation to seize her arm. A grim expression crossed Su Chengxi's face as she swiftly pivoted, wrenching free from his grasp, and delivered a sharp kick to Zhao Woba's abdomen. A cacophony of sounds ensued, culminating in the sight of a freshly minted pig's head. Chapter 41. A lesson for the rascals. Su Chengxi's swift and decisive actions left her onlookers in a state of astonishment. It took them a moment to comprehend the scene before them, as they witnessed Zhao Woba being sent flying by Su Chengxi's impressive roundhouse kick. A red-haired individual rushed forward, catching Zhao Woba just before he hit the ground, and turned to Su Chengxi, exclaiming, "Damn! You've brought this upon yourself. Our boss's interest in you is a privilege, and you dare lay a hand on him? You truly are audacious, brothers. Charge! This girl has the audacity to strike our boss. We must teach her a lesson." With that command, the nearby ruffians surged forth. Su Chengxi regarded the approaching throng with a disdainful smile. She stepped forward into a stance, executing a left hook followed by a right hook, then performed a swift defensive maneuver with a knife hand, executing a graceful spinning kick that sent one of the assailants flying. The red-haired individual, assisting Zhao Woba from the sidelines, shouted instructions. "Hey, Li San, watch your back, damn it, I've warned you. Behind you, behind you. Be aware of your surroundings. You're so slow on the uptake. Ada, move left, quickly. Restrain her hands. Hey, 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 we're doomed. Wu Liuzi, grab her face, damn it. You can't even handle a single woman. What a bunch of useless fools," red-haired one. "Don't just stand there talking. Why don't you come up here yourself?" The purple-haired individual, having been kicked away, staggered to his feet, feeling disoriented. He heard the red-haired individual's tirade and couldn't help but retort. The red-haired one, infuriated, responded, "Wu Liuzi, what did you just say? I told you to grab her face. You can't even manage that and then blame me for standing around? You're utterly useless," dazed from the beating he received. Zhao Woba's vision blurred, and he seemed to see one, two, maybe three little stars before him. Suddenly, the noise around him became overwhelming, and in a fit of annoyance, he pushed away the person supporting him, sending the red-haired one tumbling aside. Having dealt with the gang of ruffians, Su Chengxi felt elated. She clapped her hands, pulled the obedient Shen Xingqian closer, and executed a stylish turn before leaving without a backward glance. In the aftermath of this one-sided confrontation, the onlookers had mixed reactions. Some were elated, others sighed in despair. Finally, someone has dealt with Zhao Woba. That brat has always relied on his father's position to bully others. Indeed, it's about time someone taught that ruffian a lesson, but this poor girl is now in big trouble. After all, Zhao Woba is the son of the base commander. It's not just any ordinary matter. Our base commander, while generally wise, is particularly proud and doting towards his son. Zhao Woba's arrogance stems from his father's indulgence. Now that this girl has publicly assaulted him, the base commander surely won't let this slide. The murmurs of the crowd went unheard by Su Chengxi, who, even if she had, would have dismissed them. At this moment, she had returned home with Shen Xingqian. Chapter 42. Absorbing the transparent crystal core upon returning home. As soon as Su Chengxi settled onto the couch, a series of persistent knocks resounded at the door. Pretending not to hear, she made no effort to respond. However, the knocking continued relentlessly, as if to declare that it would not cease until someone answered. Shen Xingqian cast a glance at Su Chengxi before rising from the couch with deliberate slowness to answer the door. Standing outside was none other than the neighbor, Sun Ling. Shen Xingqian, maintaining his politeness, greeted her with a courteous, "Auntie, may I ask what brings you here?" Yet internally, he was brimming with impatience. "Oh, it's this annoying woman again. What could she possibly want?" Sun Ling shot him an exasperated look, stretching her neck to peer inside while demanding, "Where is that little wretch? Bring her out." Shen Xingqian rolled his eyes but kept his face impassive, though he was secretly cursing. After a lengthy tirade, Sun Ling still saw no sign of Su Chengxi. She then yelled into the house, "You little wretch! I know you're in there. Are you too scared to come out? I've heard that you actually dared to strike Zhao Dasha. He is the son of the base commander. Offending Zhao Dasha is akin to offending the base commander himself. Dio, you really think you can remain here any longer? Dream on. Let me tell you. Little wretch, your good days are over. Just wait for the base commander to send someone to deal with you. You're the old witch. Don't speak ill of Sister Su." Sun Ling's words failed to provoke Su Chengxi, but they ignited Shen Xingqian's anger. His cheeks flushed with indignation, his round eyes widened, and his little mouth formed a pout. After delivering his retort, he slammed the door shut with a force that nearly caught Sun Ling's nose. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough to avoid having her fingers caught in the door. Fuming, Shen Xingchen returned to the living room to find Su Chongxi lounging on the couch, seemingly unfazed. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister Su, aren't you angry that that awful woman outside was insulting you?" "What awful woman? Was someone outside just now?" "All I heard was a loud barking. If a dog bites you, why would you bite back? That would only leave you with a mouthful of fur." Su Chongxi affectionately ruffled Shen Xingchen's hair, imparting this lesson with utmost seriousness. Shen Xingchen felt something was amiss but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ultimately, he nodded vigorously, committing Su Chongxi's words to memory. Alas, a budding flower of the future has been led astray by Su Chongxi, but that's a tale for another time. After imparting her wisdom to Shen Xingchen, Su Chongxi retrieved the transparent crystal core she had acquired at the auction. Handing it to Shen Xingchen, she explained, "This is a transparent crystal core. Absorbing it will enhance your abilities. What should I do?" "First, sit down. Place the crystal core in the palm of your hand, close your eyes, and focus your mind, clearing all distractions. Feel the spiritual energy flowing within your body, and you will sense the energy within the crystal core resonating with your own." Author's note: as the school year has begun, updates may come later than usual. Today has been quite busy, so these 4 chapters were written in a bit of a rush. I hope everyone understands. Chapter 43. The dizziness skill. Control the spiritual energy within your body, gradually drawing closer to the crystal core, and absorb the energy that resonates with your own. Under the vigilant guidance of Su Chongxi, Shen Xingchen meticulously absorbed the energy from the transparent crystal core, step by step. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shen Xingchen abruptly opened his eyes. The instant he did so, Su Chongxi observed a flash of silver light in his gaze. Leaving her momentarily dazed, Su Chongxi speculated about the new skill Shen Xingchen had acquired. Could it be a confusion ability? Before she could voice her inquiry, Shen Xingchen eagerly interjected, Sister Su, this time. However, his excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Taking a gentle breath to calm himself, he continued, "Sister Su, thank you for teaching me how to absorb the crystal core. The process was remarkably smooth. Moreover, I feel that the crystal cores within me have reached a state of saturation. Does this mean that if I absorb another crystal core, I will be able to break through to the second level of abilities?" Shen Xingchen gazed at Su Chongxi with anticipation. Su Chongxi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, you are now at the pinnacle of the first level, and you will soon be able to advance to the second level. The transparent crystal core is particularly suitable for you as a psychic ability user. Your understanding of psychic powers will deepen after this absorption, allowing you to wield your abilities with greater finesse. When you awoke, I noticed a silver gleam in your eyes, followed by a momentary disorientation. Have you perhaps learned a new skill?" It seems so, but it appears that this can only be used on humans. Is it confusion?" Shen Xingchen explained that it resembles confusion to some extent, but it's not quite that. Rather, it induces dizziness in humans. He elaborated, "Dizziness? If that's the case, with more practice, you might even be able to use it on zombies in the future," Su Chongxi suggested. "Understood. Sister Su, I will return to my room and diligently cultivate my abilities," Shen Xingchen declared earnestly. After stating this, he turned to dash towards his room, only to be pulled back by Su Chongxi, who said with a serious tone, "Come back. You are still young, and having just absorbed a crystal core. You should focus on nurturing your body and consolidating the energy within, rather than recklessly continuing your training. Remember, haste makes waste." Thus, under Su Chongxi's supervision, Shen Xingchen peacefully slumbered until the following morning. After rising and having breakfast, Su Chongxi began instructing Shen Xingchen on how to enhance his new skill. Although she was not a psychic ability user herself, she had been an ability wielder in 2 lifetimes and possessed dual abilities. Therefore, she could impart her training methods and experiences to him, enabling him to assimilate and develop his own unique approach to cultivation. Their instructional session was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Continue practicing. I'll go answer the door," Su Chongxi said to Shen Xingchen as she rose to open it. Outside stood the middle-aged man previously sent by Zhang Jie to escort them to the auction. Upon seeing Su Chongxi, the man first bowed at a 90-degree angle before straightening up and respectfully addressing them. I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Su. The base leader wishes to meet with you regarding an urgent matter and specifically instructed me to fetch you. Your presence is essential, the author wishes to convey. I feel a bit overwhelmed and think my writing is somewhat lacking, but seeing comments from readers makes me genuinely happy. Even if just one person enjoys my novel, I will continue to persevere in my writing. Chapter 44. Zhao Wentao, although Su Chongxi had anticipated this encounter, she did not expect it to occur so swiftly. It seems the base leader is particularly fond of his son. She mused. Turning towards the living room, she beckoned to Shen Xingqian, who was engrossed in studying his abilities. Upon noticing Su Chongxi's gesture, Shen Xingqian hurried over. Su Chongxi took his hand and addressed the middle-aged man. Let us proceed. Stepping out of the room, she casually locked the door behind them. The middle-aged man led the way as Su Chongxi and Shen Xingqian followed closely, their eyes fixed ahead. After navigating through several streets, they finally arrived at a grand and imposing office building. The middle-aged man escorted them inside. Due to the power outage in the post-apocalyptic world, the elevator was inoperable, forcing them to ascend the stairs. They climbed to the 7th floor, where the middle-aged man halted before an office door. He gently knocked, announcing, "Base leader, Miss Su has arrived." Shortly thereafter, a deep, gravelly voice emanated from within, imbued with a metallic resonance. "Come in." Upon receiving permission, the middle-aged man opened the office door, slightly bending forward in a gesture of invitation. Su Chongxi, accompanied by Shen Xingqian, stepped inside, while the middle-aged man quietly closed the door behind them. The office was simply yet elegantly decorated, featuring only a sofa and a desk within the spacious room. Su Chongxi led Shen Xingqian to stand before the desk, observing the figure seated in the office chair, facing away from them. After a prolonged silence filled the expansive office, the atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the sound of a ticking clock. Was the base leader attempting to intimidate her? Did he believe such tactics would unnerve her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Chongxi relaxed her posture, contemplating whether to take a seat on the sofa, as standing for so long was beginning to strain her legs. An unspoken tension began to permeate the office. Ultimately, Su Chongxi gained the upper hand. The base leader pressed a red button on the armrest of his chair, causing it to slowly swivel around. When the man finally turned to face them, Su Chongxi felt she had encountered a true master of the dramatic silhouette, finally understanding the oft-quoted phrase circulating online. A mere glance can strike fear into 1,000 armies. Turning around can repel 1,000,000 lords. With a prominent beer belly and facial features that were somewhat passable, he had thick eyebrows that appeared painted on and small, slanted eyes that squinted slightly, revealing only a narrow slit of black. Most striking was his balding head, glistening like a mirror. At that moment, he was reclining with his legs crossed, assessing Su Chongxi for a moment before leaning forward, causing his chair to move slightly. "Miss Su Chongxi, I presume? Greetings. I am Zhao Wentao, the leader of the Z-City base. I have heard that you were the one who harmed my son." Noticing that Su Chongxi did not seem inclined to shake hands, he appeared unfazed, letting his outstretched hand drop naturally. "Miss Su, there is no need for you to feel anxious. The reason I called you here today is to discuss an important matter, not to cause you any trouble." Chapter 45. A mission. Miss Su, I consider myself quite a discerning individual. I am fully aware of my son's character and tendencies. He has long relied on my name to exert his influence within the base. The people here, out of respect for me, have tolerated his behavior. I have been preoccupied with managing the base and have neglected to discipline him. I understand that you would not have harmed my son without provocation. It is likely that he inadvertently offended you, prompting your response to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, Miss Su, I will ensure that he is more closely monitored in the future and will not dare to disrespect you again. Therefore, you need not worry about me seeking revenge. I am grateful to you for taking the initiative to discipline him. Zhao Wentao's words were sincere and earnest, and to an inexperienced person, his seemingly heartfelt demeanor could easily dispel any suspicions. One could see Shen Xingqian beside him, visibly moved by the man's words. Had Su Chongxi not intervened in time, he might have rushed forward, patting Zhao Wentao on the shoulder like a miniature adult, saying, "Ah, having a son like that must be quite a headache for you, uncle." But who was Su Chongxi? She had already experienced death once. From the moment Zhao Wentao had turned to scrutinize her, She had keenly sensed the hatred and malice lurking deep within his eyes. Su Chongshi interjected, "Base leader, let us set this matter aside for now. You mentioned that there was something important you wished to discuss with me. What is it?" "Very well, let us not dwell on this issue. I do indeed have significant matters to confer with you about. However, before we proceed, I must confirm something with you. I heard from the staff at the entrance that you possess the ability to manipulate ice. Is that true?" "Indeed," Su Chongshi replied with an indifferent expression. "That is excellent to hear. Miss Su. As you are aware, you are not the only one with such a unique ability, and the Z City base welcomes individuals like you with open arms. Those of you with special powers enjoy exceptional treatment here, including complimentary housing and food. However, Miss Su, you must understand that the complimentary food you receive is provided by those ordinary individuals within the base. Although these individuals may not possess your remarkable abilities, you are nonetheless benefiting from their generosity, and thus, it is only fitting that you reciprocate in kind. Since we currently reside in the Z City base, we should collectively strive towards its development. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. The reason I sought you out today, Miss Su, is my hope that you can contribute to the construction of our base. After all this, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Su Chongshi replied impatiently. "Actually, it is not a matter of great significance, and I believe it will be quite simple for you, Miss Su. I would like to request your participation in a task." "What task?" "Here, this is the detailed information regarding the task. It should pose no difficulty for you, considering your son is currently bedridden at home. And I assume you possess certain skills. The author has something to say. Today's fourth update, Chapter 46, Heading to Assemble." Zhao Wentao remarked meaningfully. "The information provided is quite detailed. This task has been rated as a level. The destination is a small power plant located not far from the base. The objective is to retrieve the power equipment from the plant. The reward for this task is 50 boxes of supplies, with additional compensation based on the quantity of equipment collected. In other words, those who collect more equipment will receive extra rewards. However, the risk associated with this task is that it is said there is a formidable zombie within the plant, which, based on the description, Su Chongshi deduces is on the verge of advancing to a level 2 zombie. If the information indicates there is a powerful zombie in the power plant, why is this task only rated as a level?" Su Chongshi inquired, pointing to the intelligence regarding the zombie. This is because, according to our intelligence, there is only that one zombie present. Although it is reported to be stronger than an ordinary zombie. Our base, including you, Miss Su, is dispatching a total of 10 individuals for this task. Furthermore, all of these individuals possess special abilities like yourself, so I believe this zombie will pose little threat to you." Zhao Wentao explained. Su Chongshi felt a lingering sense of unease, yet she found herself intrigued by the task, particularly due to her interest in the power equipment. Moreover, with the zombie on the brink of leveling up, she wondered whether eliminating it now would yield a crystal core. After much contemplation, Su Chongshi ultimately accepted the task. Upon exiting the office building, Su Chongshi returned home with Shen Xingchen. She solemnly advised Shen Xingchen, "Little one, I will be undertaking a task tomorrow, and I cannot bring you along this time. You must stay here and behave yourself. Do not venture out unnecessarily." Upon hearing that Su Chongshi would not take him along, Shen Xingchen immediately lifted his starry eyes and asked, "Sister Su, why can't you take me this time?" "Because, in addition to the task, I have my own matters to attend to, so I cannot bring you with me. During my absence, you should focus on honing your abilities. Your comprehension is quite strong, and perhaps by the time I return, you will have advanced to level 2 on your own." "Very well," Shen Xingchen nodded reluctantly. Early the next morning, Su Chongshi dressed swiftly and had a quick breakfast. Under Shen Xingchen's eager gaze, she stepped out of the room, closing the door with a decisive click. Following Zhao Wentao's instructions from the previous evening, Su Chongshi arrived at the assembly point at the base's entrance. Upon her arrival, she noticed a group of individuals already gathered. Counting them, there were precisely 9 others. Including her, they made 10. The 9 individuals regarded Su Chongshi with varied expressions as she approached. At this moment, a woman stepped forward. This woman had cascading golden waves and wore an ostentatious bright red dress, complemented by blue Nike shoes. With her almond-shaped eyes and elegantly arched brows, she was undeniably a beauty. Yet, the thick lip gloss marred her exquisite features. The woman sashayed towards Su Chongshi, feigning delicacy, and extended her blood-red manicured hand. "You are Su Chongxi, right? Hello. I am Lu Meyer." Chapter 47. Lu Meyer. Faced with the outstretched hand that almost poked her chest, Su Chongxi chose to disregard it. She slightly sidestepped, successfully avoiding the gesture, and continued walking straight ahead without glancing sideways. Lu Meyer, completely ignored by Su Chongxi, could still hear the mocking voices of the group nearby. Truly? How embarrassing it is to have one's face turn cold while one offers warmth. Su Chongxi is clearly uninterested in her, yet she still approaches. Indeed. Who is Su Chongxi? She is someone who dares to confront even the likes of Zhao. So why would she bother with Lu Meyer? It's hard to fathom who has instilled in her such misplaced confidence to approach Su Chongxi. Teske. She must think that Su Chongxi would reciprocate simply because they are both women. Hoping to cling to Su Chongxi's favor, Lu Meyer is simply shameless. Isn't it true that Lu Meyer was once a notorious figure? I heard she worked in that line of business before the apocalypse. What kind of work? Nightclubs, bars. I heard she was a hostess. Anyone from that world can't be clean. It's a polite way of saying she was a prostitute back in the day. Listening to these remarks, Lu Meyer bit her lip fiercely, clenching her fists tightly. Her long nails dug deep into her flesh, and drops of blood began to seep through the gaps in her clenched fingers. Lu Meyer's gaze turned venomous, chilling to the bone. She, Lu Meyer, had been an orphan since childhood, raised in an orphanage. Upon reaching adulthood, the orphanage ceased its support, leaving her to fend for herself in a harsh world, devoid of money and power. Eventually, she met a wealthy young man who treated her well and was willing to spend on her, leading her to believe she would find happiness. However, the young man deceived her into bed, only to later terminate her pregnancy and sell her into a nightclub as a hostess. Lu Meyer thought her life would continue to spiral downward until the apocalypse arrived. At that moment, she was engaged in an unspeakable act with a middle-aged tycoon. The apocalypse struck suddenly, leaving them both feverish and unconscious. Lu Meyer woke first and discovered she had awakened her water-based abilities. Observing her transformation, she looked out of the hotel window and saw the zombies wandering below. Drawing from her reading of novels, Lu Meyer conceived a daring idea. She glanced at the still unconscious middle-aged man, then seized a vase from the table and smashed it over his head. A blinding crimson filled her vision, and she began to laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Later, Lu Meyer evaded capture and made her way to the Z-City base. Due to her ability to control water, she enjoyed the finest treatment within the base. Gradually, her inner self twisted, and her ambition swelled unabated. She reveled in the admiring glances of others, relishing the feeling of being above them. She deliberately avoided recalling her dark past and would retaliate ruthlessly against anyone who dared to unearth her bloody scars, even if it meant mutual destruction. Lu Meyer took a deep breath, suppressing the hatred that grew wildly within her like weeds, and wore a gentle smile once again. Chapter 48. The Power Plant. She strode confidently towards the crowd, as if nothing had transpired, and spoke. "Now that everyone is here, shall we prepare to set off?" In the distance, two figures approached. As they drew nearer, Su Chongxi recognized them as Zhao Wentao, the base leader, and the husband from the neighboring couple. Zhao Wentao greeted them with a smile, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, for this task, we will be temporarily joined by one more person, Mr. Li Jiangwan, who stands beside me." Following this, Mr. Li Jiangwan introduced himself briefly. Through his introduction, Su Chongxi learned that this man was also an ability user, specializing in lightning powers. No wonder that woman, Sun Ling, was able to act so recklessly with his protection, while the residents of the community dared not voice their grievances. Subsequently, Zhao Wentao addressed Lu Meyer's earlier question. "Now that everyone is prepared, we can set off." As he spoke, two small vans approached from a distance. Zhao Wentao personally opened the doors, gesturing for everyone to board. "I hope that all of you will successfully complete the task and return triumphant." The sky suddenly descended into a thick fog on a flat and expansive road. There were no pedestrians, no zombies, only a chilling solitude. With the sound of two brief car horns, a beam of light pierced through the dense mist. Soon after, two vans emerged from the shroud. Inside the vehicles, the extraordinary individuals were chattering animatedly about their upcoming mission. "Hey, Do you think the mission really only involves a single zombie, as the base commander stated? IVE heard this zombie is quite formidable. The documents only mention one zombie. Can we, with so many of us, truly be outmatched by just one? If that's the case, this mission should be exceedingly straightforward. Right? But we must remain cautious. Indeed. One might even lose their life in the pursuit of this task. Only Su Chongxi sat quietly to the side, refraining from joining their fervent discussion, existing in her own realm. After a while, perhaps growing weary of the chatter, the vehicle fell into silence. Yet this tranquil atmosphere did not linger for long. Are we almost there? It should be soon. Look over there. Isn't that it? A young man suddenly pointed ahead at a building and exclaimed loudly. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt, the tires screeching against the pavement. The driver exited first, opening the doors for the group, stating, "Everyone, we have arrived at the mission's destination. I will wait for you here." The crowd disembarked in an orderly fashion, yet they stood frozen in place. Su Chongxi stepped out of the vehicle, not glancing at anyone else, and began to walk forward. The others exchanged looks, and seeing her lead, they followed behind her towards the power plant. Upon locating the entrance, they queued to enter through the main gate. The power plant was eerily silent as they made their way through the parking lot and into the main building. They treaded lightly, trying to avoid disturbing anything that ought not to be disturbed. As they entered a dark room, amidst the shadows, someone accidentally flicked a switch. With a snap, the room was suddenly illuminated. It turned out to be the backup power switch. Chapter 49. The workshop key. The unexpected brightness startled everyone. What is going on? Don't touch anything recklessly. What if you activate something dangerous? Yes, I didn't mean to. Everyone, let us search for the workshop key. Amidst the clamor, Li Jiangwen spoke up. The moment he did, the group settled into silence, as if he were their anchor. All right, let us heed Brother Li's words and split up to search. Thus, the group began to rummage through the cramped, damp room. Su Chongxi also began her search. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a drawer on a table, which was secured with a large lock. She approached the drawer and weighed the lock in her hand. This was not a combination lock, but one that required a specific key to unlock, and it felt somewhat heavy. Su Chongxi contemplated using a machete to sever it, but with so many people around, she wished to keep her abilities concealed. Therefore, she asked, "Is there anyone here who can manipulate metal?" "I can," came the immediate response from the young man who had inadvertently activated the backup power switch. "All right, come over and see if you can manipulate the lock to open it." The young man jogged over, hesitantly examining the lock before saying, "This lock appears quite robust. I'm not confident I can fully open it." "Don't worry, just give it a try. You don't need to control the entire lock. Simply bend the metal at the locking mechanism to release it." "Okay, I'll give it a shot." He extended his hand towards the lock, concentrating his powers on the metal before him. The others gathered around, watching intently as the lock's mechanism visibly began to yield. With a couple of decisive clicks, the lock popped open, falling to the ground. Seeing that the lock was undone, Su Chongxi stepped forward and opened the drawer. Inside lay a black box, which opened easily as it was not locked. Within the box rested a silver key. "This must be the workshop key," someone suggested. "Indeed, it must be. Thank you, Miss Su, for uncovering this key," Li Jiangwen remarked. Su Chongxi paid little mind to the flattery. Instead, she took the key and twirled it between her fingers before striding out of the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. One voiced their discontent. "Isn't Su Chongxi rather arrogant? Brotherly speaks to her, and she ignores him. Does she think merely finding a workshop key makes her a hero? She's just lucky. Is it really acceptable to be so dismissive of others? Let her leave. She's just a woman. How formidable can she truly be? When faced with a zombie, she'll surely have to turn to Brotherly for help." Yes, I also believe Brotherly is far more impressive." As they belittled Su Chongxi, they did not forget to flatter Li Jiangwen, mindful that he was personally brought by the base commander. Chapter 50. Encounter with a zombie. Lu Meyer leaned against the wall, arms crossed, quietly observing the grotesque faces of the crowd. Earlier, at the base entrance, she had attempted to engage Su Chongxi in conversation, only to be ignored, prompting the others to turn against her. Now, however, they were similarly disregarded by Su Chongxi. albeit because Li Jiangwen was brought in by the commander. The group swiftly redirected their ire towards Su Chongxi, vehemently criticizing her. Humanity, at times, truly reveals itself as a self-serving collective, indifferent to the apocalypse. And it is indeed tragic, Lu Meyer mused, a mocking smile creeping onto her lips, suddenly feeling a significant reduction in her animosity towards Su Chongxi. Yet, for reasons unknown, a glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Li Jiangwen, observing their escalating comments, cleared his throat and said, "Miss Su's behavior is merely a reflection of her character. What you're saying is quite excessive." The crowd fell silent. Lu Meyer then spoke up. "While you may disparage or praise anyone here, do not forget that it was Su Chongxi who retrieved the workshop key." Realization dawned on the group. The key. The key was taken by Su Chongxi. But looking around, they found no trace of Su Chongxi in the cramped room. Where did Su Chongxi go? They wondered, perplexed. "She has already left," Lu Meyer, seemingly sensing their confusion, kindly offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, the group immediately rushed outside. Meanwhile, Su Chongxi, having secured the workshop key, did not pause her stride. She quickly found her way to the power workshop, unlocking the main door with the key. Upon entering, she was greeted by rows of power equipment. Su Chongxi's heart soared. With these devices, she would no longer have to worry about power shortages. Especially with electricity, she could finally use some kitchen appliances and enjoy a warm, hearty meal. Her stockpile of food had been nearing spoilage in her storage. As she reveled in her good fortune, she deftly began collecting supplies. With a wave of her hand, the area around her transformed into an empty expanse. In no time, she had completed this monumental task. Leaving the workshop devoid of any power equipment, after gathering the devices, Su Chongxi had no intention of lingering. After all, her little one awaited her at home. She exited the workshop, curious as to why the group had not pursued her. As she retraced her steps, nearing the room where she had found the key, she heard distant cries of help. Approaching quietly, she discovered that the group had not followed her because, while attempting to find her, they had accidentally bumped into someone in their scuffle. The individual, off balance, had fallen to the ground, their arms scraped by sharp stones, blood oozing from the wound. Unfortunately, the strong scent of blood attracted a nearby zombie, the very formidable one mentioned in the documents. In an instant, the group was thrown into chaos. Fortunately, Li Jiangwen reacted swiftly, organizing the others to fight back. However, this zombie was on the verge of advancing to level 2. Different tiers cannot simply be compensated for by quantity. Thus, the tragic scene before Su Chongxi came into being. Chapter 51. The Death of Lu Meyer. The purpose of Su Chongxi's participation in this mission was not solely to collect the power supply equipment. She also sought to ascertain whether the nearly second-tier zombie possessed a crystal core within its brain. Su Chongxi initially intended to stealthily approach the zombie's lair while the others were distracted and eliminated on her own. To her dismay, however, this unfortunate group encountered the zombie before she could act. Although she had no desire to rescue these individuals, it was evidently impossible to simply ignore the situation. Consequently, she emerged from her hiding place in the corner. Arriving late at the assembly point, she missed everyone's self-introductions. Aside from knowing that Zhao Wentao wielded lightning powers and having just encountered a young man with metal abilities, she was completely oblivious to the powers of the others. Nevertheless, after observing from her concealed position for a while, she had a rough idea of their abilities. Among them, 6 possessed earth-based powers, comprising a significant majority. She swiftly stepped forward, conjuring several ice spikes while methodically organizing her thoughts. Those who can control earth. You are responsible for erecting an earthen wall to fend off the zombies' attacks. The rest will engage in offense. Those who can manipulate water should coalesce water orbs. With that, Su Chongxi dashed towards the zombie, closing the distance to a mere 10 meters, and initiated her assault. A dozen ice spikes shot forth, piercing directly into the zombie's eyes. The creature appeared enraged, or perhaps it had sensed the aura of a high-level ability user emanating from Su Chongxi. Approaching the threshold of Tier 2, it was clear that a higher-level ability user intrigued it. Consequently, the zombie accelerated, significantly shortening the distance. It turned out to be a speed-type zombie. Even before evolving into a Tier 2 zombie, it had already developed speed mutations. Su Chongxi swiftly sidestepped to evade, but at that moment, She felt a forceful push from behind, causing her to stumble forward uncontrollably. As the zombie drew nearer, she was on the brink of colliding with it. In a moment of quick thinking, she summoned all her powers to conjure an ice wall before her. With a sharp sound, the zombie's claws scraped against the icy barrier. Unable to reach Su Chengxi, the zombie was further tempted by the fresh blood behind it and decisively turned away. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chengxi regained her balance and turned to confront the instigator of her predicament. Lu Meyer! She swiftly moved beside Lu Meyer, grasped her wrist in a hold, and pressed an ice dagger against her throat. Why did you push me? Don't you understand? Do you think that after attacking young Master Zhao, the base leader will let you off? To be frank, I was instructed by the base leader to do this. He promised me that if I could eliminate you, he would grant me the position of deputy base leader. A true place of authority beneath none. Only by attaining that position will others forget my dark past. No one will ever mock me again. Oh, by the way, I heard you have a child at home? After you leave, the base leader will send someone to inform him of your misfortune. Just imagine, what will that child do upon hearing such news? Will he rush to find you? At that moment, someone will lead him in the opposite direction of where we came. There lies an abandoned factory, rumored to be swarming with zombies. Before Lu Meyer could respond, the ice dagger glided across her throat. Lu Meyer was dead. Chapter 52. Has Sister Su encountered trouble? The others were preoccupied with killing zombies and had no time to attend to Su Chengxi's side. After dispatching Lu Meyer, Su Chengxi surveyed her surroundings. 11 ability users had been deployed for this mission, and aside from herself and the deceased Lu Meyer, only 5 ability users, including Li Jiangwen, remained on the scene. The 5 were gravely injured but still struggling to hold their ground as Su Chengxi retrieved the large machete she had previously used from her spatial pocket, leapt forward, and summoned her ice abilities to freeze the zombie's legs, rendering it immobile. Seizing this opportunity, she swung the machete towards the zombie's head. The creature collapsed with a thud. Su Chengxi extracted the machete from its skull, drew a dagger concealed within her military boots, and plunged it into the gaping wound on the zombie's head, stirring it around, but found no crystal core. Withdrawing her hand and disregarding the astonished gazes of the 5 remaining individuals, she strode purposefully towards the entrance. Exiting the power plant, she turned a corner and spotted a van parked not far away. She approached swiftly, denying the driver an opportunity to speak. Grabbing the driver by the collar through the open window, she yanked him forcefully, pulling half of his body out of the vehicle. With her other hand, she pressed the machete against his throat. Open the door. All right, I will open it, but please let go. Su Chengxi paid no heed, instead pressing the machete deeper. With a loud thud, the door swung open. Simultaneously, with a powerful tug on the driver's collar, he was yanked from the vehicle, rolling twice before crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Chengxi leapt into the driver's seat, revved the engine, and sped off like an arrow released from a bow. The 5 individuals who followed behind could only watch in a daze as the vehicle sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. On the other side, after Su Chengxi's departure, Shen Xingqian, following her instructions, locked the door and remained in his bedroom practicing his mental abilities. Just as he was becoming engrossed in his training, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The sound was reminiscent of a storm battering the windows, resonating loudly and urgently. Shen Xingqian rose to open the door. Standing outside was none other than their familiar acquaintance. Zhang Jia. Uncle Zhang Jia? What brings you here? Is there something wrong? There is a grave matter. Miss Su, she is in trouble. Zhang Jia appeared to be drenched in sweat, panting heavily. What? Sister Su is in trouble. What happened? Please clarify. Upon hearing that Su Chengxi was in distress, Shen Xingqian immediately panicked, urging him to explain. Specifically, I am not entirely sure. I heard there was an error in the information. At the power plant, there is more than one zombie. It seems Miss Su has been scratched and it looks quite serious, Zhang Jie replied. Then, has Sister Su returned? Where is she now? No. Miss Su is still at the power plant, holding off the zombies. The person who brought back the information is gravely injured and has fallen into a coma. It may take some time for him to awaken. How could this be? Sister Su is so powerful. She surely won't come to harm, Shen Xingqian exclaimed. By the way, Uncle Zhang Jia, do you know where the power plant is? Can you take me there? Chapter 53. Leaving the base I do know? But even if you go, it would be futile. Besides, it's extremely dangerous there. A child like you cannot go, Zhang Jie said, looking troubled. But you said you believe Sister Su is formidable and won't come to harm. If she finds out I took you to look for her, she would surely blame me, Zhang Jie protested. She wouldn't. Sister Su would never blame you. I will explain everything to her later. Moreover, I only want to confirm if Sister Su is truly all right. I will take care of myself and won't be a burden to her. Zhang Jie gazed into Shen Xingqian's pleading eyes. Though his words did not explicitly request permission, that moist gaze conveyed a single message. Please, let me go. Unable to withstand such a look, Zhang Jie hesitated, feeling somewhat flustered as he finally conceded. All right. I will take you there. Thank you, Uncle Zhang Jie. Shen Xingqian beamed with joy. Upon reaching the base entrance, Zhang Jie produced a motorcycle from who knows where, mounted it, shifted into neutral, inserted the key, and turned on the ignition. One hand reached down to press the electronic starter while the other gripped the left handle, pulling the clutch lever. With his left foot on the ground and his right foot positioned on the gear lever, he pressed the toe of his right foot forward to engage first gear. He turned to signal Shen Xingqian to hop on. Having never ridden a motorcycle, Shen Xingqian found himself at a loss. But having seen his cousin race before, he slowly attempted to climb aboard. Unfortunately, his legs were too short to reach the seat. Zhang Jie had no choice but to call over a nearby soldier to assist in lifting Shen Xingqian onto the bike. Once Shen Xingqian was seated, Zhang Jie raised the foot peg, gradually released the clutch while applying throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. As they sped along the road, Shen Xingqian began to notice the increasingly desolate surroundings. Uncle Zhang Jie, are you sure this is the way to the power plant? It feels a bit off. What seems off? This is indeed the route to the power plant. Do you see that in front? Has it arrived? As he spoke, Zhang Jie raised a hand to gesture towards the distance. Following his indication, Shen Xingqian squinted into the distance but, because it was too far away, could only discern a towering structure. Shen Xingqian fell silent, yet an odd sensation lingered in his heart, gradually giving rise to a sense of unease. As they drew closer and the building came into clearer view, Shen Xingqian was taken aback to realize that it was, in fact, an abandoned machine processing factory, rather than a power plant. Shen Xingqian struggled, desperate to leap from the vehicle. That moment, a strong hand firmly restrained him. It was Zhang Jie, whose other hand had circled around from behind to seize Shen Xingqian's clothing. With a powerful motion, he flung Shen Xingqian aside, sending him tumbling off the motorcycle. Zhang Jie repeatedly pressed the horn, producing a series of piercing honks. With a thud, Shen Xingqian crashed heavily onto the ground. He struggled to his feet, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented. Through his blurred vision, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Jie riding away on the motorcycle. In his daze, he heard Zhang Jie leave behind a single, remorseful phrase, "I'm sorry." The author wishes to clarify 3 points. Firstly, after realizing that Shen Xingqian might be in danger, Su Chengxi still needed to confirm the existence of the crystal core. Some may perceive this as a waste of time. However, it is essential to understand that Su Chengxi, having been deeply hurt in her past due to her yearning for familial affection, felt profoundly lonely after the death of her parents. The revelation of their demise was a severe blow to her, leading to her difficulty in trusting others in this life. Her initial acceptance of Lin Mu was influenced by the resemblance of his gaze to her own innocent self. Though she hesitated to trust him at first, granting him an opportunity to prove himself. Despite Shen Xingqian's youth, Su Chengxi remained guarded, compelled by an inner voice to protect him, though her heart remained cold. Secondly, while it was mentioned that Shen Xingqian possesses a somewhat aloof demeanor, this will be elaborated upon in relation to his background. Nevertheless, he is still but a child. Thirdly, while some may ride motorcycles with flair, it does not imply that a homebody cannot master the art of riding. Chapter 54. Shen Xingqian's outburst. Shen Xingqian shook his head, gradually regaining clarity in his surroundings. Suddenly, he was greeted by a chorus of growls. The sounds drawing nearer and nearer. Whirling around, he beheld a horde of zombies emerging from the abandoned machine processing factory, slowly encircling him. Shen Xingqian stood frozen in terror, his mind blanked. He wished to unleash his abilities, yet his thoughts were a cacophony of confusion. Was it the fear of confronting zombies for the first time, or the anxiety of activating his powers in a real battle? He was unable to summon his innate abilities. As the zombies closed in, he finally snapped back to reality and turned to flee. However, this action only provoked the zombies further. How could they tolerate their prey attempting to escape? They hastened their pursuit. Yet, these zombies were merely of the first level, moving sluggishly and awkwardly. Though Shun Xingqian's legs were short, he quickly distanced himself from them. Little did he know that tomorrow's uncertainties could arrive unexpectedly. And now, for Shun Xingqian, it was clear that the unexpected had come first. He sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, glancing back to check if the zombies were gaining on him. Oblivious to the large rock beneath his feet, his left foot stumbled over it, causing him to lose balance and crash forward. With a loud thud, he landed painfully. Rising to his feet, he quickly realized a more unfortunate truth. He had twisted his left ankle. Shun Xingqian felt utterly despondent. The slightest movement sent sharp pain radiating from his foot. He glanced back at the pursuing zombies. Despite their slow pace, they were relentless in their pursuit of him. Their hunger apparent, gritting his teeth against the pain, he hobbled forward, each step eliciting a pained gasp. Drip! A droplet of water trickled down his face, splattering onto the ground below. Whether it was sweat or tears, it was uncertain. In the distance, a small figure limped onward, each droplet glistening in the sunlight, creating an image reminiscent of a beautiful, poignant painting. However, trailing behind this diminutive silhouette was a horde of grotesque zombies, their decayed faces shattering the artwork's tranquility. Suddenly, the small figure wavered, as if fatigue had overtaken it swayed, desperately attempting to steady itself, but ultimately succumbed and fell heavily to the ground. The zombies did not halt their advance. One of them, slightly quicker than the rest, was now within mere meters of Shun Xingqian. Despair gripped Shun Xingqian's heart, yet he refused to surrender. He did not wish to die in that critical moment. He unleashed his full potential, channeling every ounce of his energy into a psychic assault aimed at the approaching zombie. The creature staggered, as if an invisible barrier had impeded its advance. Yet, in that moment, Shun Xingqian felt his powers drain completely. Chapter 55. A quest for revenge. With his abilities exhausted and his strength waning, he teetered backward, about to collapse. Suddenly, a hand caught him, and he fell into a warm embrace. Imbued with a faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of tea, Shun Xingqian felt the world around him darken, and just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a delicate face, her eyes filled with urgency, reproach, and an icy demeanor. Yu Chengxi gently laid Shun Xingqian onto the ground. With his unconsciousness, the psychic barrier that had protected him dissipated, allowing the horde of zombies to surge forward. Yu Chengxi activated her ice abilities, erecting walls of ice before Shun Xingqian. She then plunged into the midst of the zombies, unleashing her powers to freeze them. Those closest were encased in ice, while others found their feet immobilized. Subsequently, Su Chengxi began her assault, conjuring ice spikes with a flick of her wrist, launching them at the zombies. She also attempted to form ice arrows. Once only 5 or 6 zombies remained, she ceased her magical barrage, opting instead for a large machete. With a swift motion, she dispatched the remaining undead, their heads rolling to the ground. As the last zombie fell, silence enveloped the area. The ice wall she had conjured had long since melted away after she ceased her powers. Tenderly, Su Chengxi lifted the still unconscious Shun Xingqian and made her way to the van parked nearby. Opening the rear door, she placed him inside before taking her seat in the driver's position. Half an hour later, Shun Xingqian slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, his vision gradually focused on the gray ceiling of the vehicle. He shifted slightly, attempting to sit up, but inadvertently bumped his injured foot against the side of the van, causing him to wince and scrunch up his face in pain. Hearing the commotion from behind, Su Chengxi turned slightly, observing Shun Xingqian's struggle to sit upright. "Awake?" she inquired softly. "Sister Su, are you all right?" Shun Xingqian's first words were a concern for her well-being. A flicker of darkness crossed Su Chengxi's eyes as she replied coolly, "I'm fine. But you? Didn't I tell you to stay home and not wander about?" "I'm sorry, Sister Su. I was just too anxious when I heard you were in trouble." Shin Xingchen hurriedly explained. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Tell me, who informed you that I was in danger? You know this person? It's Zhang Jie. He said you were in trouble and tricked me into coming here. Shin Xingchen exclaimed, clearly infuriated. Zhang Jie? Why would he deceive you? Su Chengxi questioned, puzzled. I don't know. If you don't know, then forget it. As she spoke, Su Chengxi tossed him a tube of ointment for treating injuries. I picked this up at a pharmacy while on my mission. Apply it to your injury. Shin Xingchen accepted it gratefully, removing his shoes and applying the ointment to his wound. Have you finished? If so, sit tight. With that, Su Chengxi started the vehicle. Sister Su, where are we headed? Back to the base, for revenge. Chapter 56. Do you think I wouldn't dare? At the entrance of the Z-City base, a considerable number of individuals were still queuing, patiently awaiting their turn to enter, and overall, the scene remained relatively orderly. Suddenly, a distant cacophony of honking horns reverberated through the air. A vague silhouette of a vehicle gradually materialized not far away. Within 3 minutes, the vehicle drew closer, revealing itself to be AVA and as the vehicle approached the base entrance at an alarming speed. It showed no inclination to slow down. The soldiers stationed at either side of the entrance immediately rushed forward to intercept the vehicle. However, Su Chengxi, inside the van, paid no heed to the figures attempting to block her path, instead flooring the accelerator, thus accelerating rather than decelerating. Witnessing the van's reckless speed, the soldiers hastily retreated to the sides. Just as they managed to create a narrow passage, the van surged forward into the base like a bolt of lightning. The unfortunate soldiers who had stepped aside were left with their faces covered in dust stirred up by the vehicle. Today, Zhang Jie was absent due to personal matters, and one of the soldiers, quick on the uptake, promptly alerted his companion. Hey, are you daft? Why are you still standing there? Hurry back to the base and inform Captain Zhang that someone is breaching the base. Oh, I understand. I'm on it. The soldier, unfazed by the remark, nodded vigorously and sprinted towards the base. Meanwhile, Su Chengxi drove the van brazenly into the heart of the base, heading straight for the office building. Fortunately, the streets were sparsely populated that day. Otherwise, her ostentatious entrance would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Upon arriving at the base of the office building, Su Chengxi and her companion exited the vehicle, slamming the door behind them as they ascended to the 7th floor, heading directly to Zhao Wentao's office. Upon reaching the office door, Su Chengxi did not bother to knock. Instead, she delivered a swift kick to the door, startling Zhao Wentao, who was leisurely perched in his office chair, engrossed in a magazine. Upon recognizing Su Chengxi, his expression morphed into one of sheer disbelief, causing him to spill the tea in his cup. Su Chengxi, are you a ghost? I thought you were dead. Zhao Wentao stammered, trembling. Does the base chief wish for my demise so fervently? Su Chengxi retorted calmly. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wentao regained some composure. Miss Su, it seems you have an extraordinary fate, having survived. How regrettable. After all, calamities tend to linger for a millennium. I am quite self-aware about that. Su Chengxi's words were not mere formalities. She believed she was no paragon of virtue and had no intention of becoming one. Miss Su, you do possess a sense of humor, Zhao Wentao teased. Whether it is humor or not, you shall soon find out, Su Chengxi replied, gradually revealing a weapon concealed behind her back, a cleaver. To Zhao Wentao's surprise, he remained unfazed and inquired, So, Miss Su, is there something urgent that brings you here today? In an instant, she pressed the blade against his neck. Of course, I have come for vengeance. You intend to kill me? Is that so? Zhao Wentao scoffed. Do you dare to do so? This is Z-City base, and you are in my office. Do you believe a single call from me could summon reinforcements? At that moment, do you think you can escape? Oh, do you think I am afraid? Su Chengxi P. As for me, in your heart, no, that is not correct. You have never held me in your heart, do you? My existence merely serves as a testament to your disgrace. You refuse to acknowledge me as your son, but do you know? I am even less inclined to recognize you as my father. Your very presence serves as a constant reminder that I am, indeed, a bastard, a discarded child. Perhaps it is the revelation of the secret I wished most to conceal that has finally triggered Zhang Jie's outburst. This usually reserved and timid young man has suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. Cursing vehemently, one can only imagine the depth of his fury at this moment. You wretched man! How dare you utter that you do not wish to acknowledge me as your father? Then why did you suddenly appear at my home? Brandishing a paternity test? Was it not your despicable mother who instructed you to come to Z City to seek me out? Was it not all for my money? Silence. How dare you mention my mother? What right do you have to speak of her? What authority do you possess to insult or demean her? Do you think everyone is like you, who only ever thinks of money? Do you believe I came to seek your support? Chapter 59. Zhang Jie's monologue. Zhao Wentao. Back in the day when your family fell into misfortune, you were forced to return to the countryside. It was then that you met my mother. She claimed that you two fell in love at first sight, a mutual affection. Frankly, that notion strikes me as absurd. Later, you married, yet you refused to formalize the legal proceedings. In other words, you never registered your marriage. You merely held a banquet in the countryside, inviting a few local witnesses to that time. Your explanation to my mother was that you intended to return to the city to seek your fortune, and that once you listed yourself as married on your resume, certain job opportunities would be entirely out of reach. My poor mother, foolishly, believed your lies. At this point, Zhang Jie let out a bitter smile. He continued recounting. Less than 2 months into your marriage, you declared that you could not bear to languish in the countryside, leading a feudal existence. You intended to return to the city to find work and carve out your own destiny. You even promised that once you achieved success, you would return to take my mother to live in the city. Such a verbal promise, yet my mother waited a lifetime without ever seeing it fulfilled. To support your decision, she gave you all her savings. But what was the outcome? The very next day, you left without so much as a farewell, never to return again. And my mother, on the 3rd day after your departure, discovered she was pregnant. Subsequently, she bore me and raised me with great hardship. From an early age, I knew I was a child without a father, yet my mother consistently assured me that I had a father who would return to see me. Perhaps even then, she realized that you, father, would likely never return. In truth, I did not mind the absence of a father. My mother was sufficient for me. Later, I dedicated myself to my studies and gained admission to the finest university in Z City. On the day of enrollment, as my mother accompanied me, we inadvertently witnessed you escorting a woman to drop Zhao Woba off at school. Though my mother said nothing, I could feel her entire being tremble. The following year, a significant piece of news broke. Mr. Zhao Wentao, the wealthiest man in Z City, had lost his wife that same year. My mother was diagnosed with leukemia, with a prognosis of no more than a year to live. The 3rd year, my mother truly passed away. Before her death, she expressed her greatest concern for me, handing me the paternity test and instructing me to seek you out. Her love for you was profound. Even in death, she defended you, urging me not to blame you. She implored me to acknowledge you as my father and to care for you. Reluctantly, I honored my mother's dying wish and sought you out, only to inadvertently discover that crimson marriage certificate in your room, realizing I was the true illegitimate child. How absurd! A bitter, sardonic smile played on Zhang Jie's lips. You wretched man! Upon hearing Zhang Jie's monologue, Zhao Wentao appeared enraged, his complexion turning ashen, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. He struggled to articulate a response, merely repeating the word wretched over and over. Chapter 60. The final departure. Had it not been for my mother's last request to care for you, do you think I would have rushed over upon hearing that Miss Su was returning to the base? Eager to plead for your sake? Zhang Jie scoffed coldly. Yet, just moments ago, I regretted it. Miss Su intends to end your life, and I should not intervene. I know that this time, I cannot escape death. However, I promised my mother. How could I go back on my word? If Miss Su spares you, how can I continue to care for you? It would be better for us to depart this life together, allowing me to look after you in the afterlife. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jie asked, his smile radiant. Before Zhao Wentao could respond, Zhang Jie turned to Su Chengxi, saying, Miss Su, I apologize for previously suggesting that you spare Zhao base leader's life. Since a wrong has been committed, one must bear the consequences. Miss Su, even if you were to take my life, I would harbor no resentment. Likewise, Should you decide to take Zhao Base leader's life now? I shall not intervene. Yu Chengxi gazed deeply at him before averting her gaze. With the knife in hand, she approached Zhao Wentao step by step. Without granting him an opportunity to speak, she raised her hand, wielding the knife with swift precision, executing the action without hesitation. At a head, wide-eyed and filled with terror, plummeted to the ground with a thud, rolling further away. The two individuals standing nearby exhibited contrasting expressions. Zhang Jie remained impassive, his face devoid of emotion, yet the redness around his eyes and his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Shen Xingchen, witnessing murder for the first time, felt a pang of fear and anxiety. However, the thought of his own imminent demise had Miss Su not arrived in time allowed him to regain some composure. He observed Su Chengxi standing before him with the bloodied knife. Droplets trickled down the blade, staining the ground beneath her. With each step she took, crimson blossoms bloomed along her path. Once more, Su Chengxi repeated her earlier actions, resulting in another head rolling to the ground. This time, however, Zhang Jie met his end with a smile, a look of release upon his face. Su Chengxi stood motionless, her thoughts a mystery. With her head bowed, Shen Xingchen could not discern her inner turmoil. Yet her eyes seemed to brew a storm, tumultuous and turbulent. After a long silence, Su Chengxi finally lifted her gaze, her demeanor returning to its usual calm, as if nothing had transpired. Passing by Shen Xingchen, she strode toward the exit. He hurried to follow her. Upon exiting the office building, they climbed into a van. Shen Xingchen broke the silence, asking, "Sister Su, where shall we go next? Are we leaving here? You just sit tight in the car. I will return shortly. Once I do, we shall leave Z City base." "Very well, I promise to behave," staying put and patiently awaiting Sister Su's return. Su Chengxi grabbed the backpack from the passenger seat, opened the door and stepped out, heading into the distance. In less than a quarter of an hour, Su Chengxi returned. Once in the vehicle, she remained silent, pressing the accelerator to the floor as the car slowly began to move. However, after Su Chengxi's departure, chaos erupted within Z City base. The base leader was dead, and even the young Zhao was no more. Chapter 61. A robbery encounter. Some sought to seize the opportunity to rise in power, leading to a series of internal conflicts within the base. Yet, Su Chengxi remained blissfully unaware of all this. Even if she did learn of it, it would likely not stir any significant emotions within her. Meanwhile, the two were traversing a narrow mountain path. Although the distance from Z City to C City was not great, the journey was arduous, filled with hills and several mountains to cross. Along the way, they occasionally had to fend off zombies. Thus, early on, Su Chengxi decisively abandoned the van, opting instead to travel on foot. Now, over half a month had passed since they left Z City base. More than a month had elapsed since the apocalypse began, and it was widely known that some individuals possessed special abilities, referred to as ability users. The extraordinary powers they awakened were termed abilities. Therefore, it would not take long before the significance of crystal cores became common knowledge. Thus, Su Chengxi aimed to collect as many crystal cores as possible before their value became widely recognized. Halt! A commanding voice interrupted Su Chengxi's thoughts. Shen Xingchen tugged at the hem of her garment. Su Chengxi observed as one after another, individuals suddenly emerged from the slopes on either side, swiftly encircling her and Shen Xingchen. The latter noticed that their assailants were numerous, comprising both men and women. Some bore fierce expressions, while others exhibited a rogue demeanor. Drawing closer to Su Chengxi, he whispered, "Sister Su, are they planning to rob us?" "Perhaps," she replied, her tone calm and devoid of any tremor. One of the encroachers stepped forward, surveying Su Chengxi with keen interest. After a moment, he turned and sprinted ahead, shouting, "Boss, there are just two of them, and one is a stunning beauty." The crowd parted for him. With her sharp eyesight, Su Chengxi quickly discerned a large tree a dozen meters away, beneath which stood three individuals, two women and one man. The man who had been scrutinizing Su Chengxi was now racing towards them. Upon reaching the tree, the man exchanged words with the trio. The male among them glanced in their direction before making his way over, the two women trailing closely behind. As they approached, Su Chengxi could finally make out their features. The man was quite handsome, tall and robust with bulging muscles. Yet his eyes were strikingly alluring. Of the two women, one could barely be described as a delicate beauty, her looks and figure rather unremarkable. In contrast, the other was alluring. Dressed in an extremely provocative manner, her low-cut, off-shoulder attire drawing the gaze of many around her. Noticing the flicker of astonishment in the man's eyes as he beheld Su Chongxi, it was evident he had taken an interest in her. The seductive woman immediately wrapped her arm around his, nuzzling against him while playfully insisting, "Brother Luo." Her tone was exaggeratedly coy, eliciting a sense of discomfort. Did she not see the ordinary-looking woman behind her roll her eyes in exasperation? However, the man seemed quite pleased by her antics, gently patting her shoulder and saying, "All right, Maisie, stop that." Understanding his cue, she obediently withdrew her arm and shot a triumphant glance at Su Chongxi. The man then turned his attention back to Su Chongxi, discreetly appraising her from head to toe before nodding slightly. A smile naturally graced his features as he extended his right hand, stating, "I apologize for my subordinate's lack of decorum. Their sudden appearance must have startled you. My name is Chen Luo. May I inquire as to the name of this beautiful lady?" In response to Chen Luo's overture, Su Chongxi chose to remain indifferent. Unperturbed, Chen Luo waved his hand, signaling the man who had been running errands to step forward. "Miss," the man began, "we truly acted inappropriately by startling you. We are not here to rob you. Rather, in these apocalyptic times, humanity faces a grave crisis. We must unite and support each other. Don't you agree?" As he spoke, he attempted to seize the backpack slung over Su Chongxi's shoulder, continuing, "It's unsafe for you to be out here alone with a child. Why not surrender your supplies and accompany us? Our boss, Chen Luo, is an ability user. Do you know what that entails? Ability users are quite formidable. If you follow our boss, I assure you a life of comfort and luxury." "Oh? Is that so? Are ability users really that powerful?" As the man's hand reached for her backpack, Su Chongxi firmly pressed it down and stated, "Indeed, they are. But perhaps it is you who should be apprehensive." "Why? You should be the one afraid." The man stammered, feeling the pressure of her grip. "Of course, you should be frightened. But ironically, it is not I who should fear, but rather you. For, by a stroke of fortune, I too am an ability user. Tell me, who do you think is more formidable, myself or your boss?" As Su Chongxi's words resonated, she intensified her grip, causing the man to cry out in pain. With a sudden motion, she lifted his hand and forcefully twisted it back. The sound of a bone snapping echoed ominously in her other hand. An ice spike had materialized, which she swiftly thrust forward, piercing the man's heart. His agonized screams were abruptly silenced, replaced by his wide-eyed stare and the thud of his body collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath him and staining the earth crimson. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone, including Chen Luo, utterly stunned. None had anticipated that such a seemingly fragile woman was also an ability user. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. After a moment, a young woman broke from the crowd, rushing to the fallen man's side. With a buzz cut that could easily be mistaken for a boy's, she knelt beside him, trembling as she caressed his face, weeping, "Aoyang, oh Aoyang. What has happened? Please wake up, open your eyes and look at me." Upon hearing her cries, the others finally snapped back to reality, unsure of how to console her. Just as Chen Luo opened his mouth to speak, the woman wiped her tears fiercely and abruptly stood up, turning her fury towards Su Chongxi. Chen Luo shouted in alarm, "Xiangzi, no, come back." But it was too late, as the woman lunged at Su Chongxi. A Beretta 92F pistol appeared in her hand, aimed squarely at the woman's forehead. The sound of the gunshot sliced through the air, sharp and clear. The sight of Su Chongxi wielding a firearm rendered the onlookers paralyzed with fear, hesitant to move lest they provoke her wrath. The standoff continued until the ordinary-looking woman stepped forward, addressing Su Chongxi, "Miss, we initially misjudged you based on appearances, which was our error. However, it is clear that you are a woman of principles. Aoyang and Xiangzi both wronged you. One insulted you and attempted to rob you, while the other sought to harm you. Their demise is theirs alone to bear, and should not implicate the rest of us." "Oh, are they not under your boss Chen Luo's command? Surely their actions were sanctioned by him. While Aoyang and Xiangzi may be Chen Luo's subordinates, Each individual harbors their own thoughts, and he cannot control their every action. Moreover, when Xiangzi charged at you, did not Chen Luo himself attempt to intervene? The woman replied methodically to Is that so? Was his intervention not prompted by the surprise of my ability to kill Aoyang and his desire to caution Xiangzi? Su Chongxi mused, a sly smile gracing her lips. That is a misconception, Miss Su. Perhaps the situation unfolded too swiftly for Chen Luo to articulate his intentions clearly. In truth, he sought to protect you from harm, not to caution Xiangzi against you, the woman clarified calmly. She then turned to Chen Luo and inquired, Brother Chen Luo, would you agree? At that moment, Chen Luo remained lost in the aftermath of the gunshot. His mind adrift, the woman raised her voice slightly, Brother Chen Luo? Still, he did not respond. She frowned, amplifying her tone until she nearly shouted, Brother Chen Luo? This finally snapped him back to reality. Huh? Jinling? What did you just say? I said that when Brother Chen Luo intervened, it was not out of concern for Xiangzi, but rather to protect this lady from harm, she reiterated. Yes, you are correct. I intervened because I feared for this lady's safety. Chen Luo affirmed, understanding Jinling's subtle cues. Su Chengxi merely scoffed. I see you intend to head towards the Sea City base. Why not accompany us? To be candid, my home is in Sea City. My father is a person of considerable standing in City C, and he will certainly arrange for the young lady to receive proper treatment when the time comes. Chen Luo extended a sincere invitation. No need, Su Chengxi replied tersely, then continued walking forward with Shan Xingchen. As the two approached, a group of people instinctively parted to create a path for them. Chen Luo reached out a hand, wishing to call Su Chengxi back, but Jinling swiftly pulled his hand back, expressing both anger and helplessness as she said, Are you foolish? Their departure signifies the end of the matter. Why would you wish to detain them? Do you want to be taught a lesson? As fellow abilities users, do you truly believe you can match them in a confrontation? Jinling's rapid-fire questioning left Chen Luo at a loss for words. The woman referred to as Maisie attempted to interject in defense, but a fierce glare from Chen Luo silenced her, forcing her to huff in indignation and fall silent. Su Chengxi had little interest in the unfolding drama. Half an hour later, she had led Shen Xingchen out of the mountain and reached the foot of It. By this time, dusk was gradually settling in, spotting a small village in the distance. Su Chengxi suggested they seek lodging for the night. Upon entering the village, they were pleasantly surprised to find it remarkably tranquil and peaceful, devoid of any signs of the previous undead chaos. It felt as though they were still in a harmonious society rather than a post-apocalyptic world. Su Chengxi knocked on the door of the first house at the village entrance. With a creak, the door swung open, sounding as if it had not been maintained for years. Behind the door stood an elderly woman with a face full of wrinkles, her eyes still clear, and her head wrapped in a white scarf. Upon seeing the two at her doorstep, she inquired, What brings you here? Hello, dear grandmother. We are planning to travel to the base in City C. However, with nightfall approaching, my sister is concerned about the dangers of traveling after dark. We were wondering if we might impose upon you for a night's stay. Shen Xingchen replied, glancing at Su Chengxi. Oh, I see. It is indeed unsafe to travel in the dark. If you don't mind my humble abode, you are more than welcome to stay the night, rest well, and continue your journey in the morning. The elderly woman, charmed by Shen Xingchen's adorable demeanor, readily agreed. Shen Xingchen smiled, her dimples making her even more endearing as she replied, We don't mind at all. How could we be picky? Thank you so much, grandmother. Su Chengxi remained silent but nodded in agreement. Come in quickly. Don't linger at the door, urged the elderly woman, stepping back to allow them entry. Due to the narrow doorway, Shen Xingchen stepped over the threshold first, followed closely by Su Chengxi. Upon entering, Su Chengxi noticed a large round table in the center of the room, upon which sat a steaming bowl of noodles. Shen Xingchen, noticing too, asked, Grandmother, were you just eating? Were you cooking noodles? Yes, I just finished cooking a fresh batch of noodles but haven't had the chance to eat yet. Since you arrived, you must be hungry. So please, sit down and join me. Is it just you here, grandmother? Why did you prepare so much food? Su Chengxi suddenly interjected. Yes, it's just me, this old woman. However, I didn't cook all this for myself. A child will be coming over shortly. This child, you see, was left mute due to an accident in his youth. His parents abandoned him, claiming they would go to the city to work and earn money for his treatment. But everyone in the village knows they simply did not want him anymore. Poor child. He was bullied by the village kids, unable to speak or defend himself. One day, I saw a group of children throwing stones at him, and I chased them away. Since then, he has been coming to help me with my farm work. When I first met him, he looked so frail, like a gust of wind could knock him over. I offered him food in exchange for his help, and he reluctantly agreed. The elderly woman sighed as she spoke. Noticing that Su Chongxi did not intend to sit down, the elderly woman seemed to have a realization and continued. Oh dear, are you worried there won't be enough noodles? You needn't fret. I just happened to cook more than usual today, and the child doesn't eat much, so please, eat to your heart's content. If it's not enough, I'll gladly prepare more. No, it's not necessary to trouble yourself. We do not wish to waste your kindness. We had a hearty meal at noon and are not hungry at all. Su Chongxi politely declined. The elderly woman was about to insist further when a knocking sound echoed at the door. That must be the child, she said as she rose to open it. He usually arrives around this time. As soon as the door swung open, a figure darted in, oblivious to the presence of Su Chongxi and Shan Xingqian, rushing straight to the dining table to grab a pair of chopsticks and begin slurping the noodles voraciously. As if he had not eaten in ages, to an outsider, it would seem he was indulging in some exquisite delicacy. After a whirlwind of consumption, the newcomer finally sat back, patting his belly in satisfaction, only to turn and find Su Chongxi staring back at him in surprise. The person was none other than Lin Muyi. Su Chongxi felt a flicker of astonishment, but remained silent. Lin Muyi, however, appeared immensely excited. He stepped forward and clutched her clothing tightly, attempting to speak but only managing to produce a series of incoherent sounds. Seeing that he could not convey his thoughts, Lin Muyi grew increasingly agitated, releasing his grip on Su Chongxi's garment and gesturing wildly with his hands. Unfortunately, Su Chongxi could not decipher his gestures. The elderly woman, noticing the commotion, stepped forward to grasp Lin Muyi's hands. Feigning sternness, Muyi, what are you doing? These two are guests who have come to stay the night. You must consider the time and place. You wouldn't want to frighten them. As she spoke, she gently ushered Lin Muyi toward the door. All right, you've had your meal. It's getting late. Hurry home now, as I still have guests. Despite being nearly 70 or 80 years old, the elderly woman possessed surprising strength, managing to push Lin Muyi out the door. He turned slightly, eyes fixed on Su Chongxi, reaching out his hands toward her while continuing to make sounds of distress. With a loud bang, the door closed, muffling his persistent knocking. After a lengthy pause, the knocking gradually faded away. Inside, after Lin Muyi had been sent outside, the elderly woman turned to Su Chongxi and Shan Xingqian, her expression filled with apology. I am so sorry. I hope he did not frighten you. Was that the child you mentioned, the one who grew up in the village and later became mute? Su Chongxi inquired, not answering directly. Yes, indeed. That is the very child I spoke of, grandmother. What exactly happened to that brother? And what do you mean by going mad? Shan Xingqian asked, blinking her eyes innocently, feigning curiosity. As I mentioned before, this child has no one to care for him and is often bullied. While I helped him once, I cannot always look after him. One day, while I was preparing lunch, he burst in, covered in blood, with a deep gash on his head. The blood was gushing out, and I was terrified, not knowing what had transpired. I hurriedly took him to the city hospital. It was only later, upon returning and asking the village chief, that I learned it was those same children I had chased away who sought revenge. Calling him a child that even his parents did not want, throwing stones at him. There were adults passing by, but they thought it was just children playing and did nothing to intervene. When that massive stone was hurled, it was too late for the adults to intervene. All that could be witnessed was the child's head being struck, blood flowing profusely. Then, the child, as if suddenly seized by madness, lunged at the one who threw the stone, toppling him to the ground, seizing a nearby rock to strike him. Others rushed forward to restrain the child, yet they could not budge him. Instead, the child bit fiercely onto someone's ear, eliciting loud cries of pain. From that moment forth, the child would sporadically erupt into fits of rage, instilling fear in the villagers. No one dared to bully him anymore, yet no one would approach him either. Only I, this old woman, still dared to prepare meals for him daily. The old lady chuckled and shook her head. So where does he live? Su Chengxi inquired. Why do you ask such a question? The old woman responded with a hint of wariness. Oh, it's nothing much, just curiosity. Since the villagers shun him, if he resides within the village, wouldn't he be ostracized everywhere? Ah, so that's what you meant. My dear, actually, that child used to live in the village. However, after that incident, everyone became fearful of his outbursts and wanted him expelled from the village. I, being a person of little influence, managed to persuade the village chief to allow him to stay. But he said the child could not reside within the village. Behind our village, there is a small mountain, so I suggested to the child that he relocate there. As the old woman recounted her tale, she seemed to feel a twinge of guilt for having to send Lin Mu-yi to live on the mountain. Having learned the address where Lin Mu-yi resided, Su Chengxi ceased her inquiries. She exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Xingqian, who instantly understood. Grandma, it's getting late. Shouldn't we retire for the night? We still have to continue our journey tomorrow. Oh, look at me, I completely forgot. You should rest early too. Come, let me show you to your room. With that, the old woman led Su Chengxi and her companion into the house. Passing through the hall, she pointed to a room on the right. You may stay in this room. The house is too small, and we have no extra rooms, and no worries. It's just fine for me and my sister to share a room, Shen Xingqian hastily replied. As night fell, the moon peeked through the clouds, and the sky was adorned with a sprinkling of stars. The door to their room was quietly opened, and a small head poked through the crack. The little head swayed from side to side, eyes darting around. Confirming that the coast was clear, he withdrew his head and spoke to the woman standing behind him. Sister Su, I checked, and there's not a sound outside. That old lady must be sound asleep. It turned out that the owner of the little head was none other than Shen Xingqian, with Su Chengxi standing behind him. Su Chengxi nodded. Good. Let us set off now. But remember to be as quiet as possible. Understood. Sister Su. With that, Shen Xingqian pushed the door open a little further and tiptoed out, with Su Chengxi following closely behind. Upon reaching the front gate, Shen Xingqian encountered a dilemma. The gate was locked, and any attempt to touch it would surely make a noise. How could they possibly escape? Observing Shen Xingqian's distressed expression, Su Chengxi gently tapped the back of his head and admonished. Be quiet, then. She swiftly lifted Shen Xingqian and tossed him lightly over the wall. By the time Shen Xingqian regained his bearings, he found himself perched atop the wall. Fortunately, he quickly covered his mouth. Otherwise, he would have cried out. Next, Su Chengxi stepped back a dozen paces, took a running start, and leaped up the wall with ease. I'll go down first. Then you can jump down and I will catch you. Su Chengxi instructed Shen Xingqian before jumping down. Shen Xingqian watched as Su Chengxi effortlessly landed on the ground. He cautiously raised his left leg, twisting his body to face Su Chengxi's gaze. There she stood in the shadows, the wind tousling her hair into a graceful arc. Su Chengxi extended her arms, ready to catch Shen Xingqian. He looked down at the height of the wall, hesitated, and finally murmured, Sister Su, I can't do it. At that moment, the wind stilled, and the world returned to silence. Thus, Shen Xingqian's soft voice was clearly heard by Su Chengxi, sensing the tremor in his words. She did not scold him but reassured, It's all right, don't be afraid. Just jump down. I will catch you safely. If it helps, close your eyes. When I count to 3, just jump without thinking about anything else. Shen Xingqian understood that if this continued, it would delay Su Chengxi's plans. Therefore, he closed his eyes and said, All right, Sister Su, when you say 3, I'll jump. You must catch me. Okay. I'm starting now. 1, 2, 3. As the count of 3 echoed, Shen Xingqian leaped down with his eyes tightly shut. 3 seconds later, he felt a warm embrace securely catch him. He was then gently placed on the ground. His heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled as his feet touched the earth once more. Let us go, Su Chengxi said, taking Shen Xingqian's hand as they headed towards the back mountain. With Shen Xingqian leading the way, they arrived unobstructed at the foot of the back mountain. As they entered the woods, Shen Xingqian suddenly heard a loud howl, followed by a massive figure appearing before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the long-lost mutated white tiger, Bai Shi. Seeing Bai Shi again filled Shen Xingqian with joy, and he rushed forward, eager to embrace Bai Shi, only to be met with disdain as the tiger evaded him. In truth, ever since leaving the Z City base, Su Chongxi had completely forgotten about Bai Shi. And even Shen Xingqian had not thought of it. It was not until encountering Chen Luo and his group that Su Chongxi remembered. Before going to bed that night, she had used the pretense of washing her hands to release Bai Shi from her space, instructing it to wait for their arrival at the back mountain. As expected, Shen Xingqian asked, "Sister Su, how did Bai Shi end up here?" Su Chongxi explained, "Actually, ever since we left the Z City base, Bai Shi has been following us from a distance. However, the path we traveled was barren, making it inconvenient for Bai Shi to reveal itself. Now that it is dark and the mountain is filled with trees providing natural cover, Bai Shi could wait for us here." "Oh," Shen Xingqian nodded, acknowledging the apparent gaps in Su Chongxi's explanation, yet he sensed her calm demeanor and chose not to press further. The author wishes to apologize. "I must say I'm truly sorry. The next couple of days will be quite hectic, and today has been emotionally taxing. Therefore, the chapters updated in the next couple of days may not meet your expectations, but I will revise them when I have the time. Thank you for your understanding." Chapter 69. The problem with the bowl of noodles, it was as if her words were the truth. Shen Xingqian clearly did not fully believe Su Chongxi's explanation, yet he trusted that she had her reasons for saying so and chose not to inquire further. He nodded heavily and said, "Oh, I see." Su Chongxi replied with a soft hum, then stood up and continued walking forward, urging the one boy and one tiger behind her to keep up. Shen Xingqian took the lead again and soon came to a halt. "Have we arrived?" Su Chongxi asked from behind. "Yes, Sister Su. I see a small thatched cottage ahead. It should be the place we are looking for. Then let us go." Upon reaching the small thatched cottage, Su Chongxi knocked on the door. Immediately, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. The door swung open, and Lin Mu Yi rushed out, excitedly grabbing Su Chongxi's arm. He attempted to give her a bear hug, but was stopped by Shen Xingqian standing aside. Upon seeing Su Chongxi, Lin Mu Yi's tears streamed down his face. Su Chongxi withdrew her arm and calmly said, "Let us go inside first." Lin Mu Yi nodded vigorously, stepping aside to allow Su Chongxi and the others to enter. Once inside, Su Chongxi surveyed the room and took a seat on the only chair available. Shen Xingqian obediently sat on the edge of the bed, while Bai Shi found a cozy corner to settle down. Lin Mu Yi approached Su Chongxi, gesturing animatedly, seemingly eager to convey some crucial message. "Don't rush. Even if you gesture all you want, I can't understand what you're trying to say." Su Chongxi opened his mouth to speak. "Let me say this. If what I say is correct, you will nod. If it is incorrect, you will shake your head. Do you understand?" Lin Mu nodded heavily. "I do not know what transpired after your departure, but your mutism is not caused by any other reason. You have been poisoned, correct?" Lin Mu nodded affirmatively. Thus, Su Chongxi continued to inquire, "And the one who poisoned you is someone from this village?" Another nod followed. "The noodles you just had were problematic." This statement from Su Chongxi was not a question, but rather an assertion. It turned out that upon entering the old woman's house, Su Chongxi had detected a faint, peculiar odor, presumably that of the bowl of noodles. Gradually, that scent dissipated into the air. "You must have been afflicted by more than one type of poison. There is another that causes intermittent madness, and that bowl of noodles serves as both poison and antidote. The antidote pertains to your episodes of madness, while it is also poison as it exacerbates your mutism, correct?" Lin Mu nodded vigorously, then gently shook his head. This time he gestured with a simple motion, prompting Su Chongxi to tentatively state, "So you mean it does not aggravate your mutism? It simply prevents it from improving?" This time, Lin Mu did not shake his head but nodded continuously. Su Chongxi pondered for a long while before speaking. "So, this mutism can naturally resolve itself after some time? However, you just consume the noodles, which means you will remain in this state for a considerable duration." Chapter 70. Bai Shi becomes smaller. I wonder if there is any other antidote that could simultaneously alleviate both your madness and mutism? Su Chongxi muttered to herself. Unexpectedly, Lin Mu nodded vigorously. Su Chongxi immediately straightened her posture. "Oh, is there really an antidote? Where is it?" Lin Mu then used hand gestures, but this time his motions appeared quite complex, leaving Su Chongxi perplexed. Sitting on the bed, Shun Xingqian suddenly had a brilliant idea and said, Sister Su, you could conjure an ice spike and let this big brother write on the ground with it. Although we may not clearly see what is being written, we can still infer the message. Su Chengxi cast an approving glance at Shun Xingqian and then conjured a long ice spike. With a firm twist, she broke it into 2 segments and handed one piece to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took it and grasped the ice spike as if it were a pin. Beginning to write on the ground as Su Chengxi conjured the ice spike, she adjusted the release of her powers, deliberately tempering the coldness of the spike so that Lin Mu would not feel uncomfortable holding it. Lin Mu painstakingly inscribed 3 characters on the ground, but unfortunately, not a single mark remained. At that moment, Shun Xingqian exclaimed, I see it. The big brother wrote village chief's house. Lin Mu nodded. Su Chengxi rested her chin in contemplation and decisively stated, in that case, Little Bun, you and Bai Shi should go to the village chief's house to steal the antidote. Lin Mu, you will describe the exact location of the village chief's house and the appearance of the antidote to Little Bun and Bai Shi in as much detail as possible. Little Bun, when you arrive, you will be responsible for guiding Bai Shi to the village chief's house. You will wait at the entrance while Bai Shi goes inside to steal the antidote. Su Chengxi assigned clear roles to each of them. Huh? Let Bai Shi steal the antidote? It's so big. Won't it get discovered? Shun Xingqian voiced her concerns. Oh, is that so? Su Chengxi cast a meaningful glance at Shun Xingqian. Then, in the corner, the enormous mutated white tiger lay sprawled. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke erupted. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette of the white tiger had vanished, replaced by a small, plump white cat. The white cat approached Shun Xingqian with graceful strides. At that moment, Lin Mu appeared utterly dumbfounded. Shun Xingqian, too, was overwhelmed, her mind swirling with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? A living transformation? No, a living tiger turned into a cat. Su Chengxi promptly explained, preventing Shun Xingqian from questioning her existence. In this post-apocalyptic world, humans can awaken their powers, and Bai Shi has undergone mutation, allowing it to change its form. It's not strange, right? But Bai Shi couldn't transform before. How did it happen so suddenly now? Perhaps Bai Shi has been following us and has been hunting mutated animals on its OWNIT, must have consumed the crystal cores found in the brains of those mutated creatures, which enabled it to shrink like this. I only learned of this tonight, not much earlier than you. Perhaps Bai Shi wanted to surprise us. In reality, Bai Shi had been consuming nearly 10 buckets of spring water in the space over the past few days, resulting in another mutation. Chapter 71. Preparing to steal the medicine. If Bai Shi can freely change size, does that mean we won't have to leave it outside when we enter the base anymore? We also won't have to worry about being discovered. Bai Shi licked its fur. Note, Bai Shi is also a cleanliness-loving white tiger, and disdainfully rolled its eyes at Shun Xingqian, thinking, little brat, this tiger does not stay outside the base. It enters the space. Do you even know what that space is? It is filled with abundant spiritual energy, so comfortable. There's sweet water to drink. It's because of that water that I experienced a second mutation. I wish to remain in that space forever. I have no desire to face those disgusting zombies. Little brat, are you envious of me? Even if you are, it doesn't matter. You can't enter anyway. Sigh. I truly pity you, little brat. Bai Shi's inner monologue went unnoticed by Shun Xingqian. Thus, he could not interpret the disdainful gaze of Bai Shi that gradually transformed into one of sympathy. Upon hearing Shun Xingqian's question, Su Chengxi nodded in agreement. Yes, from now on, we need not worry about Bai Shi being discovered. Having resolved the issue of Bai Shi's size and the potential for being detected while stealing the antidote, Su Chengxi then inquired, so, is there anything else we need to address? No one responded, and Shun Xingqian shook his head. All right, Lin Mu, please write down the location of the village chief's house and the appearance of the antidote. Su Chengxi added, handing Lin Mu the other piece of the ice spike. Lin Mu accepted it and crouched down to begin writing on the ground. The village chief's house is at the east end of the village. Turn left, and it's the third house. Shun Xingqian read out each word. With every word spoken, Lin Mu nodded in affirmation. The antidote is an oval-shaped, dark brown pill. Lin Mu nodded once more. The pill is kept in a small white porcelain bottle. He nodded again. The porcelain bottle is placed in a black wooden box, which is under the village chief's bed. Another nod followed. Once Lin Mu had clarified everything, Su Chongxi asked Shen Xingqian. Have you remembered it all? I remember. Shen Xingqian patted his chest, confidently assuring her, in that case, you should set off. Be quick and cautious, and do not let anyone discover you. If you are found out, retreat immediately and prioritize your safety. Su Chongxi urged. All right, Sister Su, I understand. Saying this, Shen Xingqian called out to Bai Shi, who was still grooming its fur. Bai Shi, we are leaving. Bai Shi lowered its paw, elegantly rolled its eyes, as if to say, this tiger knows. What blind little human you are. Did you not see me tidying up my pristine fur? Then, it gracefully made its way to the door, casting a glance back at Shen Xingqian standing in place. Aren't you following me? Blind little human, you truly lack perception. I have finished grooming my beautiful white fur, and you are still standing there like a fool. At that moment, Shen Xingqian's inner thoughts were, did Bai Shi just look down on me? Am I being belittled by a tiger again? How many times have I been looked down upon by Bai Shi? Chapter 72. The Zombie Pit. After Shen Xingqian left with Bai Shi, Su Chongxi finally had the time to scrutinize Lin Mu. She observed that he wore a tattered army green long-sleeve t-shirt on his upper body, and his lower half was clad in a pair of dark blue jeans riddled with large holes. His hair was tousled, resembling a bird's nest. Upon their first meeting, he had just completed his college entrance examination and was about to enter university. A bright, somewhat naive young man. His eyes sparkled with a hint of starlight. However, now, the light in his eyes had extinguished. A heavy aura of gloom enveloped him. Just as Su Chongxi was examining Lin Mu, he suddenly let out excited sounds of ah, while vigorously pointing at the door. Su Chongxi asked in confusion, the door? Lin Mu continued to exclaim ah while nodding vigorously. Seeing that Su Chongxi remained seated and did not move, thus, he grasped Su Chongxi's arms with both hands. Intending to pull her up, Su Chongxi was also curious about what Lin Mu was up to, so she complied with his strength and stood up. Lin Mu seized her and dashed out of the room. As they proceeded, they ventured further and further until Su Chongxi felt they had reached the deepest part of the mountain. Lin Mu halted before the entrance of a cave, which was obscured by a tangle of weeds. Had Lin Mu not stopped here, Su Chongxi might have overlooked it entirely. Lin Mu stepped forward and cleared away the thicket at the cave's mouth, revealing an oval-shaped entrance, neither too large nor too small. Just sufficient for two adults to pass through. He took hold of Su Chongxi and led her into the cave. Upon entering, a chill breeze swept past her. Gazing ahead, she was met with a pitch-black darkness, obscuring even her outstretched fingers. Fortunately, the passage was relatively flat, and with Lin Mu guiding her forward, she managed to avoid stumbling as they progressed deeper. The wind grew stronger, howling past their ears and coupled with the oppressive darkness. It instilled a sense of dread at that moment. A sound akin to dripping water echoed, as something fell from the cave's ceiling, landing on the back of Su Chongxi's hand, which Lin Mu was clutching. Within seconds, a sense of unease gripped her. The sticky sensation and a faint metallic scent led her to suspect that it was not water, but blood. Holding on to her suspicions, they finally reached the end of the passage, where a glimmer of light awaited them. Closer and closer, at last, the brightness returned. However, upon discerning the scene before her, Su Chongxi felt a flicker of astonishment. Yet, her surprise was fleeting. After all, having endured a decade of darkness in her past life, what could possibly faze her? Before them lay a vast chasm. Taking a few steps closer, they stood by the edge of the pit. As her gaze descended, she was met with a sea of zombies. Appearing to number nearly 100, Su Chongxi cast her eyes down to her hand. Indeed, it was not water, but blood. These zombies, sensing the blood and the aura of a supernatural being, should have stirred, as it was their instinct. Yet, at that moment, they all had their eyes closed, their decaying hands hanging limply at their sides, motionless, exuding an eerie tranquility. Chapter 73. The ongoing theft of the medicine. Su Chongxi sensed danger. An audacious hypothesis formed in her mind. Could it be that these zombies were being kept here? Their demeanor suggested they were under someone's control. Although this notion seemed far-fetched, Su Chongxi felt somewhat reassured. For in her previous life, she had learned that some research facilities, under the guise of serving all humanity, were clandestinely conducting experiments on supernatural beings. They would concoct various grandiose excuses to lure one supernatural being after another into their fortified laboratories, where they would be delivered to the dissection table, forced to witness their own gradual dismemberment. Observing the situation before her, Su Chengxi contemplated her strategy. They should resolve the threat while the zombies remained under control. However, she was uncertain if such an action would cause a commotion. Ultimately, Su Chengxi decided it best to retreat. Thus, the two began their journey back along the same path. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Xingchen was leading Bai Shi toward the village. Upon arriving, Shen Xingchen murmured to himself, "Turn left at the east end, 1, 2, 3. This is the one." Standing at the door of the village chief's home, Shen Xingchen lowered his voice and said to Bai Shi, "Bai Shi, this is it. This is the old village chief's house. You must go in now and retrieve the antidote. Remember, it's in a black box under the bed. Be careful not to alert anyone." Bai Shi, listening to Shen Xingchen's incessant chatter, felt somewhat exasperated, thinking to herself, "Didn't that Lin fellow already mention this? It's not as if I didn't hear him. Does he think I'm incapable of understanding? If I were oblivious, what would it matter if he repeated it 70 or 80 times? She then rolled her eyes at Shen Xingchen, nimbly leaping onto the wall and vaulting into the courtyard. Leaving Shen Xingchen perplexed and questioning whether Bai Shi had just rolled her eyes at him again, feeling quite disheveled, Bai Shi jumped into the courtyard and casually found an open window to slip through. She perked up her ears, silently listening to the surrounding sounds, and could only hear the old village chief's snoring. She carefully discerned which room the old village chief occupied, and fortunately, he was alone in the house, allowing her to easily locate his position. She stealthily pushed open the door to the room and deftly crawled under the old village chief's bed in search of the wooden box. Thankfully, there was little clutter beneath the bed, only a wooden box quietly resting there, which Bai Shi picked up, ready to return the way she came. However, fate intervened. The collision between the porcelain bottle and the wooden box produced a series of sharp sounds, and Bai Shi gasped in dismay. The old village chief abruptly awoke, shouting, "Who is it? What is that? Come out at once." Realizing her cover was blown, Bai Shi decided to make a bold move. She leaped out from under the bed with a meow and raced towards the wall. Hearing her own cat-like cry, she felt like crying without tears. This is the downside of being smaller. What should have been a majestic roar turned into a feeble mewl, utterly lacking in grandeur. How could this preserve the dignity of the king of beasts? Despite her grievances, Bai Shi knew she couldn't afford to delay, so she propelled herself forward with all four paws. Chapter 74. The mission failed. Seeing the situation unfold, Bai Shi disregarded everything else and let out a loud roar, transforming back into her original form, leaping over the wall. Upon spotting Shen Xingchen standing outside the wall, she decisively dropped the black box from her mouth and seized him by the collar. Sprinting towards the back mountain, the village chief, wielding a flashlight, chased after them outside, astonished to see the white cat transform into a white tiger. However, thinking of the antidote, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. Yet, once outside, all the old village chief could see was Bai Shi gradually disappearing into the shadows. He lamented his lost opportunity, fuming and stamping his feet. At that moment, the villagers converged, asking, "Village chief, what happened? Are you all right? What was that enormous tiger?" The village chief replied, "A wild beast. A wild beast has taken the antidote. It got away. How can we control those zombies now?" Sigh. The villagers, upon hearing this, began to panic. Just then, a sharp-eyed villager spotted the black wooden box by the wall and hurriedly picked it up, confirming with the village chief, "Village chief, look, the antidote is here. It hasn't been taken." The old village chief quickly snatched it from the villager's hands, opened the box, and upon seeing the porcelain bottle inside, he let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, Yes, this is it. You nearly gave this old man a heart attack. All right, everyone, take a break. It's fine now, go back and rest." After speaking, the old village chief did not wait to see if anyone had more to say and promptly closed the door behind him. The villagers exchanged glances and, seeing this, reluctantly returned to their homes. Meanwhile, Bai Shi had already carried Shen Xingchen beyond the village and was continuing towards the back mountain. Having failed to retrieve the antidote, It seemed they would have to discuss this matter further another time. Su Chengxi and Lin Muyi had returned to Lin Muyi's thatched cottage, where Su Chengxi, ever perceptive, could hear some commotion in the distance, even from 7 or 8 miles away, and surmised that Shen Xingchen and the others must have encountered some trouble. Thus, she decided to go out to meet them. Upon seeing her, Lin Muyi, unable to hold back, closely followed Su Chengxi as she hurried towards the front mountain. Fortunately, they encountered each other in the woods. Upon seeing Bai Shi carrying Shan Xingchen back, Su Chengxi felt a great sense of relief. Shan Xingchen, being clutched by Bai Shi, was propelled forward at a rapid pace, causing him to feel nauseated, as if his stomach were churning violently. When Bai Shi finally set him down, he could hardly contain himself and promptly retched. Shan Xingchen kept his head bowed, retching uncontrollably when he felt a gentle hand patting his back. Once he finished, he looked up to find a delicate, fair hand holding out a tissue before him. It was Su Chengxi, who had patted him out of concern for his discomfort. After he finished vomiting, she handed him the tissue. Once Shan Xingchen had released the contents of his stomach, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and stammered to Su Chengxi, I'm sorry, Sister Su. Well, our mission has failed. We were supposed to retrieve the antidote, but somehow, the village chief found out, and he called the villagers together, so we had no choice but to retreat, leaving the medicine behind. Shan Xingchen lowered his head, unable to meet Su Chengxi's gaze. Shan Xingchen lowered her head, unable to meet Su Chengxi's gaze. Su Chengxi gently ruffled Shan Xingchen's hair and said, It's all right, I have already stated that safety is paramount, and you have done exceedingly well. Leave the matter of the antidote to me. Chapter 75. Taking the initiative, Shan Xingchen timidly inquired, Then what shall we do? Su Chengxi, with an air of authority, declared, We shall reclaim it. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu hurriedly gestured, desperate to dissuade Su Chengxi. He internally screamed, We cannot go. Not now. There are so many people in this village, and the multitude of zombies we witnessed in the pit earlier. Deliberately walking into danger would be tantamount to seeking death. Su Chengxi either failed to comprehend Lin Mu's gestures or chose to disregard them altogether. She had her own considerations. The numerous zombies behind the mountain were undoubtedly raised by the villagers. Their existence represented the village's greatest secret. Furthermore, the moment Bai Shi sought the antidote, the old village chief had gathered the entire village upon discovering its loss. Such a large-scale mobilization indicated that the antidote was likely far more significant than merely curing muteness. Perhaps the old village chief utilized it to exert control over the zombies. This explanation seemed the only plausible one. At that moment, the old village chief had already seen Bai Shi, and should he connect the dots to Lin Mu, it would be inevitable that he would seek Lin Mu out, leading to their discovery. Moreover, the matter of raising zombies must remain hidden from outsiders. Thus, it was better to err on the side of caution than to risk leaving even one alive. The old village chief would undoubtedly cause them trouble, and the likelihood of him plotting their demise in the shadows was exceedingly high. Therefore, rather than remaining passive, it was wiser to take the initiative now. After a night of turmoil, they arrived at the front mountain, and dawn broke. The group approached the village chief's residence, drawing the attention of the villagers, especially since, apart from Lin Mu, all were outsiders, and trailing behind them was a magnificent, large white tiger. The villagers silently scrutinized them, while Su Chengxi remained unfazed by their gazes. She approached the entrance of the old village chief's home, kicked open the door, and stormed inside. The old village chief was startled by the sudden intrusion of Su Chengxi and her companions and barked, Who are you? How dare you break in without a word? One must knock before entering another's home, seeking the owner's permission. Where is your courtesy? However, when the old village chief finally discerned the imposing tiger behind them, he was taken aback, thinking, Isn't that the tiger that stole the antidote last night? Are they in league with it? Yet, upon seeing the villagers who had followed out of curiosity, his anxiety dissipated. He thought to himself, Humph, with so many people here, what can this little girl, accompanied by a useless boy and a mere child, possibly do? The tiger may appear intimidating, but surely, with so many villagers, they cannot threaten us. Besides, I had the foresight to notify the old hunter from the west side of the village to come today. Thankfully, I anticipated this. That hunter is quite formidable, having descended from generations of hunters and butchers, dealing with wild beasts. He mentioned having hunted a tiger before. He should arrive shortly. At that time, this tiger should pose no significant threat. Su Chongxi was oblivious to the old village chief's thoughts, but she could surmise from his changing expressions that he likely underestimated her. However, was Su Chongxi truly so easily intimidated? Chapter 76. Tensions rise. The old village chief composed himself and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Shin Chongxi responded calmly, "Why feign ignorance, village chief? We are here today for the antidote." "What antidote? I do not understand what you are saying," the old village chief said. Feigning confusion, his heart racing, "Village chief, I am here for the antidote, with no ulterior motives, merely wishing to cure Lin Mu's muteness." With that, she nudged Lin Mu forward. Caught off guard, Lin Mu stumbled but managed to steady himself just in time. The old village chief, upon seeing Lin Mu, continued to question, "What Lin Mu? I do not know of this person. This mute is merely a madman from our village, whom we call Woodhead, not the Lin Mu you speak of." Hearing the old village chief's words, Lin Mu shook his head furiously. "Village chief, he truly is from your village. You know in your heart the truth of this matter. Since I am aware of Lin Mu, I must know him. Is there any need for you to continue this charade?" The pushed forward Lin Mu nodded emphatically. The old village chief was about to say more when a villager came sprinting in from the back mountain. The man ran with great speed, clearly exerting himself to the utmost, and his expression was one of urgency. As he drew closer, he shouted, "Village chief! Village chief! There's trouble!" Reaching the old village chief, he skidded to a halt. Bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, "Village chief, it's bad. I just went to the back mountain and discovered several faint footprints at the cave's entrance. Thank goodness I was observant. Otherwise, I might not have noticed. Someone must have found that cave." Upon hearing this, Su Chongxi's heart sank. This is dire. Indeed, the old village chief was taken aback by the news and, upon seeing Su Chongxi's group, seemed to realize something. He abandoned his pretense, tearing off the mask of civility, and declared with malice, "Ha! It seems you have uncovered our secret. In that case, I cannot allow you to live." Su Chongxi replied coolly, "We are merely passers-by, not wishing to interfere. Your secrets are of no concern to me. I only seek the antidote. Why must we resort to mutual destruction?" The old village chief scoffed. "Mutual destruction? How could that be? Given that you have already unearthed our village's secret, you should be well aware of our trump cards. Just you few? A little girl, a useless boy, and a mere child. What chaos can you possibly unleash? Even with a wild beast, what odds do you think you have? Here, even if you are a dragon, you must coil, and if you are a tiger, you must lie low. You shall remain here with that." The old village chief waved his hand, and the onlooking villagers ceased their idle curiosity, rallying around the village chief to encircle Su Chongxi and her companions. Su Chongxi coldly stated, "If that is the case, let us see who is more formidable." Before her words had fully left her lips, Su Chongxi swiftly drew a dagger and charged at the old village chief, casting a glance at Bai Shi, signaling it to protect Shan Xingchen. The battle was about to commence. Chapter 77. The zombies arrive, however. Despite Su Chongxi being a mid-level ability user with quick reflexes, she was not a speed-type ability user. And the villagers responded just as swiftly. Before she could reach the old village chief, she was obstructed by the villagers who had already surrounded them. Reluctantly, she shifted her focus and began attacking the villagers. With her wealth of combat experience and the villagers' lack of actual battle training, their efforts were chaotic and unfocused, making it feel as though she were slicing through vegetables. How she wished that slaying zombies could be this effortless. Meanwhile, Bai Shi bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Shan Xingchen, which significantly restricted its range of movement. However, the villagers hesitated to act against such a massive tiger. In a swift motion, Bai Shi struck, and one villager's head exploded under its paw. Witnessing this, the villagers became even more terrified and hesitated to advance, some even retreating towards Su Chongxi, unknowingly stepping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair. Meanwhile, the old village chief grew increasingly anxious as he watched the villagers faltering against Su Chongxi and the tigers swiftly dispatching them. "Where is that old hunter from the west side of the village?" he thought, regretting his decision to heed the villagers' advice to place the puppets deep in the back mountain, now unable to summon them in time. Truly, a case of hindsight being 20/20. Indeed, at the onset of the battle, the old village chief had secretly summoned the zombies he had raised in the back mountain. As the villagers were on the verge of being overwhelmed by Su Chongxi's group, a series of roars shattered the tranquility of their seemingly assured victory. The old village chief's heart steadied upon seeing a swarm of dark figures approaching from a distance. This was not merely due to the arrival of the old hunter, but also because his zombie puppets had arrived. Although Su Chongxi had anticipated this, she had not expected the zombies to arrive so swiftly, leaving her in a state of alarm. At that moment, she caught sight of something black peeking out from behind the old village chief's back, a hint of the box containing the antidote. It is also the key to controlling these zombies, she thought, as long as she eliminated the old village chief first and seized the box from her hands. Without the antidote inside, the old village chief would no longer be able to command these zombies. Thus, she swiftly drew her pistol from her backpack and, through the gaps in the crowd, fired at the old village chief. This shot was aimed precisely. The old village chief should have been doomed. However, at that moment, a figure lunged in from the side, shielding the old village chief. It was the old hunter, who had just arrived. He understood that only the village chief could control these zombies, and she could not die. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove to protect the old village chief, taking a bullet himself, fortunately avoiding any vital organs. Yet, before the old hunter could even feel relieved, Su Chongxi fired again, this time hitting him in the head. The old hunter was dead, utterly. The old village chief, witnessing the death of the old hunter who had protected her, felt a profound sorrow. At that moment, more zombies surged in behind the old hunter. She quickly intensified her covert control over the zombie puppets. The zombies emitted an even more piercing roar, positioning themselves firmly in front of the old village chief, creating an impenetrable barrier. Subsequently, the old village chief commanded the zombies to charge towards Su Chongxi and her companions. Chapter 78. Breaking through obstacles. Faced with the horde of charging zombies, Su Chongxi could not afford to waste bullets. She pulled the trigger, and a shot rang out, striking a zombie squarely in the head. Although these were merely first-tier zombies, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. For the time being, she was alone, but she had no reason to fear. If worst came to worst, she could retreat into her space. However, with Xin Xingqian and Lin Mui behind her, she found it difficult to unleash her full potential. Bullets would eventually run out, and she could not keep drawing her pistol from her space. Consequently, she continuously unleashed her ice-based abilities. Ice arrows formed and shot forth from her hands, piercing several zombie skulls with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, she was still swatting zombies away with a single paw. Lin Mui had remarkably awakened his wood-type abilities. Initially, when Su Chongxi had noticed the grass growing from Lin Mui's head, she had speculated that he had awakened wood-type powers, although he had been unaware at the time. Observing his current state, it was evident that he could now wield his abilities with confidence. He had successfully advanced beyond the first tier and was now a second-tier ability user. He manipulated the willow trees lining the road, making the branches stretch and suddenly ensnare a nearby zombie. The zombie was immobilized. Immediately after, she pounced, crushing the zombie's skull with a single blow, brains splattering everywhere. A grotesque sight. The first collaboration between Lin Mui and Bai Shi was seamless. While Xin Xingqian, under their protection, appeared particularly relaxed, as one zombie fell, another lunged forward. The zombies seemed endless. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy, as Su Chongxi's gaze shifted back to the village chief. Now encircled by zombies, due to the surrounding horde, she could only catch a glimpse of the white headscarf worn by the old village chief. I must eliminate the old village chief first, Su Chongxi resolved. She turned to glance at Xin Xingqian behind her, hesitating momentarily before calling out to Lin Mui and Bai Shi, who were busily dispatching zombies. I will go kill the village chief first. Bai Shi, stay close and cover me. Lin Mui, coordinate with Bai Shi to shield my advance. Little one, take care of yourself. With Bai Shi's protection diminished, Xin Xingqian found himself in greater peril. Yet, given the current situation, this truly was the best course of action. Thus, Su Chongxi swiftly darted forward, with Bai Shi following closely, swatting away any obstructing zombies. Lin Mu kept a watchful eye on Su Chongxi, occasionally sending willow branches to strike down the zombies blocking their path. Before long, Su Chongxi broke through the barrier and reached the perimeter encircling the old village chief. The old village chief, unable to see outside due to the zombies surrounding him, felt no concern. He believed that Su Chongxi and her companions could never overcome his obedient zombie puppets. The soldiers fighting were numerous, and the others merely needed to ensure his safety. Little did he know. The enemy had already infiltrated his stronghold. To be safe, Su Chongxi used her ice abilities to thoroughly freeze the group of zombies. During this, any foolish zombies attempting to approach were swatted away by Baishi. Chapter 79. Obtaining the antidote with the zombies now immobilized. Su Chongxi's ability to unleash her powers accelerated. In no time, she had completely encased the zombies in ice. She kicked forcefully, followed by a spinning kick, sending all the zombies that had blocked the old village chief flying in an instant. Su Chongxi stood before the old village chief, coldly regarding him. The old village chief moved his lips, but before he could utter a word, a dagger plunged fiercely into his heart. Thud. The old village chief collapsed to the ground. Su Chongxi immediately pried open his hand, retrieving the box he had clutched tightly. Just as she was about to return to Shan Xingqian's side, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With Baishi's formidable presence now absent, Lin Mui alone struggled to fend off the onslaught of zombies. Gradually, he became overwhelmed. At some point, a separation occurred between him and Shan Xingqian due to the encroaching zombies. When Lin Mui realized this, he attempted to reach Shan Xingqian, but found himself unable to break through. Meanwhile, Su Chongxi and Baishi were also engaged in slaying zombies as they rushed back. At this moment, 2 or 3 zombies had already surrounded Shan Xingqian. Without support, he could only strive for self-preservation. Just as the claws of the zombies were about to descend upon him, Shan Xingqian recalled Su Chongxi's earlier words. The reason you were able to wait for my rescue at the abandoned machinery factory was that you erupted with new skills in a crisis, namely the mental barrier. This skill should only be mastered upon reaching the second tier of abilities. This indicates that you broke through at that moment, becoming a second-tier ability user. However, you were still unaware of how to utilize your powers, which is why you did not sense your advancement. Only by truly mastering your abilities can you genuinely attain the second tier. These words echoed in his mind. Shan Xingqian gradually calmed himself, feeling a unique force coursing through his body, more potent than anything he had previously sensed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The claws of the zombies were perilously close, mere moments away from his eyes. Shan Xingqian perceived the zombies as if separated by an invisible barrier, rendering them unable to advance. He let out a long breath, understanding that he had succeeded. He had finally become a true second-tier mental ability user. At that moment, Su Chongxi arrived just in time. She shot ice arrows from behind, causing the zombies to fall. Baishi quickly followed suit. Su Chongxi shouted, "Let Baishi carry you." Soon after, Lin Mui successfully charged in from another direction. Su Chongxi swiftly opened the black box, retrieving a porcelain vial from within. She removed the vial seal and poured the pills into her palm. The antidote, upon exposure, released an exceptionally strong fragrance. The zombies, catching a whiff of this aroma, became even more agitated. Su Chongxi had no time to ponder. She supported Lin Mui's chin with one hand, applying gentle pressure to force his mouth open. With her other hand, she swiftly tossed the antidote into his mouth. "Swallow it, quickly!" Lin Mui had no time to chew before he swallowed it down. The antidote was obliterated, the zombies freed from control, and they instantly reverted to their immobile state. Chapter 80. Lin Mui's ordeal won quickly. "We must go. The zombies will awaken soon," Su Chongxi shouted. After all, with the antidote destroyed, the control over the zombies was lifted, and this state of numbness was temporary. It would not last long. When they regained their instincts, given their current state of exhausted abilities and fatigue, they would lack the strength to face another wave of zombie attacks. Thus, there was no time to waste. Saying this, Su Chongxi turned and sprinted towards the village entrance. Lin Mui closely followed her, while Baishi carried Shan Xingqian, sprinting furiously. They ran for several miles before Su Chongxi finally came to a halt. Baishi followed suit, lowering its body as Shan Xingqian slowly slid off its back. Soon after, Lin Mui arrived, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Once everyone had rested sufficiently, Su Chengxi asked Lin Mui, "Now that you've taken the antidote, can you speak?" Lin Mui hesitated, attempting to utter a sound. Su, 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 the heroine. After having lost his voice for an extended period, his vocal apparatus had gradually deteriorated, making it difficult for him to adapt to speaking once again, resulting in a stammer. "It's all right. You're bound to feel unaccustomed after speaking for the first time. Take your time, there's no need to rush." Su Chengxi reassured him, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her backpack and offering it to Lin Mui. "Have a sip to soothe your throat." Lin Mui accepted the bottle, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back, gulping down half of its contents. "Heroine, I apologize," he stuttered, clearing his throat as his speech became progressively coherent. "After Yang Ziming and I left—" "Oh, Yang Ziming is that little boy you previously expelled from the villa?" "Su." Yang Ziming had been spoiled by his grandmother. His agreement to accompany me stemmed from the belief that I could provide him with food and protect him from danger. Fortunately, we did not encounter too many zombies along the way, as my sole responsibility was to find food for him. However, such good fortune did not last long. On the 5th day after our departure, we stumbled upon a small squad of zombies comprising more than 10 of them. At that time, I had yet to awaken my powers, leaving the two of us with no choice but to flee. During our escape, just as a zombie was about to seize us, Yang Ziming unexpectedly shoved me aside. At this point, Lin Mui's expression turned grim, clearly struggling to comprehend Yang Ziming's actions. Su Chengxi made no attempt to console him. Lin Mui composed himself and continued, "I was thrust in front of that zombie, teetering on the brink of life and death, when I awakened my wood-based abilities. Just as the other zombies closed in, I genuinely believed I was doomed. However, in that critical moment, a 5-member team of ability users appeared. 4 of them possessed powers and immediately helped us dispatch the zombies. Later, Yang Ziming explained that his actions had been instinctual. I reasoned that as a child, he likely acted without malice, and I forgave him. Subsequently, we joined that 5-member team on their journey. During our time together, the team leader had attempted to recruit me, asking me to join their ranks, but I consistently declined. One evening, unable to sleep, I arose to find Yang Ziming and the 5 individuals huddled in a corner, seemingly engaged in a conversation. They were too distant for me to overhear. At the time, I paid it no mind until later when Yang Ziming approached me. He disclosed that the team leader had promised to accept him into their group only if I agreed to join. That was when I realized Yang Ziming had brokered a deal, effectively selling me out. I confronted him in a fit of rage, demanding to know why he would do such a thing. And he retorted defiantly that he had only followed me because he believed I could protect him. However, after our encounter with the zombies, he realized my ineffectiveness. He argued that joining the ability user team was advantageous. At least they possessed powers, were formidable, and could ensure his safety while providing sustenance. I was astounded that a mere child could utter such words. Nonetheless, I declined the offer, harboring an instinctive distrust toward those ability users. Although they had rescued me, I could not bring myself to place my faith in them. To my dismay, Yang Ziming conspired with them to drug me. When I next regained consciousness, I found myself confined in a dark room, bound hand and foot, utterly immobilized. They provided no food or water, and 3 days and nights elapsed in this manner. When I finally encountered the team leader again, he merely uttered, "You reap what you sow." Before I succumbed to unconsciousness due to extreme hunger and dehydration. Upon awakening, I discovered I was in that very small village, horrified to find that I could no longer speak. Later, I learned that the ability user team had been functioning as intermediaries. They had initially sought to recruit me upon discovering my wood abilities, but my repeated rejections had incited their wrath. They sold me to that village without concern for the consequences, departing soon after. The zombies we had encountered in the pit behind the mountain were, in fact, villagers from that very place. The villagers were descendants of an ancient tribe, devoted to the worship of deities. The apocalypse and the emergence of zombies were attributed by them to divine retribution. Initially, they intended to burn the first villager who transformed into a zombie, but the village elder intervened. He produced a pill, claiming it had been passed down by their ancestors and could be used to control the zombies. The elder stated that he had never understood the purpose of the pill until the zombies appeared. Realizing that it was a divine gift, He believed their ancestors had foreseen this catastrophe and had left it for their descendants to avert the disaster. His words stirred the villagers, prompting them to use the pill to subdue the zombies, with its aroma attracting all nearby undead. They began to confine the zombies in the mountains. Every few days, a villager would vanish, and during such times, the elder would offer a few soothing words before hastily dismissing the matter. The villagers were thus placated. However, I alone understood that the missing villagers had been fed to the zombies by that elder. Eventually, the elder learned that the flesh and blood of ability users attracted zombies even more. Coincidentally, the previous 5-member team passed through this village, leading the elder to forge a cooperative relationship with them. In exchange for delivering captured ability users, he would provide them with substantial supplies. Thus, I became the first unfortunate victim. Yet, I was somewhat fortunate, for at the moment I was handed over to the elder, I should have been thrown into the zombie pit. However, the elder's ambitions were insatiable. He sought to capture more ability users to feed to the zombies, hoping to enhance their strength. It was precisely for this reason that I remained alive. During this time, I diligently trained to enhance my abilities, ultimately achieving a breakthrough to the 2nd level. Initially, I had hoped to seize an opportunity to escape secretly, but I never anticipated encountering you, the heroine. Having recounted my experiences in one breath, Lin Mui was parched. He quickly finished the remaining half of the mineral water. After he had quenched his thirst, Su Chengxi posed a question. Given all this, do you understand why you face such trials? Lin Mui displayed a perplexed expression. Sensing this, Su Chengxi sighed softly and shook her head. Did I not warn you before? Do you recall? Lin Mui hesitantly replied. I don't remember. Since fate had brought them together once more. Su Chengxi resolved to take Lin Mui under her wing. Thus, certain matters needed clarification. Unrelentingly, she began. I previously cautioned you that evil does not always beget evil, nor does good guarantee a reward. You must understand that we are now in an apocalyptic world, not the era of law and order we once knew. Even in a lawful society, those who are excessively benevolent do not necessarily reap favorable outcomes. How much less so now? The apocalypse is a realm of bloodshed, chaos, darkness, and cruelty. The fundamental law of survival in this world is that the strong prevail. In this era, one's standing, wealth, background, and power are insignificant compared to sheer strength. If you possess enough power, you are the very law of this world. To survive in this apocalypse, you must cast aside your foolish compassion and refrain from trusting anyone too readily. If you wish to live an extraordinary life, you must strive to enhance your abilities. For that reason, sometimes the blade in your hand may be aimed not only at zombies but also at fellow humans. Do not speak to me of kinship among humans, of bloodshed among our own kind. Such notions are nothing but hypocritical folly. What does it matter if we share blood? Were there not instances of fratricide and patricide in ancient times? If you hesitate to kill, do you truly believe he would spare your life? What makes you think he wouldn't kill you? The brutality of the apocalypse magnifies humanity's ambitions and the darkness buried deep within. Laws cannot restrain humanity. It is either you perish or I do, and that is the reality of competition in this world. Survival of the fittest, the law of the food chain, remains unaltered, as she spoke. Su Chengxi glanced at Bai Shi and Shan Xingchen. Her words were not solely directed at Lin Mui but were equally intended for them. Each tier of the food chain has a fixed quota. If you remain at the bottom, you will inevitably be eliminated. Conversely, if you aspire to ascend, someone will inevitably be displaced in your wake. As you ascend ever higher, an increasing number of individuals are inevitably cast aside by your hand. Thus, are you not also an indirect executioner? In this apocalyptic world, you need not actively take lives. For I, too, harbor no desire for you to be tainted by the darkness that surrounds us, nor do I wish for you to transform into a frenzied killing machine. However, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Yet, if one dares to provoke me, it is only fitting to eliminate them. Su Chengxi spoke at length, uncertain how much of her words would resonate with them. But this is the harsh reality, the survival principle of this world. It is undeniably cruel, yet adaptation is imperative. After resting momentarily, Su Chengxi and her companions rose once more, preparing to set forth. Along their journey, Su Chengxi intended to replenish their supplies, For today, she had already extracted numerous valuable items from her backpack. If they did not restock now, it would become increasingly difficult to conceal and retrieve other essentials in the future. However, the path they traversed was exceedingly remote, and after a prolonged trek, not a single supermarket sign had graced their sight. Consequently, Su Chengxi quickened her pace, eager to reach the Sea City base. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire pierced the air, echoing just ahead of them. This route was the most direct to Sea City, so Su Chengxi resolved not to divert. The group pressed on. In less than 3 minutes, a dilapidated gas station came into view. With the gunfire continuing to emanate from within, Su Chengxi entered the gas station, only to be met by a staggering figure who collided with her. His face was smeared with blood, and upon seeing Su Chengxi, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Young lady, there are numerous zombies inside. You should flee at once." Casting a glance to the side, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Xiao Xingxing, what are you doing here? Wanji Gugu, how did you end up here? Is Han Gugu inside?" After recognizing Wanji, Xingxing spoke urgently. Boss, he is still inside," Wanji declared before hastily rushing back into the gas station. "Sister Su, Wanji Gugu just mentioned there are many zombies inside. But Han Gugu is still in there. Can you help save him?" Xingxing tugged at Su Chengxi's sleeve, her small head tilted upward as she earnestly pleaded. Without a word, Su Chengxi strode purposefully into the gas station, her companions hastily following suit. Upon entering, Su Chengxi finally grasped the situation. A tall man was engaged in combat with a second-tier zombie. From his demeanor, he appeared to lack any supernatural abilities. However, it was evident he possessed extensive combat experience. Though he was being pressured on all fronts, he showed no signs of faltering. Meanwhile, 3 men were collaborating to combat another second-tier zombie, one of whom was the previously mentioned Wanji. Suddenly, the other 2 were violently thrown aside, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing forth from their mouths. Witnessing this, Su Chengxi swiftly conjured 10 ice arrows. The arrows split midair, each finding its mark in the heads of the 2 zombies. With a resounding crash, both zombies collapsed to the ground. Su Chengxi then advanced towards one of the fallen zombies, disregarding Wanji, who stood in stunned silence, and plunged her dagger forcefully into the zombie's skull. With a flick of her wrist, she began to stir the dagger within. The blade struck something hard. With a determined motion, she drove the dagger upward. A blue crystal core was propelled into the air. Descending towards the ground under the pull of gravity, Su Chengxi extended her delicate hands, palms upturned, and deftly caught the falling crystal core. This display left the 2 men who had been thrown against the wall utterly astonished. As they observed Su Chengxi wielding her dagger and approaching another zombie, they silently marveled. Goodness, this seemingly frail girl is astonishingly formidable. Not only did she dispatch 2 zombies with a single move, but she even dares to stab into their skulls. How ruthlessly savage. Su Chengxi knelt beside another zombie, replicating her earlier actions. To her fortune, this zombie's head also contained a crystal core, a purple one at that. Just as she extracted the core and prepared to rise, a hand suddenly appeared before her. A slender, pale hand, with distinctly defined joints, calloused yet imbued with a sense of strength, a voice, slightly gravelly yet deep and magnetic, resonated from above her. "Thank you, miss, for your timely assistance." Following the hand upward, Su Chengxi finally beheld the man's visage. Even she could not suppress her astonishment. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, with thick brows rebelliously arched and long, slightly curled eyelashes framing his jet-black eyes, which shone like obsidian, deep and unfathomable, as if concealing the vastness of the cosmos. His skin was as pale as ancient jade, flawless, translucent and cool to the touch. Despite his strikingly handsome features, the tension in his face and his expressionless demeanor conveyed an air of icy aloofness, emanating a kingly aura that chilled to the bone. Clad in military garb, every button fastened with precision, he exuded an aura of discipline that simultaneously accentuated his impeccable physique. Though he wore a uniform, he infused it with an air of mature elegance. Su Chengxi had no intention of shaking hands. Just then, Xingxing, who had been standing at the entrance of the gas station, scampered over to the man, her short legs moving with enthusiasm. "Han Gugu, She called out brightly. The man slowly withdrew his hand and lowered his gaze to Xinxing. Xiao Xingxing, how did you end up here? Han Gugu, after we separated, I met Sister Su. She is incredibly powerful. I owe my safety to her protection along the way. As she spoke, Xinxing took Su Chengxi's hand, introducing her to the man. Then, turning to Su Chengxi, she said, Sister Su, this is Han Gugu. The one I mentioned before, Hani Wang. Thank you, Miss Su, for taking care of Xiao Xingxing. The man extended his right hand once more. Tio Refuse again would seem ungrateful, especially since he was expressing gratitude on behalf of Shan Xingchen. Thus, Su Chengxi graciously accepted his handshake. Su Chengxi, I have a fondness for little dumplings, so there is no need for thanks. They exchanged brief introductions before parting their hands. Su Chengxi retracted hers without hesitation, while Hani Wang, after withdrawing his hand, placed it behind his back, gently rubbing the hand that had grasped Su Chengxi's, as if lingering traces of her soft touch remained. Han Wang pondered. How could such delicate, fair hands wield a dagger and plunge it forcefully into a zombie's skull? Just then, he felt a sudden sharp pain pierce through his brain, quickly dissipating, leaving him with a sense of drowsiness and blurred vision. Hani Wang shook his head vigorously. Noticing his unusual expression, Su Chengxi was about to inquire about his well-being when urgent voices erupted from the other side. Zhongli, what is wrong with you? Zhongli, don't scare me. Su Chengxi turned to see that one of the two men who had been thrown aside had fainted. Hani Wang was the first to stride over with long strides. Su Chengxi and Shan Xingchen followed closely, with Lin Mui and Bai Shi trailing behind. Upon reaching the group, Su Chengxi recognized the unconscious man and felt an ominous premonition. His face was flushed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, resembling someone suffering from a high fever. Su Chengxi immediately pushed through the crowd surrounding him, lifting his arm as expected. A noticeable scratch marred his arm, now tinged with a shade of blue. This was unmistakably the mark of a zombie's claw. Just as Su Chengxi prepared to explain, a sudden crash resounded beside her. Instantly, two more panicked voices cried out, Boss, boss. Su Chengxi turned to see that Hani Wang had suddenly collapsed to the ground. She noticed his face also becoming flushed, sweat forming on his brow. The wave of dread washed over her. Could it be? Could it be that Hani Wang has also fallen victim to a zombie attack? Su Chengxi immediately crouched down, and her gaze fell upon a conspicuous scratch on Han Wang's left forearm. Upon witnessing Su Chengxi's composed demeanor, both Luan Ji and the others felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over their previously agitated hearts. Luan Ji inquired, Miss Su, do you have any idea why the boss and Zhongli suddenly fainted? They were attacked by zombies. The wounds have become infected, which is why they lost consciousness. Su Chengxi replied with an air of tranquility. Attacked by zombies? Infected wounds? Could this pose any danger to the boss and Zhongli? Luan Ji expressed his concern. Those who are scratched and infected by zombies have a high probability, 9 times out of 10, of turning into zombies upon regaining consciousness. Su Chengxi stated with a nonchalant tone, dropping a bombshell of information. What? Turn into zombies? This cannot be. The boss and Zhongli, Miss Su, is there any way to save them from becoming zombies? Another man interjected. There is no other remedy for those attacked by zombies. However, I must reiterate that there is a 10 to 20% chance they will not transform into zombies, and instead, they might awaken special abilities. Therefore, for now, we can only wait and see if they can pull through, Su Chengxi explained. Let us place them together. As the group carefully moved the two bodies to a relatively clean area, Su Chengxi had yet to voice a lingering thought. In her previous life, she had heard that Han Wang was a high-level lightning ability user. Yet, upon encountering Hani Wang, she had sensed no traces of ability emanating from him. This had left her bewildered. Could it be that the rumors were false and Hani Wang possessed no abilities? Or had she mistaken him for someone else? Only now, upon learning of Han Wang's injury from a zombie scratch, did Su Chengxi realize. It was not that she had misidentified him, but rather that Hani Wang was not among those who awakened their abilities at the onset of the apocalypse. In her previous life, it was likely due to being scratched by a zombie that he later awakened his lightning abilities. Hence, Su Chengxi held no concerns that Hani Wang would succumb to the current infection. Instead, Her worries were directed towards another man named Zhong Li. In her previous life, Su Chong, she had been a mere insignificant figure, possessing limited knowledge about Han Yi Wang. She only knew that he was a lightning ability user, enigmatic and rarely seen in his true form. Matters, big or small, were usually handled by his strategist, Luan Ji, who was said to be a high-level water ability user. When she had crossed paths with him at the gas station, Su Chong, she had felt the energy emanating from him. Later, upon hearing Shan Xing Chun call him brother Luan Ji, she had concluded that this Han Yi Wang was indeed the one from Beihan. However, aside from Luan Ji, information about Han Yi Wang's other companions was shrouded in secrecy. Su Chong, she did not even know how many there were or their names. Thus, she could not ascertain whether this man named Zhong Li would also transform into a zombie. Consequently, she focused her attention more on Zhong Li. Time slipped away, second by second. Suddenly, Han Yi Wang began to tremble violently, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking into the collar of his military uniform. The perspiration accumulated, gradually dampening the neckline. "Miss Su, what's happening to our boss?" Luan Ji asked anxiously, observing Han Yi Wang's condition. Shen Xingchan was also in a state of agitation. "He will be fine. Soon, he will awaken." Su Chong, she replied calmly. Indeed, shortly after, Han Yi Wang's flushed face began to return to normal. His forehead ceased to sweat, and his trembling body stilled. Conversely, the situation with Zhong Li was deteriorating. His complexion shifted from red to pale, his body heaving, and indistinct growls escaped his lips. The fingers hanging limply at his sides began to take on a bluish hue. "This is not good." "Su Chong," she exclaimed. "Lin Mui, unleash your abilities and bind him." Lin Mui complied without hesitation. Then, Su Chong, she addressed Luan Ji and the others. "He has begun to undergo zombification. You now have 3 choices. 1. Let him kill himself. 2. Take matters into your own hands. Or 3. If you wish for him to survive, find 2 individuals exchanged remarks back and forth, and it was through their dialogue that Zhong Li managed to piece together the events that had transpired. At that moment, he refrained from further conversation, instantly centering his mind to perceive the changes within his body. Indeed, he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through him. He endeavored to gradually harness this energy. With his hands placed before his chest, palms facing upward, a flash of golden light erupted, and 2 gleaming metallic orbs appeared in his hands. Metal-based supernatural ability. A gentle female voice resonated. Su Chongxi approached from the other side. "Oh, not bad. You, young man, have awakened a metal-based supernatural ability." Luan Ji playfully patted Zhong Li's chest. Jesting, at this moment, Han Yiwei also walked over to Su Chongxi's side. "Miss Su, I heard from Xiao Xingxing that you are heading to City B? Since we have completed our mission, we are returning to City S. It would be fortuitous for us to journey together, wouldn't it?" Before Su Chongxi could decline, Shan Xingchen ran over from a distance, tugging at Su Chongxi's sleeve. "Sister Su, didn't you promise not to leave me behind again? Let's go with Brother Han, shall we?" "Fine." With a resigned sigh, Su Chongxi acquiesced. Given that they would be traveling together henceforth, it would be wise to make brief introductions to deepen their mutual understanding. Luan Ji took the lead. "This is our leader, Han Yiwei." He gestured towards Han Yiwei, a level 2 lightning ability user. Luan Ji was about to continue with further introductions when Han Yiwei interjected, saying, "Wow, impressive, boss. Awakening at level 2 is far superior to that brat Luan Ji." Another individual suddenly exclaimed in exaggerated fashion. "Luan Ji has been awakened for nearly a month now and is still stuck at level 1. The speaker's words trailed off as he met Han Yiwei's piercing gaze, promptly scratching his head and falling silent. I am Luan Ji, a level 1 water ability user." Luan Ji shot a glare at the individual, awkwardly stating, "This is Zhong Li Mu, and we all call him Zhong Li. He has just awakened his metal-based ability." He then pointed at Zhong Li.as for this gentleman. "Hehe, Miss Su, I am Ji Xian. Don't be misled by my apparent lack of any supernatural abilities. I assure you I will not be a hindrance." Unlike Luan Ji, who clearly appears as a frail scholar, Ji Xian boisterously declared while giving Luan Ji a hearty pat on the shoulder. Indeed, although these individuals donned military uniforms, their temperaments were markedly distinct. There was no need to elaborate on Han Yiwei. His strikingly handsome features and cold, piercing gaze exuded an air of righteousness unique to a soldier. Zhongli Mu appeared to be in his early 20s, possessing an unremarkable appearance, the kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Luan Ji, perhaps the least soldier-like among them, was tall and slender, with a head of short black hair. His delicate frame could rival that of a woman. With fair skin and refined yet handsome features, he wore a subtle smile that hinted at his gentle nature. He emanated an air of scholarly elegance, akin to a refined gentleman clad in white robes. Wielding a feather fan, truly embodying the phrase a jade-like figure on the road, unparalleled among gentlemen. One would feel as though his every word was a refreshing breeze. Little did they know, a strategist like him was often a wolf in sheep's clothing, harboring countless schemes beneath that charming exterior. In stark contrast stood Ji Xian, the epitome of robust masculinity. He appeared to be in his 30s, likely the eldest among them. His towering stature and broad shoulders conveyed strength, and he sat like a mountain and stood like a tower. With dark skin and rugged features, his deep-set eyes and chiseled jawline lent him an air of formidable authority. He was a soldier who exuded a sense of steadfastness. However, when he spoke in a casual tone, it drastically lowered his stature to that of a simple countryman. Su Chongxi listened to their introductions with a composed demeanor, occasionally nodding slightly to indicate her attentiveness. Once Han Yiwei's group had completed their introductions, it was time for Su Chongxi's side to speak. Stepping forward slightly, she nodded and declared, "I am Su Chongxi, a level 4 ice ability user." As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the group. Although Lin Mu and the others were previously unaware of the specifics regarding Su Chongxi's ability level, they had no doubt that she was extraordinarily powerful. Thus, they merely expressed a fleeting moment of surprise before regaining their composure. In contrast, Han Yiwei's group stared in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Su Chongxi. The smile on Luan Ji's face vanished, while Zhongli Mu appeared dazed. Han Yiwei remained expressionless, though a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. "Wow!" A coarse voice suddenly broke the silence. Ji Xian's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could swallow 2 large eggs. "Miss Su, it turns out you are the hidden powerhouse. No wonder you effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies just now. A level 4 ability. You surpass even the boss," he unabashedly exclaimed. Su Chongxi remained silent, neither refuting nor engaging with the remark. Next came Lin Mu's introduction. "I am Lin Mu, a level 2 wood ability user." His introduction was succinct, perhaps a reflection of the earlier encounter that had affected him deeply, as his tone carried a hint of detachment. "He, I suppose I don't need to introduce myself, right? Brother Han, Brother Ji, Brother Luan, Brother Zhongli, he. Xiao Xingxing certainly doesn't need an introduction," Shin Xingqian chimed in, grinning. At this moment, Shin Xingqian turned to Su Chongxi. His gaze questioning, Su Chongxi seemed to understand his unspoken inquiry and nodded gently in agreement. The others, bewildered by the silent exchange between the two, were left in a state of confusion. However, Han Yiwei and Luan Ji appeared to have reached a mutual understanding. Their eyes gleaming with insight. "Brother Han, I have some news to share, but please don't be too shocked," Shin Xingqian teased, a smile gracing his lips, his dimples faintly visible. "What news could possibly startle even your brother Ji?" Ji Xian responded dismissively. "Ahem. I am now a level 2 psychic ability user," Shin Xingqian declared, hands clasped behind his back, speaking languidly. "Xiao Xingxing, is this true? When did you awaken your ability?" "And it's a psychic ability." "2? And you're already at level 2? Ji Xian exclaimed once more, astonished. The others also turned their attention to Shin Xingqian, for they were well aware of the uniqueness of psychic abilities. How could Shin Xingqian have advanced to level 2 so swiftly? "Actually, it's all thanks to Sister Su's assistance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have progressed so quickly," Shin Xingqian admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Han Yiwei regarded Su Chongxi thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. How is it possible? Xiao Xingxing has awakened an ability, and it's a level 2 psychic ability, a significant rank indeed. Even Luanji has a water ability, not to mention Zhongli, who just awakened a metal ability. So, does this mean I am the only one without an ability? At this moment, a lament echoed through the air as Ji Xian lamented his lack of supernatural powers. In response, he was met with icy glares from 2 individuals. Upon catching Luanji's mischievous gaze, Ji Xian promptly fell silent. "Brother Ji, don't be disheartened. Perhaps you will awaken an ability in the future. After all, Brother Han and Brother Zhongli just awakened their abilities today. Shen Xingqian encouraged, tiptoeing in an attempt to reach Ji Xian's shoulder. Unfortunately, his short stature proved futile against Ji Xian's towering height. Thus, Shen Xingqian shifted tactics, grasping Ji Xian's hand and gently patting the back of it. Offering comfort, Ji Xian found himself both amused and at a loss for words, eager to say more. However, Han Yiwei's sharp gaze silenced him, compelling Ji Xian to swallow his words. "Miss Su, I have a question, and I wonder if you could provide an answer?" Luan Ji stepped forward with a radiant smile. Inquiring warmly, Su Chengxi's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. Luan Ji pressed on, undeterred. "Miss Su, earlier Xiao Xingxing mentioned that it was thanks to your help that he could advance to level 2 so swiftly. Psychic abilities are special. May I ask what method you employed to assist him in enhancing his powers?" Su Chengxi continued to withhold her response, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Miss Su, do you require a moment to rest before we proceed? If not, it would be prudent for us to set off as soon as possible." A melodious, magnetic sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere, breaking the silence of the room. "No need. Let us set off at once." Su Chengxi finally spoke up. Observing that the sun was nearing its zenith, she reasoned that if they departed now, they could reach the Z City base before nightfall. Otherwise, they would have to camp under the stars. Speaking in a composed manner, Su Chengxi extended her arm, dragging the backpack from the ground onto one shoulder, and promptly made her way outside, with Han Yiwang following closely behind, as the others witnessed the two moving further away. They hurriedly joined in their wake. "Do you not have a vehicle for the mission?" Upon stepping outside, Su Chengxi suddenly halted and inquired. "We do," Han Yiwang replied, and he swiftly moved in front of Su Chengxi to lead the way. Not far off in the desolate woods stood a military green modified off-road vehicle, glistening in the sunlight. "Miss Su, for this mission, it's just the three of us, the boss and little Xingxing, so we only brought one car. I hope you don't mind squeezing in with us," said Luanji, who appeared cheerful, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "That's fine," Su Chengxi said as she prepared to head toward the back seat. "Miss Su should sit in the passenger seat. We can't possibly have a young lady like you cramped in with a bunch of men," Zhongli Mu interjected softly. Su Chengxi considered protesting, but she noticed that Han Yiwang had already opened the door to the passenger seat. "If you don't mind, it would be a bother to ask you to hold little Xingxing." "All right," Su Chengxi conceded, stepping beside Han Yiwang and lowering herself into the vehicle, settling little Xingxing onto her lap. Han Yiwang then circled back to the driver's seat and entered the vehicle. The remaining members of the group squeezed into the back seat, with Zhongli Mu being the first to sit inside. Accidentally, he caught sight of Bai Shi still outside the vehicle, and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Miss Su, is this white tiger with you?" The moment he uttered those words, Zhongli Mu felt a wave of disdain wash over him. "Are you serious, Zhongli? Have you been bitten by a zombie and now your eyesight is failing you? How could you not notice such a large tiger?" Ji-Wan exclaimed incredulously, his tone dripping with scorn. Zhongli Mu, feeling utterly disheartened, lamented that he had only seen Su Chengxi swiftly dispatch 2 zombies, leaving him in awe before he fainted. When he regained consciousness, he heard the boss mention setting off with Su Chengxi, followed by rounds of introductions. He simply hadn't noticed the white tiger lurking in the corner. As he pondered this, Zhongli Mu suddenly realized that the boss had also fainted at the same time as he did. "If that's the case," he thought, lifting his gaze to the man in the driver's seat, who seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned back abruptly, startling Zhongli Mu into sitting up straight. "It is called Bai Shi." Su Chengxi's calm voice resonated. After the apocalypse, not only humans transformed into zombies or evolved beings, but flora and fauna also underwent mutations. Then, since humans can exhibit 2 forms of mutation, I wonder what category Bai Shi falls under? Luanji continued to probe after hearing Su Chengxi's explanation. Bai Shi's mutation is undoubtedly for the better. Although Bai Shi does not possess any special abilities, I assure you, Mr. Luan, that even with your powers, you would not stand a chance against Bai Shi, Su Chengxi replied, maintaining her placid demeanor, yet a flicker of impatience stirred within her, prompting her to retort with less than pleasant tone. Yes, Mr. Luan, you need not worry. Bai Shi will not harm us, and indeed, Bai Shi is quite formidable, Shen Xingqian chimed in, egging on the conversation. For a moment, Wang Ji found himself at a loss for words. But how will Bai Shi get in? Zhong Limu asked, comparing Bai Shi's substantial size to the height of the vehicle. Upon hearing his question, Bai Shi rolled its eyes dramatically. The group collectively raised their eyebrows in intrigue, wondering if mutated animals had become so human-like. Xin Xingchen, noticing Bai Shi's eye roll, found amusement in the fact that Bai Shi seemed to express disdain not just toward him. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged within Shan Xingchen, just as the group was captivated by Bai Shi's antics. Its form abruptly shrank in an instant, a shadow flitted by, and suddenly, a small white cat appeared in Shan Xingchen's arms. The cat lazily nuzzled against him before finding a comfortable spot to curl up. Han Yiwang appeared unfazed by Bai Shi's sudden transformation into a petite white cat. His gaze towards Su Chengxi remained as tranquil as a still pond, dark and profound. He simply stated, "Since everyone is settled, let us embark." With that, he pressed the accelerator, setting the vehicle in motion. The journey was not particularly smooth, yet Su Chengxi felt no jolt within the vehicle. She marveled silently, reflecting, "Indeed, this is a military vehicle. Its quality is unquestionable, and its stability is exceptional." As the vehicle sped along, they finally arrived at the Sea City base just as the sun began to set. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, Su Chengxi eagerly opened the door, gently placing Shen Xingchen on the ground before attempting to step out herself. However, her legs felt weak, nearly causing her to stumble. She managed to steady herself by gripping the door. To her surprise, this seemingly small bundle was heavier than anticipated. Su Chengxi mused, reflecting on how her legs had grown numb throughout the journey. Once the tingling sensation subsided, she released her grip on the door. The others began to disembark from the vehicle in succession. Han Yiwang approached Su Chengxi's side and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su Chengxi replied, maintaining her composed demeanor. Once everyone had exited the vehicle, she took Shan Xingchen's small hand and proceeded toward the entrance of the Sea City base. Chapter 93. The sharp-nosed man. Upon reaching the gates of the Sea City base, they were met with an overwhelming sense of history. Unlike Z City, which is imbued with modernity, Sea City boasts a rich heritage spanning centuries. While Z City can only be regarded as a city that developed in the recent past, Sea City has a history that stretches back over 100 years. The ancient city before them exuded an antique charm. Its towering structures were grand and imposing, reminiscent of ironclad fortifications on the battlefield. The eaves arched upward, intricate and ornate, extending towards the horizon. The green tiles shimmered, suggesting a vibrant life within, rising like a majestic edifice, its angles sketched with elegance against the sky. Atop the striking vermilion gates hung a black-gold plaque of silk Nanmu, inscribed with the three prominent characters Xuanwu Pass. It is said that the Sea City base was once Xuanwu Pass, a site of significant historical importance and strategic location in northern Sichuan, serving as the northern gateway to the capital. It has historically been a coveted territory for military leaders. Xuanwu Pass was not only a frontline battleground but also a protective barrier for the capital. The plaque bearing the name Xuanwu Pass was personally pinned by the illustrious Emperor Xiaoming. A monumental honor in its time. In her previous life, Su Chengxi had never visited Sea City, and witnessing the grandeur of this architecture for the first time filled her with awe. Through the magnificent structure, she seemed to glimpse the echoes of ancient battles, where dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening its very foundations, and the glint of armor shone like golden scales in the sun. The sounds of horns resonated through the autumn air, evoking vivid imagery of the battlefield. At the gates of the base, rows of soldiers stood guard, with two inspection windows not far off, one for men and one for women, each forming long lines. Su Chengxi glanced at the lengthy queue, contemplating whether to cut in line. In the distance, a man with sharp features and a mischievous demeanor observed the group of striking individuals, each adorned in splendid attire. His eyes darting with curiosity, rubbing his hands together, he approached Su Chengxi and her companions. As he drew nearer, he flashed a wide grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, a pungent odor wafting from him. "Hey there, beautiful, and to these handsome gentlemen. I see you wish to enter the Sea City base, right? As you can see, the line here stretches quite long. The sun is setting, and if you fail to gain entry, you may find yourselves sleeping on the streets. Do you have a way for us to enter the base quickly?" Su Chongxi inquired, maintaining her composure. The sharp-nosed man rubbed his hands together again and replied, "You guessed it right, beautiful. Although I may look like a beggar, I actually have a way for you to bypass the queue." With a glimmer in his eye, he added, "I can tell that among you. There must be a few with special abilities." The man's gaze shifted to Han Iwang as he spoke. "Oh, so what you're implying is that as long as one possesses abilities, they can skip the line and enter the base?" Han Iwang's low voice resonated. The sharp-nosed man quickly turned his attention to him. To cut in line, having abilities is one thing, but you also need someone to vouch for you." He continued, "I, Zhao Chong, may not possess any remarkable skills, but before the apocalypse, I was merely a small-time thug. However, inquiring about certain matters is indeed an art." The man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features patted his chest, speaking with an air of unwarranted pride. "Having mingled at the entrance of this base for over half a month, I possess some connections that could be of assistance to you." Chapter 94. Registering Abilities. Yet, the guiding fee. He deliberately paused, rubbing his fingers together, and the implication was unmistakable. Su Chongxi remained silent. Instead, Hani looked contemplative for a moment before instructing Zhongli Mu to fetch some supplies from the vehicle. Upon receiving the goods, the already somewhat aged face of the man with the pointed chin instantly blossomed into a grin. "Hey, just wait a moment," he exclaimed, clutching the supplies tightly to his chest and dashing away. In no time, he returned, panting heavily. "Done? You can follow me now. First, we need to register." "What about our vehicle?" "Ah, I'm afraid I can't help with that. Personal vehicles are expressly prohibited from entering the base," he shrugged. Looking resigned. "No worries. Jiquan, you and Zhongli will first stow away the supplies from the vehicle. We'll head into the base first," Han Yi suggested. Jiquan and Zhongli Mu immediately understood Han Yi's intention. They approached the vehicle, opened the trunk, and began transferring 4 dark green military backpacks from the trunk into their arms. Before long, each of them was carrying a backpack, with another bag in hand. They joined Han Yi, who, along with Luan Ji, took the backpacks from them and slung them onto their backs. Subsequently, the group followed the man with a pointed chin towards one of the inspection windows. There, Zhang Chong leaned in to whisper something to the inspecting officer. The officer waved his hand, and Zhang Chong expressed his gratitude profusely. Afterward, Zhang Chong led the group past the inspection directly to the registration area. "This is it. Although we bypassed the inspection, registration is a mandatory process." Hani nodded in agreement and was the first to take the pen and paper. He scanned the registration details swiftly and began to write. Su Chongxi followed suit, filling out her form. The others promptly filled in their names, ages, genders, abilities, and so forth on the registration sheet. In the abilities section, aside from Shin Xingchen and Su Chongxi, everyone else filled in their information truthfully. Shin Xingchen wrote none, while Su Chongxi indicated her ability as a level 2 water manipulator. Hani soon completed his form, glancing at Su Chongxi's entry but saying nothing. Once they finished, they handed the registration forms to the staff member. Initially, the staff member merely gave the forms a cursory glance, but upon seeing the abilities listed, his left eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Good heavens! Who are these people? Nearly all of them are ability users, and 3 of them possess level 2 abilities. If I report this, I could be promoted, he thought, instantly donning a broad smile. The speed of his transformation was astonishing. "Ladies and gentlemen, since you have completed the registration, I shall personally escort you into the base." He stood up eagerly to lead them inside. "Xiao Zhang, please keep an eye on things here," he called out to a young man standing not far away. "Well, since I have no further business here, I'll take my leave." The man with the pointed chin grinned and said, "All right, go on," the staff member replied, covering his mouth and nose, as if shooing away a fly. His impatience evident, the man with the pointed chin remained unfazed, cheerfully clasping his hands together before departing. Chapter 95. Settling into the courtyard. The staff member wasted no time leading Su Chongxi and her companions into the base. He briskly guided them to a villa. The villa, of a vintage style, appeared quite beautiful from the outside. "Based on your registration, you may choose any villa here as your residence," the staff member explained with care. However, Su Chongxi furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there no independent accommodation available?" After a moment's thought, The staff member replied, "There is indeed a small courtyard available, but it is rather modest, and no matter. Please take me to that courtyard." Su Chengxi stated. She turned to Han Yi, who walked beside her to that courtyard. Han Yi affirmed, his gaze unwavering. Turning down a narrow alley, they arrived at a pair of dark, square doors. The gleaming door knockers revealed a charming courtyard. Upon opening the doors and stepping inside, Su Chengxi examined the courtyard closely, growing more pleased with each glance. The courtyard possessed its own unique charm. Its spacious layout featured independent rooms on all sides, interconnected by walkways, making daily living quite convenient. The enclosed design ensured a high level of privacy. Although the staff member claimed the courtyard was small, Su Chengxi disagreed. In reality, it was quite spacious, only seeming modest compared to the earlier villa. Within the gates lay a square courtyard, facing a wall of shadows. Houses stood in all four directions. The main building rested upon a stone platform, flanked by side rooms on either side of the courtyard. East and west were additional rooms, all constructed of dark bricks and black tiles. The tiles were layered thickly upon the beams, providing sturdy protection from rain and wind, rendering them impervious to the gentlest of touches. Encircled by wooden walkways, the courtyard embraced a grand hall. The walls of the courtyard and the street-facing houses did not feature windows, creating a secluded and tranquil environment. In the courtyard stood an ancient locust tree, and at the center lay a pond with a rock garden. Beneath the locust tree rested a stone slab, supported by a cement pillar, gently reflecting light. A hand pump well with a reservoir was also present, showcasing exquisite and elegant design that provided a pleasing aesthetic. Without hesitation, Su Chengxi declared, "We will reside here." The others voiced no objections. After receiving the keys to the courtyard from the registration staff, Su Chengxi and her group officially moved in. "Miss Su, you will stay in the main building. The leader and Xiao Xingxing will take the east wing, while Zhongli and I will occupy the west wing. And Lin Mui and Brother Ji will stay in another room. Is this arrangement satisfactory for everyone?" Luan Ji succinctly assigned the rooms. The others nodded in agreement. "I wish to share a room with Sister Su." Xin Xingchen piped up, raising her hand timidly to Xiao Xingchen, "Don't you want to stay with the leader?" Ji Quan couldn't help but blurt out. Ji Quan immediately sensed a chill in the air around him. "Brother Ji Quan, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to avoid staying with Brother Han. I simply prefer to share a room with Sister Su," Shun Xingchen quickly clarified. Chapter 96, A Hoodie. Boys and girls should maintain a respectful distance. Hani remarked coolly, causing Shun Xingchen to wilt instantly. She weakly retorted, "But I'm still a child." Su Chengxi gently ruffled her hair and said, "It's all right, you can sleep with me." Taking Shun Xingchen's hand, she led her toward the main building. The others exchanged glances before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, Su Chengxi awoke and stepped out into the courtyard. To her surprise, she found a crowd gathered around the Eight Immortals table. "Are these people up so early?" she wondered, approaching to discover Luan Ji, Zhong Limu, Ji Quan, and Lin Mu Yi were all present, yet Han Yi was notably absent. "Where's Han Yi?" Su Chengxi casually inquired. The leader went to meet with the military head of the base, wanting to understand the situation and see if he could get our off-road vehicle inside. Luan Ji replied as Su Chengxi responded with a nonchalant "Oh. And how come you all are up so early?" "It's a habit from military life. It takes time to adjust," Ji Quan explained. "Here, Su Chengxi, your breakfast," he said, pushing some compressed biscuits and milk toward her. Su Chengxi accepted without hesitation, taking a biscuit and popping it into her mouth. At 12:15 p.m, the large gate of the courtyard swung open. The sunlight elongated the shadow of the approaching figure. The handsome face of a man gradually came into focus. "Leader, you're back?" Luan Ji and the others immediately stood up. Just then, a sweet and charming young girl stepped out from behind the man. The girl, presumably 18 or 19, was petite, with long, wavy black-brown hair that cascaded down her shoulders, constantly swaying. Her slightly curled hair was tousled, with a few strands pinned back. She had an oval face, a delicate nose, and a fair, heart-shaped visage, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Beneath elegantly arched eyebrows lie a pair of enchanting, glistening eyes, their dark irises resembling two crystal-like grapes. Adorned with a subtle makeup, she wears white and pink crystal earrings. while a W pendant bracelet sparkles with a dazzling radiance on her wrist. A feather necklace gracefully flutters around her neck in the gentle breeze. She dons a charming cartoon t-shirt on her upper half, complemented by pristine, ankle-length trousers, tailored in the trendy corn tassel style of the year. On her feet are a pair of chubby little leather boots, also in white with a hint of pink. Their openings adorned with fluffy pink pom-poms dangling from a delicate crystal chain. Altogether, she presents an image of innocence and sweetness, embodying the quintessential good girl of the school. However, the moment she speaks, she shatters the favorable impression others have of her. "Hey, so you live here? I told you to come with me, yet you refuse. Is this place even suitable for living?" A hint of disdain flickers in Han Iwang's eyes as she coldly retorts. "Since this place is so small, Miss Wei, perhaps you should leave quickly to avoid tarnishing your sight." With that, she strides into the courtyard. Wei Yi, in a huff, stomps her foot, pouting angrily. "I want tea. Unless you come with me." She insists on following Han Iwang into the courtyard. Su Chongxi, unwilling to meddle, rises to return to her room. However, her movement catches Wei Yi's attention. Upon recognizing Su Chongxi's appearance, a deep jealousy crosses her gaze. She points an accusatory finger at Su Chongxi, exclaiming in a petulant tone, "Hey, you, woman, stop right there. What do you mean? The moment I arrive, you want to leave? Is that any way to show courtesy?" Su Chongxi, perceiving the obvious foolishness in this young girl, finds no inclination to engage in a quarrel. Indeed, she regards Wei Yi as somewhat silly. Without responding, Su Chongxi continues to walk into her room. Yet, Wei Yi persists, gripping Su Chongxi's arm. "Hey, how can you be so ungrateful? I'm talking to you, and you act as if you haven't heard. Look at you, with that bewitching appearance. Living among a group of men, clearly not a virtuous woman, and no wonder he doesn't want to come with me. It turns out you, this shameless hussy, are the one seducing him. I was lowering myself to speak with you. Do you even know who I am?" Wei Yi places her hands on her hips, her proud demeanor reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. However, before she can finish, Su Chongxi interrupts her. "Miss Wei, you're quite young, yet your mouth is full of filth. That is the true lack of courtesy. We have no enmity, yet you accuse me of being a shameless woman. Do you have any basis for such claims? Or have you witnessed it yourself? I know I'm beautiful and it's normal to incite jealousy, but you accuse me of seduction? Seducing whom? Him?" Su Chongxi gestures towards Han Iwang. "Miss Wei, in broad daylight, one ought not to slander the innocent. If you fancy him, pursue him yourself. Whether you succeed is your own skill." Su Chongxi chuckles lightly, though her smile does not reach her eyes. "His unwillingness to accompany you simply indicates his lack of affection for you. That cannot be blamed on me. Just like my face, I wish I could have been born beautiful, but alas, this is the visage I possess. Being envied for my beauty can be quite bothersome. According to your logic, should I blame the heavens for endowing me with such a face?" Su Chongxi's words strike like a resounding slap across Wei Yi's face. Infuriated, Wei Yi turns crimson, yet is rendered speechless. Su Chongxi's expression suddenly darkens. "Miss Wei, I initially thought you were somewhat foolish, which is why I chose to ignore you. However, my patience is limited, and I have endured similar accusations before. Would you like to know the fates of those who have insulted me?" Wei Yi, unnerved by Su Chongxi's ominous tone, stammers, "Why, you're just trying to scare me. Even if someone insults you, what can you do about it? Are you going to kill them?" Lin Mu, overhearing this, casts her a meaningful glance. "Oh, look at you trembling. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already quaking in fear. Out of consideration for your fright, I won't divulge anything further, lest it frightens you too much." Wei Yi, upon hearing this, unwittingly exhales in relief. Yet, before she can fully relax, Su Chongxi's next words leave her breathless. "That old lady who insulted my upbringing was merely killed by me. I didn't do anything particularly heinous. I didn't torture her. In fact, it was a swift resolution. What's so terrifying about that?" Su Chongxi's words seem to float into the air, yet they resonate with clarity for all to hear. Not only Wei Yi, but also Luan Ji and the others are taken aback. shocked that such a young girl would indeed speak of murder so casually. Yet, recalling her decisive actions against the zombies, they find themselves less surprised. It seems Su Chong-shi only just realizes her slip. I apologize. I inadvertently let that slip. But I spoke so softly, you surely didn't hear me, did you? Wei Yi's expression, however, has turned ashen, as if she has just consumed a dead fly. Defiantly, she still wishes for Han Iwang's assistance in reprimanding Su Chong-shi. Yet, to her astonishment, Han Iwang appears unperturbed, leisurely enjoying breakfast at the table, as if watching a play unfold. Having never encountered such humiliation in her life, Wei Yi is now thoroughly enraged. Miss Wei, I believe I previously warned you that my temper is not to be trifled with. The ground you tread upon is within my family's jurisdiction. I possess a strong sense of territoriality and do not appreciate strangers wandering about my home. So, Miss Wei, do you intend to leave on your own? Or shall I escort you? Just to clarify, I have no qualms about being heavy-handed. I fear I might inadvertently send you to the wrong place. At that point, you wouldn't find yourself returned home, but rather delivered to the hospital. Wei Yi gazes at the smile on Su Chong-shi's face, which, though seemingly warm, sends a chill racing up her spine. You, woman, wait for it with that, Wei Yi. Lacking the strength in her threat, turns and bolts, fleeing with the speed of someone pursued by a great wolf. Having cleared away the hindrance, Su Chong-shi and her companions once again gather around the table. Han Iwang, noticing the attention directed at him, wastes no time and straightforwardly addresses the current state of the Sea City base. I just met with the military head of the Sea City base to ascertain the situation here. The news is not promising. With the onset of the apocalypse, the higher-ups reacted swiftly, deploying a significant portion of the military to various bases for rescue efforts. However, the troops sent to Sea City encountered a horde of zombies on their return. Suffering heavy losses, reluctantly, they had to retreat back to Sea City. Unfortunately, the military has sustained considerable losses in manpower and resources, with many of their supernatural beings also perishing. Upon their return to the Sea City base, they no longer hold the dominant position. Meanwhile, during the military's absence, the political faction has been gaining strength. Now, within the base, there exists a tense standoff between the military and political factions, with the two sides on the brink of conflict. Needing only a spark to ignite a full-blown battle, as it stands, the military is clearly at a disadvantage. Han Iwang states calmly, as I suspected, our information has reached the upper echelons of both sides. Soon, someone will come looking for us. Oh? Mr. Han, are you not affiliated with the military? When you met with the military head, did you not join their ranks? Su Chong-shi questions, crossing her arms. I declined. Han Iwang replies decisively. I am a soldier, but a soldier's duty is to protect the homeland, not to serve as a pawn in the power struggles of both sides. His tone is cold and composed, as if merely stating a fact. Thus, we shall not involve ourselves in the internal strife of Sea City. Oh? It seems my sentiments align with yours, Mr. Han. However, unlike your noble principles, I simply detest trouble. I will not proactively engage in the internal conflict of Sea City. But should the military or political faction provoke me, the outcome is uncertain. Su Chong-shi muses casually. Mr. Han, if I were to assist the political faction against the military, would you truly stand by and watch without intervening? Su Chong-shi inquires seemingly nonchalantly. I will not. However, Su Chong-shi had not anticipated receiving such a resolute response from Han Iwang, leaving her momentarily speechless. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. With the cycle of day and night continuing unabated in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this brief span, Su Chong-shi experienced an unusual tranquility. Occasionally, she would accompany Shan Xingchen for a leisurely stroll. Yet most of her time was spent in solitude, honing her abilities or mentoring Shan Xingchen in her own powers. On this particular day, Su Chong-shi was engrossed in her training when a sudden cacophony erupted from the courtyard. Interrupting her focus, she paused her practice and rose to investigate the commotion. Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld two factions standing opposed to one another, one led by Han Iwang and the other comprised of individuals unfamiliar to her. However, amidst the throng, she recognized a familiar figure. Wei Yi. Realization dawned upon Su Chong-shi. Trouble had indeed arrived. Approaching Hani Wang, she inquired, "What seems to be the trouble? Why the palpable tension?" Before anyone could respond, Wei Yi interjected, eager to assert her presence. "Brother, it's her. This wretched girl dares to bully me. You must help me deal with her." With one hand entwined around the arm of a young man clad in traditional garb and the other pointing accusingly at Su Zhongxi, Wei Yi oscillated between affectionately pouting at the young man and vehemently berating Su Zhongxi. "Isn't this Miss Wei? Pray tell, do you not believe the words I spoke yesterday? Have you come to test them firsthand?" Su Zhongxi's voice sliced through the air, reaching Wei Yi's ears. Wei Yi retorted with a cold laugh, "Wretched girl, do not be so arrogant. I am the daughter of the base leader, and you dared to humiliate me yesterday. Today, I am in a generous mood. If you kneel and apologize, I shall let it slide." She struck a pose that suggested that even such a concession would be a great favor on her part. "It seems Miss Wei is not only foolish but also has a poor memory. I spoke nothing but the truth yesterday. Where is the humiliation in that? Perhaps you might enlighten me on how I have wronged you." Su Zhongxi replied lazily, You wretched girl. You have indeed humiliated me and refused to acknowledge it." Wei Yi was on the verge of exploding with fury. Yet, when she turned to the young man beside her, her demeanor shifted to one of pitiful pleading. "Brother, look at her, this wretched girl. I said I could forgive her, yet she continues to insult me, brother. I am your biological sister. Will you simply stand by and watch me be bullied?" Coughing, as if unable to endure Wei Yi's antics any longer, the young man raised his other arm and gently brushed aside Wei Yi's hand. Clearing his throat, a smile graced his lips as he addressed Su Zhongxi. "Miss Su Zhongxi, if I am not mistaken, I'm Wei Yichen. We have come today to share some wonderful news with you all. Unfortunately, my younger sister, being rather immature, has caused a disturbance, for which I sincerely apologize. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive her." With that, he gracefully lifted the hem of his long robe, bowing at a 45-degree angle with his hands clasped in a traditional gesture of apology. Strangely enough, this display carried an air of feigned propriety. Yes, feigned propriety. In the hands of someone like Wan, this attire would evoke the image of a true gentleman, yet on Wei Yichen, it merely seemed passable. Given that Mr. Wei has stated this, and considering Miss Wei's tender age, we shall refrain from further discourse. However, I am curious to know what this wonderful news entails. Su Zhongxi replied coolly, "It is as follows. My father, the leader of the Sea City base, has reviewed your registration materials. Among the 5 superhumans, 3 are classified as level 2, Miss Su. Am I correct?" It appeared that the residents of Sea City base had no privacy whatsoever. Su Zhongxi chuckled derisively. "Miss Su, you jest. Our Sea City base places great importance on the privacy of its residents. However, it is essential for us to verify registration documents to ensure the security of the base." Su Zhongxi nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. To be candid, my father is the leader of the Sea City base, and he has taken a keen interest in your group. He wishes for you to join the team of superhumans. Before Su Zhongxi or anyone else could respond, Wei Yichen continued, "The team of superhumans, as the name suggests, comprises solely of individuals with powers. The purpose of forming this team is to fully harness the abilities of superhumans to collectively safeguard the Sea City base." "Oh, indeed. Allowing you to join the team of superhumans is not intended to confine you. On the contrary, you will enjoy considerable freedom and can pursue your desires. Furthermore, joining the team ensures you receive numerous benefits, including complimentary meals provided by the base. All you need do is undertake missions and eliminate zombies." Wei Yichen rambled on enthusiastically about the merits of joining the team until Su Zhongxi finally smiled faintly. "Mr. Wei, there is no need for you to exert yourself, so we have no desire to partake in the power struggles between your faction and the military. Sea City base is merely a waypoint for us. We do not intend to linger. Thus, Mr. Wei need not work so hard to persuade us. The team of superhumans, safeguarding the base. It sounds noble, but are you certain that this team is genuinely intended to protect the base? Are they not simply pawns in the power struggles between your military and political factions?" Su Zhongxi's words were sharp and incisive, causing Wei Yichen's expression to shift dramatically. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of cultured grace. Now, his countenance darkened. "Miss Su, since you are so well acquainted with the current state of affairs at the base, You should be aware that the military strength pales in comparison to ours. Indeed, the team of superhumans was established by my father. Most of the superhumans in our vicinity have joined this team. Without superhumans, how can the military contend with us? Merely with a few firearms and ammunition. Before the apocalypse, firearms held considerable power, but we now exist in a post-apocalyptic world. How much longer can they sustain their supplies? Sooner or later, they will run out. Miss Su, you are a clever person. You should know how to make the right choice. Wei Yichen revealed the true purpose of their visit. However, Mr. Wei, I have already stated that Sea City is merely our transit point. We will not be lingering here. I do not wish to become entangled in your internal strife. I can unequivocally assure you that we will not align with either of your factions. Yet, should you continue to pursue this matter, I cannot guarantee that my decision will not change. Thus, I kindly suggest you withdraw. Although Su Zhongshi's tone remained placid, it carried an undeniable authority that brooked no argument. Wretched girl, do you truly believe yourself so formidable? My brother offers you the honor of joining the team of superhumans, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to threaten us? Wei Yi's furious voice rang out. Enraged, she lunged toward Su Zhongxi, but a pair of hands seized her in time. Brother, do not hold me back. Let me teach that wretched girl a lesson. Do not make trouble for me. Are you seeking to invite a beating? Wei Yichen, having faced 2 rejections from Su Zhongxi, felt both humiliated and furious as his sister threatened to complicate matters further. In an instant, his pent-up anger erupted. The Wei siblings had been abandoned by human traffickers in their youth, perhaps forging an unbreakable bond through their shared struggles. Wei Yi, undeterred by the mounting tension, was fearless save for her brother's wrath. Yet, upon witnessing Wei Yichen's genuine anger, she immediately adopted a submissive posture. Since Miss Su is so resolute in her refusal, I shall refrain from imposing further. However, Wei Yichen deliberately paused, Miss Su. While you may claim that the Sea City base is merely a stopover, you must adhere to the base's regulations for as long as you remain here. Otherwise, rest assured, Mr. Wei, we will not violate the base's rules, came Han Yiwang's voice, steady and reassuring. Then I hope Miss Su and Mr. Han enjoy their stay at the base, Wei Yichen said, his face filled with feigned sincerity as he clasped his hands in a bow. Let us depart. With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned to leave. But brother, if Su Zhongxi refuses to join the team of superhumans, there are still others, are there not? Her thoughts cannot represent those of others. Wei Yi looked at Wei Yichen, who appeared anxious to leave, and exclaimed in a hurried voice, It is worth noting that 3 days prior, when she ventured outside and caught her first glimpse of Han Yiwang, she was instantly smitten. Thus, she pursued him all the way to the Sihiyuan, only to be unexpectedly chased away by Su Chongxi. Chapter 102. Guiding Abilities. Back at home, she could not shake the memory of him. Upon hearing that her father had sent her brother to persuade these individuals to join the ability user team, she insisted on accompanying him. Unable to tolerate her relentless insistence, her father conceded and allowed her brother to take her along. Now, having finally encountered Han Yiwang again, how could Wei Yi bear to leave without speaking to him? Observing this, Su Chongxi smirked and remarked, Mr. Wei, it seems your sister's mind is truly a bit muddled. Perhaps it would be best not to take her along next time. Wei Yichen could not fail to perceive the sarcasm in Su Chongxi's words, and his expression darkened. He glanced at his sister, who clearly did not wish to depart. How had he never realized before that his sister was genuinely foolish? Upon entering, he had seen Han Yiwang and the 3 individuals beside him, all clad in military attire, seated at the 8 immortals' table, having breakfast. They sat upright, exuding an aura of authority unmistakably indicative of their military status. How could they possibly consider joining their ranks? Therefore, Wei Yichen had abandoned any initial thoughts of persuading Han Yiwang and the others to join the ability user team, redirecting his focus entirely onto Su Chongxi. Yet, Su Chongxi remained unyielding. To his dismay, he learned that this foolish sister of his had encountered Han Yiwang before and still failed to grasp these nuances. Wei Yichen felt overwhelmed by his sister's foolishness. He raised his voice. Wei Yi, I said we are leaving. Do you not understand human language? If you wish to stay, then remain here on your own. With that, he dismissed her and stormed off in a fit of anger. Startled by her brother's outburst, Wei Yi quickly chased after him, calling out, "Hey, brother, wait for me." Before departing, she shot a fierce glare at Su Chong 11. Su Chongshi could only respond with a resigned smile in a moment of distraction. Her gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome face. Han Yi-Wang had approached her without her noticing. Su Chongshi was momentarily taken aback. When she regained her composure, she silently cursed, "A beautiful disaster." Su Chongshi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Does Mr. Han have something to discuss?" Han Yi-Wang gazed intently at her and replied, "Indeed, there is a matter for which I seek Miss Su's assistance." "What do you require my help with?" Su Chongshi asked in surprise. "I would like to request Miss Su to guide me in my ability training." Han Yi-Wang stated candidly, "Mr. Han, each person's abilities are unique. My methods of training may not be applicable to you. If everyone's abilities differ, then why can Miss Su guide little Xingxing, who seemingly possesses a different ability?" Han Yi-Wang's tone remained calm and devoid of accusation, merely stating a fact. "Of course, that is indeed a fact. Little Xingxing's ability is of the mental variety, while ours are distinctly different. I merely shared my training methods and understanding with little Xingxing. Beyond that, I did not do much. After all, each individual's training has its own approach." Su Chongshi explained slowly, "If that is the case, could Miss Su guide me as she did little Xingxing?" Han Yi-Wang pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chongshi agreed. Chapter 103. A Woman's Antithesis. Their voices were not loud, and thus the individuals still seated at the Eight Immortals table remained unaware of their conversation. After a while, they saw Su Chongshi turn and return to her room. While Han Yi-Wang approached them, due to the positioning of the Eight Immortals table being slightly to the east, Han Yi-Wang's room was in the eastern wing. Zhong Limu immediately narrowed his eyes at Han Yi-Wang and teased, "Boss, what were you discussing with Miss Su just now?" Luan Ji and Ji Quan shared a similarly eager expression, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. They could not be blamed. Their curiosity was genuine. After all, their boss had always kept his distance from women. Had they ever seen a woman beside him? Had they ever witnessed him initiate a conversation with a woman? Luan Ji and the others exchanged glances and collectively shook their heads. What a joke. That was impossible. Who was their boss? He was the man awarded the title of King of Hell by the entire military district, a man universally recognized as a woman repellent. The mere fact that he had approached Su Chongshi to speak, even though they were unaware of the content of their discussion, only heightened their curiosity. The three felt the flames of gossip stirring within them. However, Han Yi-Wang chose to ignore Zhong Limu's question. He circumvented the Eight Immortals table and strode toward his room, leaving the others with a retreating figure. Luan Ji and the others felt as though a torrential downpour had suddenly extinguished the flames of gossip that had just ignited in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lin Mu did not even spare them a glance. He simply turned and returned to his room. The three abandoned individuals exchanged looks and ultimately retreated to their respective rooms. The following day, Su Chongshi was practicing her abilities in her room when she was suddenly interrupted by a series of loud knocks at the door. She had no choice but to pause her training and rise to answer it. Upon opening the door, she found Han Yi-Wang standing outside. Before she could inquire, Han Yi-Wang preemptively explained the reason for his visit. Apparently, he had once again met with the military official at the base the previous afternoon, who had expressed a desire to see Su Chongshi. Thus, this morning, Han Yi-Wang had come to see if Su Chongshi wished to meet the official. "If you do not wish to go, that is perfectly fine. I can decline for you," Han Yi-Wang stated. Upon hearing this, Su Chongshi immediately contemplated a refusal. However, the words of refusal circled her mouth but ultimately went unspoken. After a moment's reflection, she realized she was indifferent to the internal strife between the military and political factions. Yesterday, it was the political side that sought her out, and she was quite curious to see what the military official wanted today. Thus, her refusal transformed into acceptance. Han Yi-Wang escorted Su Chongshi to the residence of the military official at the base. As they walked down the street, they were suddenly met with a voice that rang out, "Old man, this is not a place for you to set up shop. If you wish to sell, you must go to the designated area for vendors." Su Chongshi initially intended to ignore it, but the subsequent voice compelled her to halt in her tracks. "Elder, do not blame Brother Chun. This is an established rule of the base." Chapter 104. A Reunion with Jin Ling. Su Chongshi turned to her right, where she heard the voice emanating from a narrow alley. She stepped into the alley, with Han Yi-Wang following closely behind. Upon entering, they found a crowd encircling an elderly man. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as familiar faces. The crowd turned to look at her as they heard the footsteps. "Miss Su, it seems we meet again," a female voice chimed in. The woman who had previously been facing away from Su Chengxi turned to reveal herself as Jin Ling, with Chen Luo and Mei Zi standing behind her. Chen Luo's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Chengxi. "Miss Su, it appears we are quite fated to meet again." Meanwhile, Mei Zi, who was linked to his arm, tugged at it gently and playfully chided. Luo Gu, her words elongated into an exaggerated drawl, her tone twisting and turning, leaving one feeling a chill down their spine. Su Chengxi chose to disregard Chen Luo's greeting and instead nodded at Jin Ling. Her gaze then fell upon the elderly man who had fallen to the ground. Before she could inquire about the situation, Chen Luo spoke up again. "Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. The situation is as follows. The base has strict regulations prohibiting trading outside designated areas. I was sent to inspect the base and did not expect to find this elderly gentleman here. I was just communicating with him when he, being elderly, stumbled and fell. This is truly not my fault." As the elderly man on the ground heard Chen Luo's words, he lifted his gaze once more to Su Chengxi, and a flicker of indistinct light passed through his murky eyes. With one arm propped against the earth, he slowly rose, the other hand pressing down to support his frail frame. His legs trembled unsteadily beneath him. Gripping the wall for support, his parched lips parted and closed, uttering words interspersed with a few coughs. "Cough! What a calamity! What kind of regulations are these, young lady? You must adjudicate this matter for me." The old man looked at Su Chengxi, his voice imbued with palpable agitation. One hand retreated behind him, tapping his back, while the other covered his mouth as he coughed heavily, as if attempting to expel his very lungs. "Cough! To set up a stall, one must surrender half of their supplies. How are we ordinary folk to manage that? A man like me can only find a secluded spot to peddle my wares, and even then, customers are scant. Is this how it is for an old man like me?" Yet, this young fellow had just led a group to storm in, without a word, and smashed my belongings. Do you expect me to stand by and watch? I approached him to reason, but these people disregarded my explanations and even pushed me down. At my age, my body is frail. Such a shove could leave my bones shattered. The old man's lament was truly heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in those who heard him. Yet, Su Chengxi remained unmoved, while the old man's words bore a semblance of truth. Having previously heard of certain base regulations, it was clear that he exaggerated his plight to elicit sympathy from Su Chengxi and compel her to take his side. However, his calculations were evidently flawed. Su Chengxi was not one to be easily manipulated. Why should she, a stranger, come to his aid? Meanwhile, a calm voice interjected from the side. Jin Ling, ever composed. "Sir, regulations are regulations. If you have grievances, you may express them. But violating the base's rules disrupts order. We have the authority to prevent such infractions. Despite our repeated attempts at gentle persuasion, you chose to disregard our words. Thus, we had no choice but to resort to certain measures. Any disputes that occurred were not intentional. We sincerely apologize for any offense we may have caused." Jin Ling's words were artfully measured, offering a sincere apology while firmly asserting her authority. She elevated the matter to the realm of base order, prompting a silent nod of approval from Su Chengxi. Upon their first encounter, she had sensed that Jin Ling was an astute and rational woman, one who could navigate the apocalypse with grace. She had a premonition that their paths would cross again, and indeed they had. Confirming her thoughts, Su Chengxi felt no desire to linger. She turned to leave the alley. "Hey, young lady, do not rush off. This old man is counting on you to adjudicate this matter." An urgent voice, frail yet insistent, called out. Su Chengxi paused, turned back, and a faint smile graced her lips. "Dear elder, do not push your luck," she remarked. The old man promptly fell silent, his words trailing off, for Su Chengxi had suddenly unleashed an ice arrow. The arrow grazed his cheek and embedded itself in the wall, sinking deep. None could discern when Su Chengxi had conjured the ice arrow. Moments later, Chen Luo erupted into laughter, clapping his hands. "Ha ha, after some time apart, Miss Su remains as formidable as ever." Su Chengxi had no intention of remaining there any longer. She turned to leave, but Chen Luo urgently called out, "Miss Su, please hold on. Is there something you need?" Finally spoke Han Yiwang, who had been a mere backdrop until now. Yet, Chen Luo disregarded Han Yiwang entirely, continuing to address Su Chengxi, "Miss Su? While you are indeed remarkable, as a newcomer you may find many unfamiliar aspects. Feel free to ask me anything. I will share everything I know to help you become acquainted with every corner of this base." Poor Han Yiwang was left thoroughly overlooked. As I mentioned before, I do have acquaintances here at the base, one of whom is my uncle, Wei Changhong, Chen Luo proudly declared, patting his chest. "Wait, Wei Changhong? He's your uncle?" Su Chengxi inquired, curiosity piqued. Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. So Wei Yichen and Wei Yi are your cousins." The author notes, "Due to the commencement of the new semester yesterday, I am updating today. If time permits, I will post 2 more chapters before evening." Chapter 106, H-City Mission. "Yes. Miss Su, you know them?" Chen Luo pressed out a brief encounter. Su Chengxi replied calmly, nodding. "Then Miss Su," Chen Luo was about to continue, but Su Chengxi swiftly turned and departed. Before leaving, she cast a meaningful glance at Jin Ling, who stood elegantly to the side. The journey proceeded in silence until they reached their destination. Han Yiwang rapped on the door. A commanding voice resonated from within. "Enter." Han Yiwang pushed the door open, and Su Chengxi followed suit. Inside, an elderly man, past the age of 50, stood by the window, clad in military attire, his posture impeccably straight. Despite his years, his back remained erect, his square face framed by sharp features, and his piercing eyes retained their vitality. The old man bore an austere demeanor, exuding an air of authority and composure. Beside him stood a young man, not yet in his prime, equally dressed in military garb, standing tall like a resilient pine. Yet, this young man possessed a gentle countenance, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Miss Su, this is Mr. Chu, the military head of the base. Mr. Chu, this is Miss Su Chengxi," Han Yiwang introduced, gesturing to each in turn. "Good day, Mr. Chu," Su Chengxi greeted politely. "Miss Su, a pleasure to meet you," Mr. Chu responded promptly. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons today?" Su Chengxi asked with a proactive demeanor. "Miss Su, I have no ulterior motives for inviting you here. Captain Han previously expressed his views to me. I respect your opinions and do not wish to coerce you into joining our military faction. After all, the rivalry between military and political factions is an internal strife of the Sea City base. And it should not involve outsiders," Mr. Chu stated gravely, his words carrying substantial weight. "Miss Su, we have received a directive from above, requesting our assistance in H-City to rescue a biological expert. We are currently unable to allocate personnel, which is why we seek your assistance, H-City." Su Chengxi mused internally. "Of course, we would not expect you to assist without compensation. We shall offer appropriate remuneration," Mr. Chu continued. "If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. However, this task is indeed of great significance, so, all right," Su Chengxi interjected, not waiting for Mr. Chu to finish. Both Mr. Chu and the young man beside him were taken aback, and even Han Yiwang's eyes widened in surprise. They had not anticipated Su Chengxi's swift acquiescence. But was Su Chengxi truly so agreeable? The answer was, of course, no. It was merely that upon hearing H-City, she had suddenly recalled the grain storage facility located on the outskirts of H-City, a place she had long forgotten. Although the apocalypse had persisted for over a month, the facility's remote location instilled no fear in her of being discovered. Thus, she resolved to seize this opportunity to retrieve the grain storage. "Thank you, Miss Su. Here is a photograph of the target for this mission." Mr. Chu signaled to the young man beside him, who promptly strode to the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a photo, handing it to Su Chengxi. Chapter 106, Preparations for Departure. Su Chengxi accepted the photograph, scrutinizing it closely. The background depicted a laboratory. The man in the image appeared to be in his prime. Clad in a white lab coat, one hand grasping a test tube filled with a crimson liquid, while the other held a pen, seemingly recording observations. He leaned slightly forward, intently focused on the test tube in his grasp. Upon a strikingly handsome visage, a pair of hazy, drowsy eyes is embedded, imparting an impression of a lingering slumber. Beneath those eyes, pronounced dark circles are evident. His brows are furrowed, and his expression is grave, evoking an air of rigidity. After scrutinizing the photograph, Su Chengxi listened to Mr. Chu's instructions and prepared to return to the courtyard with Han Yi-Wang. On their way, Han Yi-Wang suddenly spoke. I thought Miss Su would decline this task. He recalled that he still had some personal matters to attend to in H City, which prompted him to agree on the spur of the moment. Su Chengxi, in her candor, replied, thus, I hope that when the time comes for me to attend to my affairs, Captain Han can grant me some personal space. She understood that Mr. Chu had intentionally requested Han Yi-Wang to accompany her, rather than relaying the message directly, thereby indicating that this mission was to be a joint endeavor between Han Yi-Wang and herself. Thus, Su Chengxi was merely giving Han Yi-Wang a heads-up in advance. Very well, Han Yi-Wang responded decisively, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes so swiftly that Su Chengxi failed to notice. Upon their return to the courtyard, they gathered everyone in the center. Captain, we are all prepared. When shall we depart? Ji Quan was the first to inquire. Since we are ready, let us set off now. Han Yi-Wang replied, casting a questioning glance at Su Chengxi. She nodded in agreement. Consequently, Han Yi-Wang led the group to meet Mr. Chu. However, this time it was not Mr. Chu himself who received them, but rather the young man who had stood beside Mr. Chu during Su Chengxi's previous visit. The man escorted them to an underground garage. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the modified off-road vehicle that had been detained at the base's entrance. It turned out that Han Yi-Wang had informed Mr. Chu of this matter, to which Mr. Chu had promptly consented. However, the courtyard where they resided was ill-suited for vehicle storage. Thus, Han Yi-Wang had parked the off-road vehicle in the military's underground garage. The young man then handed a pass to Han Yi-Wang, who accepted it with gratitude. Seeing his task completed, the man did not linger and departed. The group boarded the vehicle and drove towards the base's entrance. Sure enough, they were halted by the soldiers at the gate. Han Yi-Wang presented the pass, allowing them to pass through smoothly. Once they left the base, the vehicle sped westward. H City was originally not far from C City. It was a relatively remote small town. Within less than 10 days, Su Chengxi and her companions arrived in H City. As they approached, Shen Xingqian alerted the group, something feels amiss here. Thus, they disembarked early and proceeded on foot into H City. Upon entry, Shen Xingqian pointed towards the southeast, exclaiming in terror, Brother Han, Sister Su, I see a multitude of zombies over there. So many? Han Yi-Wang immediately extended his hand, palm open. A pair of binoculars landed in his grasp. He swiftly focused the binoculars on the southeast direction and then passed them to the others. Once they had all taken a look, gasps of disbelief echoed among them. Su Chengxi had anticipated that this mission would not be straightforward. But the reality was beyond her expectations. In the southeastern direction, a department store was besieged by a throng of zombies, numbering in the thousands. Su Chengxi had a foreboding feeling that their target was highly likely trapped within that very department store. Author's note: I personally feel this chapter didn't turn out well. I've managed 2 updates in the past couple of days. I will strive to provide more updates over the weekend. Chapter 108. Dividing into 4 teams. If that is indeed the case, then this task is far more than just complicated. It is exceedingly arduous. The intelligence merely indicated that the target was last seen near a department store in H City. However, there are 5 department stores in total, and we remain unaware of which one the target specifically appeared at. Given the current circumstances, we should first investigate the other department stores in H City. After a brief pause, Han Yi-Wang spoke again. The others nodded in agreement. In truth, they all harbored an unspoken suspicion. With H City being so vast and 5 department stores in total, why were the zombies congregating solely around that particular store in the southeast? It likely had significant implications for their mission. Nevertheless, Han Yi-Wang's suggestion instilled a slight glimmer of hope in them. What if they were mistaken? Thus, they divided into 4 teams. Su Chengxi with Shen Xingqian, Han Yi-Wang with Ji Quan, Wan Ji with Zhong Li Mu, and Lin Mu with the Tiger by Xi. Su Chengxi and Shen Xingqian headed towards a department store located in the northeast. This store boasted 8 floors above ground and 2 basement levels. Starting from the first floor, Su Chengxi and Shen Xingqian diligently searched each level. Every floor was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life or even a single zombie. Su Chengxi's certainty in her earlier conjecture grew stronger. Their rescue target was indeed trapped in the department store they had glimpsed in the southeast. They soon arrived at the staircase leading to the 8th floor. Peering upward, the narrow stairwell was quiet, and the corners were shrouded in darkness. As Su Chongxi grasped Shan Xingqian's small hand, preparing to ascend to the 8th floor, Shan Xingqian suddenly tugged at Su Chongxi's sleeve. "Sister Su, there's something." Su Chongxi reacted swiftly, sidestepping and pulling Shan Xingqian aside. With a thud, a dark figure tumbled down the stairs, rolling to a halt before Su Chongxi and stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Shan Xingqian covered her mouth with one hand while waving the other to disperse the dust. As the haze settled, Su Chongxi focused her gaze, and what had rolled down was not merely a shadow. It was a man clad entirely in black. At this moment, the man lay sprawled on the ground, his face marred by blood, rendering it impossible to discern his features. He remained motionless, oblivious to his fate. Su Chongxi circumvented the man, intent on ascending the staircase. Shan Xingqian glanced at the unconscious figure in black, then at Su Chongxi. Without uttering a word, he promptly pursued her. The two ascended to the 8th floor. The scene above mirrored that of the lower levels. After a cursory survey, Su Chongxi remarked, "This place is no different. It is devoid of anything. Let us depart." Immediately thereafter, they descended the stairs. However, they discovered that the man who had previously lain unconscious was now gone. Su Chongxi suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned around. A dart grazed her cheek, and a solitary strand of hair drifted down to the ground. Standing behind them was the man who had just moments ago been in a stupor. He clutched a dart in his left hand, astonished that Su Chongxi had evaded his ambush so easily. The author interjects, "Everyone, take a guess. Who threw the dart?" Chapter 109. A misunderstanding. He gently lifted his right arm to shoulder height. Out of his seemingly empty hand, a sphere of water materialized. He then forcefully hurled the water sphere towards Su Chongxi. She scoffed. After all, she had once attained the rank of a 7th-level water ability user in her previous life. To toy with water before her, such audacity was akin to brandishing a great sword before Guan Gong. With a swift movement, Su Chongxi deftly evaded the water projectile. In response, she quickly conjured an ice arrow and shot it at the man. Unexpectedly, he reacted with remarkable agility, leaping high and retreating to the right. His movements were nimble, belied his grievous injuries. However, when he lifted his head again, an ice arrow was already aimed at his throat. The man opened his mouth to speak, but instead expelled a copious amount of blood. It turned out that his previous movements had strained his wounds. Blood splattered onto Su Chongxi's chest, causing her to furrow her brow slightly before pushing the ice arrow forward a few inches. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Su Chongxi inquired coldly. The man's lips moved, but once again, he coughed up blood. Seemingly fatigued, he collapsed to the ground. With his head bowed, his expression remained obscured. Then, propping himself up with one hand, he abruptly raised the other to wipe the blood from H. Bai Xiling trailed behind the two individuals. As if suddenly recalling that she was yet to learn the name of Su Chongxi, and thus hurriedly inquired aloud. Without turning her head, Su Chongxi nonchalantly tossed back, "Su Chongxi." "Su Chong Shi?" Bai Xiling continued walking, her lips repeatedly articulating these 3 syllables. "Miss Su, you have returned," exclaimed someone. "Huh? You went out and came back with a man?" Upon returning to the gathering point, Su Chongxi realized she was the last to arrive. The others were clustered together, engaged in a conversation of some sort. Ji Quan's booming voice immediately captured everyone's attention. At that moment, all eyes turned to Bai Xiling, who was following closely behind Su Chongxi. The onlookers were puzzled. Initially, it had only been Su Chongxi and Shan Xingqian. Who could have anticipated that a man would accompany them upon their return? Su Chongxi was not inclined to offer extensive explanations. Upon noticing Han Yi's darkening expression, she paid it no mind. "Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Xiling. Indeed, it was Miss Su who saved my life." Bai Xiling spoke amiably. "This gentleman, Mr. Bai, though you were brought back by Miss Su. Joining our team is not that simple," Wan Ji remarked with a gentle smile. Bai Xiling showed no reaction to this statement, maintaining her calm demeanor. Su Chongxi observed the exchange, inwardly reflecting, 2 smiling tigers. Noticing Bai Xiling's composed appearance, Wan Ji's smile widened. "Might I inquire if Mr. Bai possesses any special abilities?" Bai Xiling returned the smile, answering, "Certainly. I am a level 3 water elemental ability user." This declaration was quite impressive. However, upon hearing it, Luan Ji's smile nearly cracked. As a fellow water elemental user, he found himself still stagnating at level 1. A wave of melancholy surged within him as he felt a chilling breeze sweep through. Rustling the fallen leaves, Luan Ji found himself in disarray amidst the wind. Meanwhile, Su Chongxi had also caught wind of Bai Xiling's response and silently nodded in agreement. During their previous encounter, she had surmised from the strength of his abilities that his level would not be low. As expected, after suppressing his sorrow, Luan Ji regained his previous demeanor, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman. In that case, we warmly welcome Mr. Bai to our team. Luan Ji extended his right hand. "It is my honor." Bai Xiling replied, extending her own hand to shake his. Chapter 113. The zombie anomaly. With Bai Xiling's issues resolved, Hani approached Su Chongxi, inquiring, "Miss Su, did you achieve anything on your end?" Su Chongxi shook her head and replied, "Nothing. What about you?" "Likewise, we found nothing," Hani said, lightly furrowing his brow. "It seems there is only one location left to search." After Su Chongxi slowly uttered these words, both their gazes instinctively turned towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Bai Xiling was already engaging enthusiastically with the others. She approached Hani and Su Chongxi, asking, "So, Mr. Han, Miss Su, I just overheard Jigo mentioning that you came to H City on a mission. Might I inquire what the mission entails? Can I be of assistance?" Su Chongxi pondered for a moment. Given that Bai Xiling had fled to this location earlier to escape a pursuit, she might possess valuable information. "Thus," she said, "our mission is to rescue a biologist trapped in H City. According to the data, the last sighting of this individual was near a department store. However, we have searched 4 department stores already without any findings. Only one remains, but the situation there." As she spoke, Su Chongxi pointed her fair, slender finger towards the southeast. "A biologist? I have not encountered one," Bai Xiling replied slowly. "However, I do know a bit about the department store in that direction." "Oh? Could you share your insights?" Hani inquired. "Approximately 3 days ago, I was hiding in a small shop to tend to my injuries when I suddenly heard a series of roars, an overwhelming and earth-shattering sound. Through the window, I saw nearly 1,000 zombies lined up in a long queue, marching orderly towards the southeast. Perhaps I was dazed at the time, but I stealthily followed them." Bai Xiling chuckled self-deprecatingly at this point. In truth, she had been fleeing from Bai Zili, and combined with a secret she had inadvertently discovered, she had felt utterly despondent. Strangely, those zombies seemed oblivious to her presence, marching forward with unwavering focus. "I trailed them all the way to the department store." Pausing briefly, Bai Xiling continued, "I witnessed those zombies surrounding the department store. They attempted to rush inside but hesitated, as if they were wary of something." After listening to Bai Xiling's account, everyone fell silent. Eventually, Han Yi broke the silence. "So, Mr. Bai did not enter the department store." Bai Xiling was not offended. Instead, she smiled gently and said, "Correct, I did not enter. However, I can assure you, if you wish to enter the building, it is quite simple. You can treat those zombies as mere decorations and stroll right in." Upon hearing Bai Xiling's seemingly effortless suggestion, doubt filled the hearts of the others. Facing their skepticism, Bai Xiling adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Moments later, Su Chongxi took the lead towards the southeast, stating, "Let us proceed." "Miss Su, you." Luan Ji's words were cut short as Shen Xingqian eagerly dashed to catch up with Su Chongxi, extending his hand to grasp hers. Their leader followed closely behind, mirroring their steps. Author's note: if you find any chapter's plot unsatisfactory, please let me know, and I will revise it. Feel free to share your thoughts with me. Chapter 114. The method of entry. Luan Ji stared incredulously at his leader's retreating figure, hoping for a glance back that would pause the flow of time. However, Han Yi, particularly unyielding, quickened his pace. The others followed suit. Before departing, Bai Xiling turned back, offering Luan Ji an exceptionally warm smile, showcasing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Yet upon seeing that smile, Luan Ji gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling once again disoriented by the winds. Suddenly, an arm was carelessly draped over his shoulder. Luan Ji, caught off guard, nearly toppled to the ground under the weight. Luan Ji, What are you standing around for? The boss has already left. Hurry up and catch up, boomed Ji Quan's resonant voice. Snapping back to reality, Wan Ji quickly joined the main group. As they walked, they soon approached the department store. The view through binoculars was nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Thousands of zombies densely surrounded the entire building. They jostled against one another, incessantly roaring, their bulging eyes fixed, hands stiffly raised toward the building, appearing somewhat numbed and dazed. The situation bore a resemblance to their earlier encounter in a small village. Yet the zombies there had displayed a silent, passive demeanor. In contrast, these zombies seemed on the verge of collapse, their desperation to enter the building palpable, yet they dared not take a step forward. After observing the scene for a considerable time, Su Chengxi and the others even sent Bai Shi to pretend to provoke the zombies. As expected, there was no response from the zombies. However, a new problem arose. The thousands of zombies completely encircled the building, rendering it impossible for Su Chengxi and her team to gain entry. The group fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, Bai Xiling cheerfully proposed, I have a method, though I am unsure of its feasibility. What method? Speak. Su Chengxi commanded, shooting her a sharp glance. Bai Xiling immediately raised her hands in mock surrender. All right, I'll explain. One moment playful, the next serious, such was Bai Xiling's demeanor. As far as I know, Miss Su has a mutated white tiger that can change size? Yes, Bai Shi. Su Chengxi nodded in acknowledgement. Then it's simple. We can have Bai Shi carry us one by one inside, Bai Xiling suggested, clapping her hands with a light-hearted tone. Though her suggestion seemed simple, Luanji quickly countered, but how will we enter if Bai Shi is carrying us? Of course, we'll step on those zombies as we go. Bai Xiling shot him a scornful glance. Step on zombies? Mister Bai, your idea seems rather fanciful. Wanji spoke with a tone laced with cold sarcasm. Although it appeared that the zombies were indifferent to our approach at present, should they suddenly spring into action? Would we not be akin to sheep walking into the jaws of a tiger? Does Mr. Luan not trust me? I assure you, these zombies will not stir. Bai Xiling spoke with unwavering conviction. Luanji scoffed derisively, eager to engage Bai Xiling in further debate, only to be interrupted by Hani Wang. I believe Mr. Bai's idea is indeed feasible. Chapter 115. Entering one by one. As he spoke, he turned to seek Su Chengxi's opinion. What does Miss Su think? It can be attempted. Su Chengxi's response was decisive. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to Bai Shi. Observing his leader and Su Chengxi in harmonious agreement, Luan Ji could only muster a strained smile, internally lamenting, Oh, leader, must you dismantle my arguments so effortlessly? Meanwhile, Bai Shi, who had been resting with closed eyes on the ground, understood Bai Xiling's words and instantly opened his fierce eyes, directing his gaze at Bai Xiling. At that moment, he was mentally roaring. What? I, the king of beasts before the apocalypse, and now the mutated king of beasts after, must bear these humans? Oh my! How can I lower my noble head for the sake of mere humans? No, I shall resist till the end. I absolutely cannot allow those humans to ride upon me. However, when met with Su Chengxi's indifferent gaze, he shuddered in fear. Ultimately, he unwillingly approached Shun Xingqian, slightly bowing to allow Shin Xingqian to mount his back. Once Shun Xingqian was settled, Bai Shi dashed forward a few strides, then leaped high, landing squarely atop a zombie's head. The zombie remained motionless, allowing Bai Shi to tread upon the heads of the zombies as if they were mere wooden stumps. Before long, Bai Shi successfully carried Shin Xingqian into the department store, their figures vanishing from the crowd's view. Bai Xiling cast a triumphant glance at Luanji, as if to say, See, I was right. To Luanji, this felt like an outright provocation. Yet, glancing at his leader and Su Chengxi, who were enjoying the spectacle, he could only emit a heavy snort from his nose. He then turned his face away, no longer wishing to regard Bai Xiling. Shortly thereafter, Bai Shi returned. There he was, his massive tiger paw forcefully stepping on a zombie's head, moving swiftly in an instant. He reached Su Chengxi's side and lazily lay down. Who's next? Su Chengxi inquired. Her words struck like thunder. Bai Shi immediately stood tall, his tiger eyes fixed intently on Su Chengxi, the meaning in his gaze unmistakable. No way. Are you truly asking me to carry these humans one by one? Yet Su Chengxi's expression remained as calm as a still pond. defeated, Baishi had no choice but to droop his head, looking utterly dejected. Heh, Miss Su, how about I take the second one? Ji Zhuan scratched the back of his head, forcing a hearty smile as he leaned towards Su Chengxi, grinning amiably. Certainly, without hesitation, Su Chengxi agreed. Baishi suddenly raised his head, casting Ji Zhuan a haughty and disdainful glance. Ha! A mere human. You dare to dream of riding upon me? However, Ji Zhuan simply chuckled. Unfazed, he lifted a leg and plopped down heavily onto Baishi's back. Baishi was momentarily stunned, nearly collapsing to the ground. He wished to protest, but Su Chengxi's voice rang out, "Hurry up! Don't dawdle!" Baishi could only cast a mournful glance at Su Chengxi before turning to depart. After Baishi left, Han Yiwang conferred with Su Chengxi. Chapter 116. Dissenting Opinions. Miss Su? How about you enter next? I will remain here to hold the rear. Certainly. Su Chengxi pondered for a moment before acquiescing. This time, for reasons unknown, Baishi's speed seemed somewhat slower than before. When Baishi returned, Su Chengxi wasted no words and swiftly mounted his back. Unlike his response to others, Baishi did not reject Su Chengxi's proximity. Instead, he appeared to relish it. Upon entering the department store, Su Chengxi noticed the faint yet discernible claw marks on Ji Zhuan's face. Meeting Su Chengxi's knowing gaze, Ji Zhuan appeared slightly embarrassed but offered no explanation for the marks. Yet, would Su Chengxi not deduce the truth? It was evidently impossible. It dawned on her why Baishi's pace had been slower this time. After depositing Su Chengxi, Baishi, though still reluctant, complied with his transport duties under the pressure of her gaze. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. On the final round, Baishi carried Han Yiwang. As Han Yiwang's feet touched the ground, Baishi let out a howl, transforming into a small white cat. He darted to a corner, covering his face with his paws, facing the wall and leaving his backside exposed to the onlookers. At that moment, Baishi's thoughts were, "Oh, heaven! How could you treat me thus? I, the Grand King of Beasts, am being forced to allow humans to ride upon my back. Where shall I hide my dignity? How can I face others?" In a fleeting moment, Baishi adjusted his mindset. When he turned around, striding gracefully towards the crowd, he was once again the imposing king of beasts, the mighty white tiger. No, I should say, white cat. In response to the crowd's perplexed or amused gazes, Baishi exhibited no signs of panic, or at least, it appeared that way. When he reached Su Chengxi's side, Han Yiwang finally spoke. "Since we have successfully entered the building, let us split up to search for our target. Just as before, dividing into 4 groups, I believe there is no need to separate further." Su Chengxi countered with a dissenting opinion. "Why? Miss Su, you must understand that searching separately would yield greater efficiency." Han Yiwang remarked indifferently, "Because I know where the target is hiding," Su Chengxi replied calmly. "How does Miss Su know this?" This time, it was Luan Ji who inquired. "Oh, I misspoke. It is not I who knows, but rather the little one informed me," Su Chengxi answered cheerfully. Upon hearing this, the gaze of the crowd shifted to Shin Xingqian. When I first entered this building, I felt a strange sensation. Moreover, I could see that there was no sign of the person we were searching for on any of the floors. However, when I extended my mental energy to the basement, I found that my mental energy seemed to be obstructed by something, unable to penetrate further. I shared what I saw with Sister Su, who then suggested that the person we are looking for must be hiding in the basement. Ji Zhuan brother also knows. As Shin Xingqian finished speaking, Ji Zhuan nodded in affirmation, confirming that he had been present when Shin Xingqian spoke with Su Chengxi. Chapter 116. The basement. It was then that the group recalled the fact they had overlooked. The seemingly small and delicate little star was, in fact, a formidable level 2 psychic ability user. The expressions of the crowd varied. Han Yiwang contemplated for a moment before finally making a decision. Since that is the case, let us not waste any more time and head directly to the basement. Thus, the group made their way towards the basement. At this moment, in the basement, in a dim corner, a man clad in a deep brown suit was intently observing an oval-shaped rainflower stone that shimmered with rainbow hues through a magnifying glass. His suit was in tatters, marred by numerous large rips, hanging in shambles about him. His once jet-black short hair had grown unkempt, obscuring his brow and eyes. Yet, the man seemed wholly unconcerned, his focus solely on the pebble in his hand. In another corner, A small group of 3 to 5 people huddled together, whispering among themselves. A middle-aged man in the throes of middle age spoke up. Do you think those zombies outside have left? Can we still get out? Surely we won't die here. You wish that thing is still out there. How could those zombies possibly leave on their own? A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, chimed in with a peculiar tone as she spoke. Her dead fish-like eyes cast a sidelong glance at the remarkable stone in the man's possession. What are we to do? What is this country doing? Why haven't they sent troops to rescue us? They keep claiming to serve the people, yet here we are, trapped for 3 days with no sign of anyone coming to our aid. The middle-aged man grumbled irritably. Suddenly, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses addressed the 2 young men who had remained silent in the corner. Well, I wonder what your teacher is thinking. He truly is a peculiar individual. It's just a rock. Is it really necessary to protect it so fervently? He fails to consider that if it weren't for that mysterious stone in his possession, how would we find ourselves surrounded by thousands of zombies? Forced to hide here, he wishes to conduct experiments and study that stone. Why must he drag you along? Are you not his disciples? Can he truly bear to watch you accompany him to your demise? The 2 young men, both around 28 or 29 years of age, had starkly different reactions upon hearing the words of the bespectacled man. 1. An ordinary-looking fellow momentarily appeared dazed, then awkwardly smiled without saying a word. The other, possessing a doll-like face, reacted with indignation. Our teacher is not a peculiar person. He has stated that this stone is extraordinary, containing immense energy. We absolutely cannot lose it. He requires it for in-depth research. Isn't that right, Brother Zhao? The doll-faced man turned to the ordinary-looking man, who was indeed the Brother Zhao he referred to. Both of them were disciples and assistants to the man who was obsessively immersed in the stone. Chapter 118. The strange stone. In response to the doll-faced man's question, Brother Zhao replied, Junior brother, I must admit that this elder brother has a point. Brother? The doll-faced man frowned. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A flicker of amusement crossing his eyes, ahem. A cough interrupted the doll-faced man before he could continue. Upon hearing the cough, the doll-faced man immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to the side of the man. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder and gently patted his back, inquiring with concern, Teacher, how are you? Are you all right? The man did not respond, merely waving his hand weakly. Observing this tender exchange between teacher and disciple, Brother Zhao couldn't help but smile ironically. He then stood up, not approaching the 2, but rather moving toward a dark and concealed corner. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a white paper package, then bent down to extract the last bottle of mineral water from his bag. Slowly, he unscrewed the cap, pouring the white powder into the water. After sealing the cap tightly to ensure no liquid would spill, he grasped the bottle and gently shook it until the powder was fully dissolved. The man believed his actions went unnoticed, unaware that a pair of eyes had witnessed everything. Master, seeing you cough so severely, please drink some water to soothe your throat. A bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared before the man and the doll-faced youth. The doll-faced youth looked up to see Brother Zhao standing in front of them, immediately seizing the bottle from his hands, twisting off the cap, and positioning it towards the man's mouth. Yes, master, you really should drink some water. The man, hearing this, did not refuse. After a few sips, his throat felt considerably better. Just as he was about to utter something, he suddenly felt the world spin around him. He extended a finger, pointing at Brother Zhao. You? His words remained unfinished as he collapsed to the ground. Master, what is wrong with you? The doll-faced youth exclaimed nervously upon witnessing the man's sudden fainting. At that moment, a pair of large hands reached over and snatched the stone tightly clutched in the man's arms. Damn. He fainted and still held onto it so tightly. An exclamation echoed. The doll-faced youth stared in shock at the man who had taken the stone. Brother Zhao? What are you doing? Did you put something in that bottle? Oh, my dear junior brother, it seems you've finally grasped the situation. Brother Zhao's tone shifted from cautious to playful. Brother, why would you do such a thing? Why? Of course, it's because of this stone. You should know that this stone is the source attracting that horde of zombies outside. I mentioned before that this stone clearly is not good. It should have been discarded. Yet, Master refused to heed my advice, insisting that this stone was peculiar and needed thorough research. And what's the result? Here we are, trapped, unable to escape, facing the risk of being devoured by the zombies outside or starving to death. Chapter 119. His favoritism towards you. I believe Master did this on purpose. He is so engrossed in his research that he never considered us. Did he ever think we might die for his experiments? I cannot sit idly by. I must save myself. Once I throw away this cursed stone, those zombies will be lured away, and I can seize the opportunity to escape. No, brother, you cannot do this. Have you forgotten what Master said? He stated that this stone is not ordinary. It contains an unusual energy. Ha! I certainly know it's not ordinary, for it is a cursed stone. Whoever possesses it is doomed. Before the doll-faced youth could finish, Brother Zhao interrupted. All right, brother. Even if you wish to take the stone, you could simply speak to Master directly. You need not resort to drugging him. How could you forget how good he has been to you? Who saved you from the icy wilderness? Who provided you with a home and the means to study? The doll-faced youth looked heartbroken. Why, dear junior brother, are you blind or deaf? I've approached Master multiple times these past few days, pleading with him to hand over the stone. But how did he respond? He not only rejected me, but also berated me harshly. As for your claim that Master treats me well, that is truly a grand joke. Brother Zhao laughed derisively, raising his voice dramatically, attracting the attention of those around them. Which of your eyes saw him treating me kindly? Every day, he either orders me to do this or that. Does he ever treat me as his disciple? In his eyes, I am merely a servant. I call him Master to learn from him, not to be a menial laborer, waiting with a broom and rag for him to finish his experiments. So I can eagerly rush in to help. That is not true, brother. You've misunderstood Master. The doll-faced youth pleaded urgently. Do you not remember when Master had you conduct an experiment alone? It was a simple task, a chance for him to evaluate you, yet you botched it. Afterwards, he observed you and concluded that your talent does not lie in research. He merely wished. Shut up. What do you mean I botched the experiment? IVE explained that it was merely a momentary error. And why does he have the right to claim I lack talent? I lack talent? What a joke. If I lack it, do you possess it? Remember our school days. How many times did I outperform you in exams? He allows you to observe his experiments while dismissing me. Why should he favor you? Is it because you are better looking? Is it due to your youth? Or perhaps because you possess more charm? I refuse to accept this. I find it utterly unfair. Why is it that you can simply say something flattering, and he will favor you, while I, every time I attempt to speak, am met with his impatience as he waves me away? When I stand beside you, despite being older and more capable, why do I feel like a mere shadow, perpetually crawling beneath your feet? Author's note: today, I have unfortunately caught a cold, feeling quite miserable. TT, as the weather turns chilly, dear readers, please remember to dress warmly and take care of yourselves. Chapter 120. Severing ties before the apocalypse. It was the same. After the apocalypse, it remained unchanged. Before the end, his attention was solely on his experiments and you. After the end, even though I awakened Earth-type abilities and had been protecting him all along, his gaze remained fixated on that cursed stone and you. He has never offered me a word of praise. Not once. Not even a glance or a gesture. The man's expression was filled with fury, reminiscent of an enraged lion. His voice, hoarse and echoing, drew the attention of those nearby. What did I say? At first glance, this person appears quite presentable, yet he is utterly obsessed with that cursed stone. As if entranced, he claims to be a biologist or scientist. In truth, he is merely a madman. I have previously urged him to relinquish that stone. Before I could even finish my words, he lunged at me like a rabid dog, biting without a moment's thought. Does he not realize that had it not been for that wretched stone, would we be here awaiting our demise? The middle-aged man remarked, I believe he deserves it. Look at him. Despite being his disciple, his favoritism is so blatant that it's as if he favors his grandmother's side. And no wonder whenever we criticized him, Xiao Song would become defensive. He truly is protective of his master. The middle-aged woman interjected with a sharp and caustic expression. In this exchange, she also dragged the young face into the fray. Xiao Zhao, well done. Sister supports you. Even clay figurines possess a temper, if I may say. You are too soft-hearted. There should not have been a poison solely for your master. The middle-aged woman continued her tirade. Senior brother, I never imagined you harbored such discontent. Why have you never voiced it? The young face asked, astonished. You have never cared about my feelings. What use is it for me to speak up? The man replied, his face marred by derision. However, senior brother, please, no more. From this day forth, we sever our ties. I am no longer your disciple. Senior brother, are you truly severing your master-disciple relationship? Upon hearing this, the young face exclaimed involuntarily, Do you think after such actions today, he would still acknowledge me as his disciple? The man chuckled bitterly, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. The young face bowed his head in sorrow. Following this, a soft sigh escaped the man. In truth, I merely administered a substance akin to a soporific. It only induces temporary unconsciousness without any adverse effects. The young face shot up in surprise. Master, senior brother, I understand. Without him, there would be no me. It can be said he granted me a second chance at life. Therefore, regardless of my grievances, I shall never repay kindness with malice. The man spoke solemnly. Senior brother, I apologize. After the apocalypse, we witnessed those who betray their kin for personal gain. At the time, I was unconcerned, believing that although you, I, and our master may not be blood relatives, we are closer than family and would never act like them. I truly did not foresee this. Nonetheless, you will always be my senior brother. I recall when master first brought me back from the orphanage. You were the one who reached out, spoke to me, played with me, calming my restless heart. The author has something to say. I feel like I'm running out of words. Chapter 121. A stab in the back. Subsequently, you were the one who accompanied me as I grew up. Whenever I was bullied at school, you were always the first to stand up for me. In my life, you and Master are the most significant figures. The young face enunciated each word with great gravity. Upon hearing this, the man's hand, resting against his pants seam, visibly trembled. Yet, ultimately, he only offered a resolute silhouette to the young face. However, after he turned away, a crystalline tear slipped from his eye, falling to the ground and merging with the dust, vanishing without a trace. The man lifted his leg, striding toward the corner where he had left his backpack. Hey, Xiao Zhao, are you really letting them off so easily? Truly too young, lacking the necessary ruthlessness. The middle-aged woman exclaimed with a look of disappointment. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. When everyone regained their senses, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Though it is framed as a question, the tone is undeniably assertive. Yet, the bespectacled man stubbornly refuses to admit his fault, lowering his head in defiance. At that moment, the man who had been in a stupor beside them began to stir. Upon awakening, the first thing he did was glance at his own hands, then, he coughed heavily. Ahem. Chapter 122. Chen Ezhou, he then hoarsely inquired, Where is the stone? My stone. With keen eyes, Shen Xingchen immediately spotted a half-exposed rainflower stone in the bespectacled man's pocket. Without hesitation, she pointed at him and exclaimed, The stone is in his pocket. No sooner had Shan Xingchen's words left her lips than Su Chongxi conjured an ice dagger, pressing it against the bespectacled man's neck, compelling him to look up. Hand it over. Su Chongxi extended a hand. The bespectacled man feigned ignorance, but as the ice dagger inched closer, he had no choice but to relent. With his uninjured hand, he retrieved the rainflower stone from his pocket and placed it into Su Chongxi's grasp. The man next to him rushed forward at the sight of the stone. However, Su Chongxi clenched her fist. Turning her back to him, he failed to seize the rainflower stone. His expression darkened immediately. At that moment, Han Iwang stepped forward, retrieving a photograph from his pocket and presenting it to the man. Inquiring solemnly, Are you Professor Chen Ezhou? I have been sent here to rescue you. Without even glancing at the photograph, the man snapped irritably, I am Chen Ezhou. Yet upon hearing that Han Iwang was there to rescue them, Chen Ezhou ceased his attempts to snatch the rainflower stone, though his gaze remained fixed intently upon Su Chongxi. Unperturbed, Su Chongxi dismissed his scrutiny. What a joke! She had merely taken on this task as a side endeavor. If Chun Ijo were to survive, she would conveniently save him and fulfill her duty. If he were to perish, it would be merely a stroke of bad luck that held no consequence for her. Thus, the man's fierce glare did not faze her in the slightest. Yu Chengxi's attention remained unwaveringly on the bespectacled man, not shifting in the slightest. However, from Chun Ijo's demeanor, Su Chengxi discerned that the rainflower stone, radiating with a rainbow glow, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Speak. Why did you want this stone? The bespectacled man remained silent. Tisk. Su Chengxi frowned slightly, conjuring numerous ice arrows in her hand. She forcefully drove one into the palm of the bespectacled man's uninjured hand. Then, without pause, plunged another into his thigh. Yu Chengxi's ruthless actions sent shivers through the onlookers, each fearing they might be the next target for an ice arrow. As others trembled, the bespectacled man, feeling the piercing pain firsthand, cried out in agony, "Ah, Baizili's loyalty is commendable. I wonder if Miss Su's ice arrows are sufficient to pierce you through and through." Baiziling appeared genuinely curious. Just as Su Chengxi prepared to launch another ice arrow aimed at the man's eye, he exclaimed, I'll talk. I'll talk." The arrow stopped just 3 centimeters from his EY. Su Chengxi withdrew the ice arrow. The man exhaled heavily, then confessed, "I am indeed a subordinate of Baizili. Initially, he dispatched me and his other subordinates to hunt Baiziling. However, midway, I received new orders to acquire this rainflower stone. So, you were unaware of the reason for obtaining this stone." Su Chengxi's tone remained flat. Author's note: I am still battling a cold today, and it seems we are expecting rain again tomorrow. Dear readers, please take care to keep warm. Chapter 123. Eradication of future threats. However, the bespectacled man felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He hastily began to plead. "I have told you everything I know. I swear, it's all true. If I speak even a single lie, may I be struck down by lightning." He nearly raised his hand to swear an oath. Yet, Su Chengxi merely responded with a disinterested "oh." Turning to Baiziling, she inquired, "Is this person of any use to you?" Baiziling quickly waved his hand in refusal. "No, no, no. I cannot make use of Baizili's lackey. It is entirely up to Miss Su with that." He gestured for her to proceed in that case. With that, the ice dagger at the man's throat traced a graceful arc. The bespectacled man's life was sealed. Eliminating any future threats, as his head fell, Su Chengxi's unfinished words echoed in the silence. In that moment, the room fell eerily quiet, and the reactions varied. The 2 middle-aged individuals instinctively touched their necks, simultaneously relieved that their heads remained intact. Ji Quan and Zhong Li exchanged glances, internally affirming that Miss Su remained as formidable as ever. Wan Ji furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing. Lin Mu continued to support his heroine without question. Shin Xingchen gazed at Su Chengxi with starry eyes. "Sister Su is so cool," Baiziling murmured. "My judgment has proven correct. I chose the right person to ally with." Even Chen Ijo appeared taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Su Chengxi would execute her decision without a flicker of hesitation. As for Han Wang, his expression remained impassive, yet there was no hint of discontent in his demeanor, suggesting his agreement. Just as the underground chamber descended into an eerie silence, a mournful voice shattered the stillness. Senior brother, what happened to you? Senior brother, please don't scare me." Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, where a young man with a doll-like face was kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching Zhao Shixiang while the other frantically searched his body. Hearing the doll-faced youth's cries, Zhao Shixiang attempted to utter a comforting word. But as he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The doll-faced youth was inconsolable, and through tear-filled eyes, he vaguely noticed that Chen Ijo and the others had approached him. He lunged forward, grabbing Chen Ijo's leg. Master, please save my senior brother. Senior brother didn't mean to drug you. Besides, it was merely a soporific, harmless to you. See, senior brother still cares about you," he implored. "Master, can't you forgive him just this once?" Seeing that Chen Ijo remained silent, the doll-faced youth grew anxious, his words tumbling out in a rush. Chen Ijo, observing his earnest disciple clinging to his leg and the sight of his fallen disciple in a pool of blood, felt a pang of compassion wash over him. Ultimately, He blinked several times, gently closing his eyes. It was not that he did not wish to help, but rather that he felt utterly powerless. The doll-faced youth, witnessing Chan Ijo's expression, was struck with terror, teetering on the brink of despair. Suddenly, he caught sight of Han Iwang clad in military attire, and hope sparked anew within him. He immediately released Chen Ijo's leg and staggered toward Han Iwang. Author's note: after much reflection and considering the feedback from my dear readers, I have decided to rewrite these 2 chapters. I sincerely appreciate everyone for sharing their thoughts, as I have learned a great deal. Thank you very much. Chapter 124. Soldiers come second. He hurriedly approached Han Iwang, stumbling as he fell to his knees before him. Sir, given your attire, you must be a soldier. If that is the case, could you please save my senior brother? He is on the brink of death. The concern on the doll-faced youth's face was genuine. Yet, Han Iwang showed no sign of emotion. Observing Han Iwang's indifference, the doll-faced youth sprang to his feet and began to berate him. I've said so much, and you remain completely unresponsive. What is that indifferent expression supposed to convey? Are you blind? Can't you see the person over there lying in a pool of blood? That is my senior brother. He is about to die. To die. How could you, as a soldier, stand by and watch a life slip away? Do you not feel ashamed to wear that uniform? The doll-faced youth's demeanor was reminiscent of a passionate youth. He's your senior brother, not mine, Han Iwang retorted coolly. Despite the doll-faced youth's fervent pleas, Han Iwang only replied with, so what? Before the apocalypse, were you not all proclaiming your commitment to serve the people? Is this how you treat the very citizens you vowed to protect? The doll-faced youth, incensed, grew even angrier at Han Iwang's retort. Yet, Han Iwang remained unperturbed, resembling a wooden figure devoid of any emotional response. Essentially, he was akin to Su Chongxi. He was a soldier, yes, but one who had faced the horrors of battle. Having endured the brutality of war, he understood the merciless reality of the apocalypse better than anyone else. In this grim, cannibalistic apocalypse, he has adapted remarkably well. He wears his military uniform without fail, and his identity as a soldier remains unchanged. The duty of a soldier is to protect one's homeland, and there is no denying that. However, this does not imply that he is obligated to save every person he encounters. It is essential to remember that he is, first and foremost, a human being, an ordinary individual. Only thereafter does he assume the role of a soldier. The apocalypse bears similarities to the battlefield, yet it is distinct in many ways. On the battlefield, the lines between friend and foe are clearly drawn. Retreat is not an option, for behind you lies your country and your home. In contrast, the apocalypse is chaotic and dark, devoid of law and order, where allegiances are irrelevant. Perhaps, apart from oneself, everyone else is an adversary. He continues to don this military attire because it represents his pride as a soldier, a sentiment that will never wane. However, this does not mean that his identity as a soldier will bind him. Until the order of the apocalypse is restored and the darkness of human hearts has decayed, the principle of self-preservation must reign supreme. You mentioned we are already in the apocalypse, Zhao Yang muttered to himself. Though it was meant to be a whisper, everyone heard it. The girl with the baby face was livid. Master, a faint voice suddenly broke the tension. The girl with the baby face immediately abandoned Han Iwang and rushed to Zhao Shixiang's side. Chen Ijo redirected his gaze to his 2 disciples. Master, I am sorry, Zhao Shixiang struggled to articulate, his voice strained. The girl with the baby face quickly shook her head. Shixiang, it's not your fault that IT is my master and I who have consistently overlooked your feelings. A flicker of complexity crossed Chen Ijo's eyes. He then addressed Han Iwang. I implore you to save my eldest disciple. In exchange, I will divulge all my current findings regarding the Yuhua stone. The author interjects. This chapter has been revised. Are you all satisfied? Chapter 126. Healing Chen Ijo is undoubtedly a genius with an IQ of 180. From the conversation between his young disciple and Han Iwang, he grasped the situation. The individuals present were increasingly indifferent. To solicit help in saving someone, one must offer a commensurate price. No one would rescue a stranger without reason. Yet, upon hearing Chen Ijo's proposal, Han Iwang remained unresponsive. Su Chongxi, however, contemplated the matter seriously for a while. She racked her brain but could not recall any mention of Qin Yizhou in her past life, let alone the mysterious Yuhua stone, which she had never even heard of. This led to two possible conclusions. Either the information regarding Qin Yizhou and the Yuhua stone was meticulously concealed by those in power, or Qin Yizhou had perished without ever receiving aid, leaving the secrets of the Yuhua stone unknown, with those who had encountered it merely perceiving it as an ordinary rock. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Su Chengxi reached a decision. I can help you save him. In exchange, you shall reveal to me the secrets of this stone. Agreed, Qin Yizhou responded promptly. Consequently, Su Chengxi crouched beside Zhao Shixiang and beckoned Lin Mu Yi to approach. You should give it a try. The wood-based abilities, strictly speaking, should be classified as supportive. The most distinctive feature of wood-based abilities is their healing properties. The color green represents life, hence a wood ability user can transfer vitality to another, achieving a healing effect, Su Chengxi briefly explained before stepping aside. However, her nonchalant demeanor once again infuriated the girl with the baby face. Miss, please open your eyes and see clearly. My Shixiang is on the verge of death. I wish for you to save him, not to have him serve as a guinea pig for this gentleman's practice. As she spoke, she scrutinized Lin Mu Yi with disdain. Undeterred, Su Chengxi continued to guide Lin Mu Yi in utilizing his wood-based abilities for healing. The girl with the baby face, exasperated, reached out to pull Lin Mu Yi away. However, just as her arm lifted, a powerful hand firmly grasped her wrist. She glanced over to find that the hand belonged to Hani Wang, whose expression remained as impassive as before, yet this time the girl dared not protest. Meanwhile, Lin Mu Yi had already positioned his hands over Zhao Shixiang's wound, channeling his internal energy, focused on condensing his abilities between his palms. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, vibrant green orbs began to emerge between his hands. Initially, these orbs resembled exuberant children, eager to explore the world beyond, swirling excitedly from side to side. Eventually, perhaps weary from their frolicking, they orderly lined up and surged toward Zhao Shixiang's chest. A gentle green luminescence flickered at the sight of the wound, and soon after, the flow of blood gradually slowed, the wound healing at a painstakingly slow pace. Although the progress was sluggish, the results were undeniably evident. At this moment, the girl with the baby face ceased her protests, prompting Han Yi Wang to release her grip. After a considerable amount of time, Zhao Shixiang's bleeding had ceased, and the wound was completely healed. Lin Mu Yi finally withdrew his abilities. The author adds, the previous 2 chapters have been revised. Chapter 127. The Secret of the Yuhua Stone. This was Lin Mu Yi's first experience utilizing wood-based abilities for healing. During this process, he had exerted his powers 3 times. By now, his complexion had turned slightly pale. He stood up and moved aside. The girl with the baby face immediately rushed over. Shixiang, how do you feel? Zhao Shixiang pressed one hand against his chest and used the other to support himself as he slowly sat up with the help of the girl. I'm fine now, Zhao Shixiang replied, his voice hoarse. Master, his gaze searched through the crowd until it landed on Qin Yizhou. It's good to hear that. Qin Yizhou nodded slightly, his lips trembling as he managed to utter those words. Following this, Zhao Shixiang silently lowered his head. He should have known better. Given his master's character, he deserved to be expelled from the sect for such behavior. Yet, upon hearing Qin Yizhou's plea for assistance, he had foolishly entertained a fleeting hope for his master's forgiveness. It turned out he had been overly optimistic. Nevertheless, he would not cast blame upon his master this time. After all, hadn't he anticipated this outcome when he made his initial decision? Moreover, it was only through the recent brush with death that he realized he had always been a self-conscious and sensitive individual. His master had never compared him to his junior. It was he who had unreasonably believed himself to be merely a shadow of his junior. Little did he know, he had always been his own son. Professor Chun, I have saved your disciple. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Su Chengxi spoke calmly out of course. Qin Yizhou was true to his word. At that moment, Han Yi Wang approached the two of them. Shall we discuss this outside? Absolutely not. Han Yi Wang's inquiry was met with Qin Yizhou's firm refusal. Su Chengxi appeared somewhat puzzled. The 3 then retreated to a nearby corner, where Qin Yizhou began to recount the secret of the Yuhua stone. In truth, I came across this stone by chance, at the time. It appeared entirely unremarkable, lacking the luminous qualities it possesses now, and was instead pitch black. Upon hearing this, Su Chengxi produced the Yuhua stone from her possession. The oval-shaped stone radiated a dazzling rainbow glow. Just 3 days ago, we sought refuge from zombies in this department store. Initially, the stone exhibited no peculiarities until we entered the basement. Chun Yizhou paused momentarily before continuing. The moment we stepped into the basement, the Yuhua stone began to emit light. I then noticed that the zombies pursuing us retreated as if they had encountered something terrifying. However, they did not leave. Rather, they waited outside the building. It was then that I realized the Yuhua stone was far from ordinary. Thus, I commenced my research on it. After several days of study, I discovered the Yuhua stone harbors an immense power, one that exerts an extreme allure over zombies. This allure is such that as long as this stone is present, anything or anyone else is rendered inconsequential in the eyes of the zombies. Sure enough, since that day, more and more zombies have congregated outside the building. Chapter 128. The oddities of the basement. The extent of this power remains uncertain, but I am confident that if the zombies were to obtain this stone, the consequences would be catastrophic. After Chen Yizhou solemnly delivered his final statement, the atmosphere became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Han Yuan's expression was taut, and even Su Chengxi furrowed her brow slightly. Neither of them doubted the veracity of Chen Yizhou's words. After all, they had both come from outside and were acutely aware of the circumstances beyond these walls. If Professor Chen asserted that the zombies were irresistibly drawn to the power within this stone, then why, one might wonder, had the zombies outside merely encircled the building without breaching its defenses? In a moment of clarity, Han Yuan grasped a pivotal question. This is precisely why I sought to prevent you from exiting this basement, he stated. Upon mentioning this, Chen Yizhou's demeanor remained unyielding. From my observations, this basement possesses peculiar characteristics. It feels as though it exists as a self-contained space, as if a colossal barrier separates the interior from the exterior, creating two distinct realms. Moreover, this barrier appears to be specifically designed to safeguard the Yuhua stone. As long as this stone remains within the confines of this basement, the zombies dare not approach even the entrance of the department store. However, should we remove the Yuhua stone from this sanctuary, devoid of its protective shield, the zombies outside will undoubtedly launch an assault. Barrier? Mental powers? Su Chengxi murmured to herself. No, it cannot be a supernatural ability. Oh, what makes you so certain, Professor Chen? Su Chengxi retorted. Since the news of supernatural beings emerged a fortnight ago, I have conducted my own research on the matter. If it were indeed a supernatural ability, there would necessarily be fluctuations indicative of such powers. The barrier produced by mental abilities cannot be deemed truly intangible. In essence, a mental barrier is a construct of one's own mental strength, shaped by the individual's imagination. Therefore, its form is dictated by what one envisions. While it may appear invisible to others, to the mental adept who manifests this barrier, it possesses a tangible shape. The barrier in this basement, however, exhibits no trace of supernatural fluctuations, and its presence is exceedingly subtle, as if it has melded with the very air, rendering it imperceptible. Upon hearing Chen Yizhou's elucidation, Su Chengxi realized that since their entry into the basement, she had indeed not sensed the existence of the barrier. She pondered whether Shun Xingchen's ability to perceive the barrier stemmed from perceiving them as adversaries. Then, according to your explanation, Professor Chen, this stone must not leave the basement. Han Yuan succinctly summarized Chen Yizhou's assertion. Indeed, that is correct. Chen Yizhou nodded affirmatively. Then how do we depart from here? Han Yuan posed another straightforward inquiry. Well, before Chen Yizhou could respond, Han Yuan continued. I presume you intend to take the stone with you. However, my orders only entail rescuing you, Professor Chen. They do not extend to retrieving a mere stone. Therefore, if you cannot devise a satisfactory solution, I shall have no choice but to adhere strictly to my orders. Chapter 129. The stone's anomaly. Han Yuan's insinuations were clear to Chen Yizhou. Did he expect him to abandon the stone here? That was out of the question, absolutely impossible with that. After Han Yuan's statement, Chen Yizhou immediately interjected. I do have a potential solution. We could throw the stone into a vacuum environment. effectively isolating its emanating aura. A vacuum environment? Let me ask, is there anyone among you with spatial abilities? If we can place this stone into a spatial realm, the zombies will no longer detect its presence. We could then simply wait for the zombies to disperse on their own. Chun Ijo's suggestion was undeniably straightforward. Yet Han Yiwen furrowed his brow. It appeared that none among them possessed spatial abilities. While Han Yiwen wrestled with this predicament, Su Chengxi's eyes glimmered at the mention of space. Although she was not a wielder of spatial abilities, she nonetheless possessed a connection to it. Yet she was unwilling to reveal this fact. Regrettably, we lack a spatial adept, Han Yiwen stated somberly. Aside from that, I have no alternative solutions, Chun Ijo admitted helplessly. Thus, the trio returned to the group to confer with the others. Boss, why not let you all retreat first while I stay behind to cover? Ji Quan suggested, clenching his fist and emphatically gesturing. No way! Before Han Yiwen could respond, Luan Ji and Zhong Limu simultaneously rebuked him. Han Yiwen remained silent, clearly acquiescing to their objections. Then how about we abandon this wretched stone? Ji Quan proposed. Absolutely not. Chun Ijo vehemently opposed this suggestion. Han Yiwen shot a piercing glance in Chun Ijo's direction. I believe I have made myself perfectly clear. Chun Ijo felt a tinge of fear but stubbornly retorted. Mr. Han, I understand your stance, but I have reiterated that this stone must not fall into the hands of the zombies. Moreover, there are greater mysteries surrounding this stone that I have yet to unravel. It must be returned for further study. Han Yiwen's gaze deepened, and he chose to remain silent. Oh dear. If this option is unviable and that option is unfeasible, what then are we to do? It was evident that after deliberating for quite some time, they had reached an impasse. Just then, the Yuhua stone in Su Chengxi's grasp began to exhibit peculiar changes. The radiant spectrum of colors abruptly extinguished, confirming Chun Ijo's earlier assertion that it was, in truth, a pitch-black stone. As the group remained bewildered, the Yuhua stone suddenly began to emit a rainbow glow once more. However, this time, the colors did not manifest simultaneously. Instead, they flashed in rapid succession. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The frequency of these 7 colors flickering was astonishingly swift, with intervals of less than 0.1 seconds, almost blinding to the eye. This is bad. Upon witnessing this alarming phenomenon, Chun Ijo's countenance shifted dramatically. The 2 apprentices who had remained in the background, along with the middle-aged couple, also displayed expressions of horror. What is happening? Han Yiwen clutched Chun Ijo's sleeve tightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. We experienced a similar occurrence before. When the Yuhua stone exhibits such anomalies, it signifies a malfunction in the barrier, and the zombies will soon breach our sanctuary. Moreover, we cannot ascertain how long this situation will persist. Author's note, brain cells are dying, Chapter 130. The ventilation duct during the previous incident, the Yuhua stone's flickering frequency had not been so rapid. We were fortunate that the stone's anomaly ceased just as the zombies were about to invade. However, this time, Chun Ijo hesitated to articulate his thoughts, but the others had already comprehended the gravity of the situation. Concurrently, outside, a series of increasingly furious roars erupted. Those were the angry howls of the zombies. The ground trembled beneath them, sending a jolt of panic through the group. Boss, what do we do now? The zombies outside must have already broken in. We cannot exit through the main door. It was evident that Zhong Limu's voice carried a hint of alarm. Han Yiwen swiftly assessed the basement surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a ventilation shaft located in the northeast corner. He strode purposefully towards it. Unfortunately, the ceiling was too high, even for Han Yiwen to reach. At that moment, Ji Quan and the others followed closely behind. Han Yiwen crouched slightly and called out, "Get up here." Ji Quan understood the implication and promptly stepped onto Han Yiwen's shoulders. Gradually, Han Yiwen rose to his full height. Now they had sufficient elevation. Ji Quan forcefully removed the cover of the ventilation shaft and tossed it aside, peering inside. Boss, this duct is quite narrow. It can only accommodate 1 person at a time. Time is of the essence. We have no other escape routes available. We must proceed through here, Han Yiwen stated gravely. As they spoke, Su Chengxi swiftly lifted Shen Xingchen and handed him to Ji Quan. Let the little one go first. Ji Quan said nothing, merely extending his hands to receive Shen Xingchen, lifting him high. Shin Xingqian cooperated, extending his small hands and propelling himself through the duct with a swift motion. Ji Quan, you follow. After sending Shin Xingqian off, Han Yuan instructed Ji Quan, still perched on his shoulder. Why should he go first? Ji Quan protested. Indeed, why should he? I have no intention of staying behind to feed the zombies. My senior brother has only just recovered from his injuries. Why should he not go first? Han Yuan's words instantly provoked a wave of discontent in this life-and-death situation. The group seemed to have forgotten Su Chengxi's earlier lethal demeanor. Clamoring to argue about who should leave first, Su Chengxi's expression hardened, and she began to coalesce an ice spear in her hand. If you all keep bickering, then you'll all be left behind. Her chilling words jolted the others into a moment of clarity, silencing their protests. Once Ji Quan had also crawled into the duct, Han Yuan crouched slightly, allowing Chen Yizhou to step onto his shoulders. Then he slowly rose, allowing Chen Yizhou to reach the vent. Subsequently, Chen Yizhou used both hands and feet to crawl into the duct. Following the same method, only Han Yuan, Su Chengxi, and two middle-aged individuals remained at the end. Just then, the sound of zombies' growls echoed from outside the basement door. The middle-aged man turned pale, muttering incessantly, "It's over. It's over. The zombies are coming in. I told you to let me go first, but you refused and even threatened me? Damn, what kind of soldier is this?" Moments after he uttered those words, the zombies burst through the door. Instantly, chaos ensued. However, the man's curses and the woman's screams failed to attract the attention of the zombies, who were heading straight for Su Chengxi. The two were compelled to harness their abilities to confront the undead. Chapter 131. Exposed space. She understood that this was due to the stone in her hand. Unless she tossed it into the space, these zombies would cling to her incessantly. Su Chengxi hesitated, when suddenly a tall figure appeared before her. The man turned around, revealing a torn military uniform and a conspicuous scratch on his pale chest. Fortunately, there was no bleeding. "Don't dawdle," he said indifferently. The flicker of shock and hesitation crossed Su Chengxi's eyes, but she soon returned to her calm demeanor. She raised her gaze toward the two individuals cowering in the corner, who were glaring at her with palpable malice, wishing for the zombies to devour her. Then, under Han Yuan's watchful gaze, the rainflower stone in Su Chengxi's hand vanished into thin AT that very moment. The zombies paused momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Su Chengxi swiftly conjured several ice spikes, launching them toward the two in the corner. Simultaneously, she formed a thick ice wall. This entire sequence of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. After completing these maneuvers, Su Chengxi's complexion had turned ashen. Meanwhile, the ice arrows struck the arms of the two, causing blood to gush forth. The scent of blood prompted the zombies to turn their attention toward the humans. Some zombies, unwilling to retreat, were blocked by Su Chengxi's ice wall. As she observed the scene beyond the ice wall, accompanied by the coarse curses of the middle-aged couple, Su Chengxi felt no guilt about leaving them behind. Han Yuan remained unfazed, merely crouching down and calmly stating, "Get up here." With a complex expression, Su Chengxi glanced at him but did not decline. She knew her ice wall would not hold for long. Su Chengxi safely climbed into the ventilation duct. After crawling a few steps, she paused in the darkness. She heard rustling sounds behind her. "Captain Han," she whispered. A nasal responded to her inquiry. Thus, she continued to crawl forward. After an indeterminate amount of time, light finally appeared ahead. She quickened her pace and emerged from the opening, only to be surrounded by a throng. "Miss Su, you're out. You can't imagine how frantic we were when we realized you and the boss weren't following." "Miss Su, where's the boss? Did he not come with you? Sister Su, are you all right? I told you the heroine would return." The chorus of voices left Su Chengxi's head spinning. Moreover, having just overexerted her abilities, the world around her began to spin, and she felt herself losing balance. At that moment, a strong hand firmly gripped her waist, pulling her into an embrace. Seeing this, the crowd collectively wondered, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Even Han Yuan found himself momentarily stunned. Having just emerged from the vent, he witnessed Su Chengxi nearly topple, and he swore he only intended to steady her. With this sudden turn of events, Su Chengxi regained her clarity and began to struggle to escape Han Yuan's hold. He, too, reacted promptly, releasing her and awkwardly clearing his throat. Chapter 132. Racing Against Time Apologies. Miss Su, I only wanted to catch you as you were about to fall. Though he still appeared expressionless, the faint redness behind his ears betrayed his unease. Su Chongxi simply replied, "It's nothing." Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she calmly retrieved a bottle of water from her space. Since Han Yuan was already aware of her secret, she felt no need to conceal it any longer. Especially since they would all be traveling together, it would be inconvenient to sneak into the space every time without drawing attention. As for Chen Yizhou and his two disciples, she was indeed quite curious about that rainflower stone. Given Chen Yizhou's obsessive nature and his fondness for that stone, it was possible she might not complete this mission. Regarding those two disciples, if they were sensible, she would allow them to leave safely. If they were ungrateful, then it would be their misfortune in any case. She resolved that she would not allow them to accompany her. Upon witnessing Su Chongxi conjure a bottle of water from thin air, her companions were left in awe. However, they understood that everyone harbored secrets, and masks were a necessary condition for survival. Some secrets would naturally reveal themselves at the right moment, so why pry further? Moreover, who would dare question Su Chongxi? As they exchanged glances, they all shook their heads and turned their attention to Han Yuan, who was still in a state of confusion and had little mental energy to spare for others. Furthermore, even if they asked, would Su Chongxi divulge her secret? That was uncertain. Thus, they quickly settled down, as if the moment of astonishment had never occurred. Just as the baby-faced individual was about to speak, the word "you" slipped out before Zhao Shixiang swiftly covered his mouth. Ignoring their stares, Su Chongxi twisted off the cap and drank several large gulps of water. Han Yuan noticed liquid trickling down her chin and into her collar. His gaze darkened, and he hurriedly averted his eyes to survey the surroundings. Once Su Chongxi finished drinking, Han Yuan finally spoke. "This is the rooftop, indeed, boss." Although Su Chongxi had stored the rainflower stone in her space, severing its aura, nearly 1,000 zombies continued to surge into the building. It wouldn't be long before the structure fell completely. Thus, they needed to escape the department store as quickly as possible. At present, they found themselves on the rooftop of the mall. The rooftop was quite spacious, and when they approached the edge, they could see the zombies below. These were the same zombies that had surrounded the building. After losing the scent of the rainflower stone, some of the zombies staggered away. However, the initial number had been substantial, and even with some departing, a considerable portion remained intent on breaching the building. The view from above revealed a densely packed mass of zombies, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 133. A dangerous plan. How can there be so many zombies? What should we do next? Upon witnessing the scene below, the baby-faced individual exclaimed. To his surprise, no one responded. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for a good plan, and silence fell over the group. Suddenly, Bai Xiling stroked his chin, feigning an air of mystery as he declared, "Ahem. I think I have a plan, though I'm unsure if it will work." Instantly, everyone turned to Bai Xiling. "What is the plan? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense." Faced with Su Chongxi's icy glare, Bai Xiling dared not delay any longer and spoke rapidly. "Actually, my plan is quite simple. Look, there's a residential building across from us. Lin, with his wood abilities, can create 2 vines to wrap around the railing of the 5th-floor balcony directly below us. Then, Miss Su can cover the vines with a thin layer of ice. We can slide down the vines. Are you out of your mind? Vines can't possibly support human weight. If they snap midway, we'll fall straight into the mouths of the zombies." Bai Xiling's suggestion was immediately met with the baby-faced individual's loud protest. "Exactly, the success of this plan hinges on Lin." "No, this is too dangerous, I object." The baby-faced individual continued to shake his head. "Then I have no other options, unless you have a better plan." Others wore solemn expressions as they acknowledged the undeniable danger and sheer audacity of the plan. Yet, time was of the essence. They appeared to be left with no alternative. Thus, Han Wang and Su Chongxi exchanged a glance and nodded gravely. The urgency of the situation left them no choice but to proceed. "If you're afraid, then stay behind and await your fate," Su Chongxi stated with an emotionless tone. Following a brief discussion among the group, it was ultimately decided that Lin Mu-yi would lead the way. Lin Mu-yi summoned his extraordinary abilities, conjuring a thick, elongated vine. With a decisive flick, he secured the vine to the balcony railing of the 5th floor across from them. He then anchored the other end of the vine to the railing on their side. At that moment, Su Chongxi's complexion began to regain its color as her depleted energy gradually replenished. She had just consumed well water from the spatial realm. Su Chong, she enveloped the surface of the vine with a delicate layer of ice using her control abilities. Zhongli, try to manifest an iron ring with your powers, Hani Wang suddenly suggested. Understood, boss. Zhongli Mu responded, channeling his energy to form an iron ring. Although its appearance was somewhat lacking, it was sufficient for their needs. He placed the ring onto the vine. Lin Mu-yi grasped the ring firmly and took a deep breath. Are you ready? All set, came Zhongli Mu's reply, as Lin Mu-yi finished speaking. Bai Ziling gave him a strong push from behind, sending him sliding forward. The vine, coated in a thin layer of ice, was remarkably smooth and glimmered under the sunlight. Lin Mu-yi slid down safely. Landing without incident, the group, witnessing his successful arrival, felt a collective sigh of relief. Then, Zhongli Mu conjured another identical iron ring. Chapter 134. The vine zip line. Now it was Shun Xingchen's turn. He placed his small hand on the iron ring, and Su Chongxi stood behind him, softly encouraging, little one, don't be afraid. You can close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shun Xingchen instinctively cast a glance downward, which startled him, prompting him to reflexively shut his eyes. After a brief moment, he slowly nodded, saying, Sister Su, I'm ready. At that moment, Bai Shi, nestled in his arms, lightly leaped onto the vine. With a dignified stride, Bai Shi walked forth, moving gracefully and steadily, leaving the group in awe of his proud demeanor. Good. Su Chongxi acknowledged, gently nudging Shun Xingchen forward. As the wind whooshed past him, Shun Xingchen felt his heart racing. In what felt like an eternity, he finally landed in a pair of arms, the solid ground beneath his feet granting him the courage to open his eyes. Lin Mu-yi, maintaining a serious expression, inquired with concern, Are you all right? Shin Xingchen, still somewhat dazed, slowly shook his head after a moment's pause. Nearby, Bai Shi, comfortably lounging on the ground, rolled his eyes at Shun Xingchen's disheveled state. Shun Xingchen, having grown accustomed to Bai Shi's disdainful looks, merely accepted it. Nonetheless, Bai Shi stood up and scratched the ground with his paw. Too hard. Not as soft as a child's embrace, he mused inwardly. Then, he prepared himself. Ready, 1, 2, 3, run, jump. Okay, perfect. Right into Shun Xingchen's arms. Bai Shi lazily nestled against him, prompting Shun Xingchen to helplessly smooth his fur. Oh, this little human child is quite clever, Bai Shi remarked, lifting his head and scratching his chin with a paw. TSK, to be so frightened by such a minor height, it's embarrassing. However, given how resourceful you are, I shall protect you from now on. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe passage. With that thought, Bai Shi raised his paw, attempting to pat Shin Xingchen's head, but fell short. He settled for patting his little arm instead. Shin Xingchen looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Shixiang, relieved to see Shun Xingchen safely across, stepped forward, volunteering, I'll go next, brother. Are you insane? The babyface exclaimed, grabbing Zhao Shixiang's sleeve in alarm. We all have to get across. Are we truly going to wait here to die? Zhao Shixiang gently tugged his sleeve free. Babyface, conflicted, fell into deep thought, while Zhao Shixiang approached the vine, nodding to Su Chongxi, who acknowledged him in return. Thus, another iron ring materialized. Just as Zhao Shixiang grasped the ring, he heard Su Chongxi's instruction. When you reach the other side, tell Lin Mu-yi that one vine is too slow. He needs to conjure another. Chapter 135. 2 vines. Before Zhao Shixiang could respond, Bai Ziling shoved him forward. As he experienced the sensation of weightlessness, the world rushed by in a blur. For a moment, he felt as if he were soaring through the sky, side by side with the sun. He wanted to shout, but held back. Finally reaching the other side, he did not enjoy the same gentle landing as Shun Xingchen. The exhilarating experience of the vine zip line left Zhao Shixiang feeling dizzy, and he stumbled upon landing, falling unceremoniously to the ground. Lin Mu-yi, seeing his predicament, took pity and helped him up. Thank you. Zhao Shixiang awkwardly brushed off his hands and shook his head to clear the fog. he suddenly recalled Su Chongxi's request. Mr. Lin, Miss Su asked me to tell you that one vine is too slow. She wants you to conjure another. Understood, Lin Mui replied, once again summoning his powers to create another vine on Su Chongxi's side. Observing the new vine being flung over, she similarly unleashed her ice abilities to coat it. The previous vine, however, had begun to melt under the intense sunlight. Su Chong, she took the opportunity to make some adjustments. Zhongli, how are you holding up? Ji Quan's voice rang out as Su Chong Shi and Han Wang turned to find Zhongli Mu's complexion had turned quite pale. I'm fine. Zhongli Mu's voice sounded weak. Noticing his condition, Su Chong Shi's eyes darkened. It was evident that his energy was nearly depleted. After a moment of contemplation, she abruptly pointed to Babyface and declared, this time, Chen Professor, you and him together. She then addressed Zhongli Mu, hang in there. This time, please manifest 2 iron rings. Zhongli Mu nodded weakly, mustering the last of his energy to conjure 2 rings. However, the effort left him utterly drained. And he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, his face devoid of color. Chen Yizhou offered no objections to Su Chongxi's command and promptly stepped to the front of the vine, firmly grasping the iron ring as he awaited his turn. Meanwhile, Babyface approached hesitantly, his reluctance palpable. Upon glancing down at the mass of zombies below, he recoiled in fear. No way. This is definitely not happening. If the vine snaps midway, I'm done for. Seeing Babyface's hesitation wasting precious time, Su Chongxi quickly strode over and threatened, stop wasting time. Yet her words fell on deaf ears. Babyface continued to shake his head vehemently. No, I won't go. At the end of her patience, Su Chongxi was about to lend a hand when unexpectedly, someone acted faster. The pair of strong hands seized Babyface's and placed it firmly on the iron ring before giving him a hard push. Sending him sliding away. It was none other than Han Wang. Simultaneously, Chen Yizhou also took his turn on the vine. Chapter 136. Nongfu Spring. Originally, Ji Quan had been vigilantly watching over Zhongli Mu. Yet the childish face was simply too whiny. Ji Quan could no longer bear it and stepped forward, intending to push the person away directly. However, he was taken aback when his superior beat him to it. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught sight of Chen Yizhou on the other side, with Bai Ziling standing behind him, crossing her arms and observing the commotion with apparent delight, as if she were relishing the spectacle. Thus, Ji Quan stealthily approached, and with a strong shove from his rough hands, Chen Yizhou was propelled forward. If one were to compare the strength of Han Wang and Ji Quan, one could simply look at the distance they slid to determine the answer. At that moment, Chen Yizhou had already glided to the center, with the childish face trailing closely behind him. Could this be the so-called notion that in the heart of a disciple, they can never surpass their master? Both were caught off guard and pushed out, yet their reactions were strikingly different. Chen Yizhou, suddenly thrust into the open, was indeed startled, but he reacted swiftly. Despite the exhilarating thrill of the high-altitude zip line, he managed to suppress his fear and remained silent. But what of the childish face? The moment Han Wang's hand landed on his back, he began to wail loudly, his cries echoing through the air, enough to alarm even the heavens and the spirits. If Chen Yizhou was an adult capable of overcoming his fear, it could be understood. Therefore, comparing him with his master was not warranted. After all, one is a senior, and there is no contest. Yet, his senior brother was not much older than him, was he? Just look at how his senior brother had handled being pushed out. He too was caught unprepared and terrified. But no matter the circumstances, he managed to keep his composure. However, witnessing the childish face's dramatic display of fear, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, with Su Chongxi muttering a curse under her breath. Fool. Once the two troublesome individuals moved to the opposite side, Su Chongxi retrieved a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water from her space and offered it to Zhongli Mu. Zhongli Mu, perplexed and lacking the strength to accept, was assisted by Ji Quan, who helped pour the water into his mouth. Gulping down half a bottle, Zhongli Mu's complexion began to regain its color, and he could feel his powers gradually restoring. Han Wang and Ji Quan, observing Zhongli Mu's improving state, inquired with concern, Zhongli, how do you feel? Much better. They all understood that Su Chongxi was the one responsible for this turnaround. Yet they only expressed their gratitude without probing further. Thank you. Miss Suit, I believe I can resume using my powers. With that, Zhong Limu intended to continue consolidating his iron can. Your powers have just recovered. There's no need to push yourself. Su Chong, she interjected with a frown. Indeed, Zhongli, why not rest a little longer? Ji Quan concurred that I'm fine. I fear time may not be on our side. Upon hearing this, Ji Quan ceased his persuasion, and Su Chong, she felt increasingly agitated. It's all that fool's fault for shouting. Now the zombies are surely on their way here. Consequently, she fell silent. Thanks to previous experiences, Zhong Limu's time to consolidate the iron rings was considerably quicker this time. Chapter 137, Perilous Moments. He placed the 2 iron rings on Ji Quan and Bai Ziling. To save time, as the 2 slid out, Zhong Limu conjured another iron ring, with Su Chong, she closely following them. Having conjured 3 iron rings in quick succession, Zhong Limu, who had barely restored his powers, was nearly depleted again. He drained the remaining half-bottle of Nongfu Spring in one go, leaving not a drop behind. Focus on regulating your powers. Han Yi-Wang's command was firm, and Zhong Limu had no choice but to comply. Settling down to meditate, however, for Han Yi-Wang and Ji Quan, calamity struck. While Zhong Limu's powers had yet to fully recover, the growls of zombies drew nearer. Time was of the essence, and the race was on to see who would be faster. As it turned out, the zombies were a step ahead. When the zombies began to emerge, Han Yi-Wang glanced at Zhong Limu, who was still meditating. Without hesitation, he moved closer to the zombies and unleashed his lightning powers upon them. Although Han Yi-Wang's lightning abilities were only at level 2, they were renowned as the most potent offensive powers. Coupled with Han Yi-Wang's formidable prowess from a past life, his brief training had allowed him to grasp the lightning abilities quite thoroughly. If not completely, Bai Ziling gasped in awe. Wow! Lightning abilities are so cool. Su Chong, she shot him a cold glance, prompting Bai Ziling to awkwardly close his mouth, while Han Yi-Wang continued to dispatch the zombies. He was fortunate that the rooftop entrance was relatively narrow, allowing the zombies to enter one at a time, making it easier for him to handle them. As the entrance grew larger from the relentless assaults of the zombies, it was about to be breached. Just then, Zhong Limu shouted, "Boss, I'm ready over here." Turning back, he had conjured 2 iron rings and was standing atop a vine. Han Yi-Wang quickly threw a lightning orb, retreating his steps. "Let us go." Upon hearing this, Zhong Limu wasted no time and swiftly slid out. As soon as Zhong Limu departed, Han Yi-Wang retreated to another vine, grasped the iron ring with one arm, took a few steps back, and then propelled himself forward. Han Yi-Wang also slid out. At that very moment, a zombie had just reached the spot where he had been standing. It was a close call. But the true danger was yet to come. As Han Yi-Wang reached the midpoint, he noticed that the ice layer at the 34 position, not far from Su Chong Shi, had already begun to melt, and the vine exhibited signs of breaking. Han Yi-Wang continued to slide closer to Su Chong Shi on the opposite side. Everyone clenched their fists, silently praying that the vine would hold for just a little longer, allowing Han Yi-Wang to cross safely. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as Han Yi-Wang was inches away from the spot where the vine showed cracks, a creaking sound echoed through the air. The vine could no longer bear the strain and broke. Han Yi-Wang was suddenly subjected to the pull of gravity, plummeting downward, and further down. "Boss, Han Gu, Mr. Han." Witnessing this perilous scene, the onlookers' eyes widened in horror, each one shouting out in alarm. Time was of the essence. Author S. Note. Waha. Chapter 138. Leaving the building, Su Chong, she swiftly conjured a rectangular ice slab beneath Han Yi-Wang's feet. As soon as his feet landed on the ice slab, he teetered backward, but fortunately, Lin Mu timely released his powers, ensnaring Han Yi-Wang's wrist with vines. With a forceful pull forward, Han Yi-Wang regained his balance. However, with the previous vine severed, how was Han Yi-Wang to cross to the other side? As he pondered, another rectangular ice slab materialized before him. One by one, ice slabs formed, creating a staircase of ice leading directly to the opposite side. Han Yi-Wang looked up and locked eyes with Su Chong Shi across the way. Su Chong Shi nodded slightly, and Han Yi-Wang immediately understood. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the ice steps, ascending one step at a time until he safely reached the other side. as he landed. Everyone collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Shun Xingchen eagerly approached Hani Wang, her round eyes darting around like an X-ray, inspecting him for any injuries. Hani Wang gently patted Shen Xingchen's head and reassured her. "I am fine." He then turned to the group and urged, "Let us move quickly." Thus, they turned and departed. Fortune smiled upon them as they opened the balcony door and stepped into the living room. Suddenly, two zombies burst forth from the kitchen, likely the previous residents of the house. Su Chong she had been prepared, effortlessly dispatching the two zombies. She then rushed into the kitchen, rummaging around before emerging with a kitchen knife in hand. Under the astonished gazes of her companions, she wielded the knife, aiming for the door lock, and struck down forcefully. Then, with a swift kick, she broke the lock, damaging the door. Stepping through the broken door, they exited the room and made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they noticed a throng of zombies pushing and shoving at the entrance of the opposite building. The group quickly took a detour, hastily escaping the area. After walking a considerable distance, they finally sought refuge in a small inn. Observing the weariness etched on everyone's faces and the encroaching darkness outside, Han Wang's voice resonated softly. "Let us spend the night here. For safety, we will take turns keeping watch tonight." No one opposed it, and thus, Han Wang rearranged the night watch schedule. During the night, Han Wang and Ji Quan were on guard. A rustling sound approached. And Su Chong she walked up to the two. Upon seeing Su Chong Ji Quan immediately stood up, saying, "Boss, I'm going to check the surroundings." Without waiting for Han Wang's response, he dashed away. Su Chong Shi, filled with questions, wondered, "Am I a devil? Why does he run away upon seeing me?" Observing Su Chong Shi's bewildered expression, Han Wang's lips curled slightly. "Miss Su, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" "Indeed," Su Chong she replied candidly, taking a seat beside him. "I have matters to discuss with Captain Han. Feel free to speak." "Miss Su. Do you remember when you asked me in Sea City why I accepted this mission?" "Of course. You mentioned you had a personal matter to attend to. Could it be related to what you wish to discuss now?" "Precisely." Su Chong she nodded gently. "There is a granary on the outskirts of H City." Chapter 139. Dare you say you don't like her? Hearing this, a spark of intrigue flickered in Han Wang's eyes. The granary on the outskirts of H City. Why have I never heard of it? However, he refrained from questioning Su Chong Shi. Seemingly perceiving his doubt, Su Chong Shi proactively explained. The granary on the outskirts of H City was constructed in the first half of the apocalypse. And due to its remote location and difficult access, it is scarcely known. So, the personal matter you mentioned earlier is indeed related to this granary? Exactly. My intention was to go there alone to collect supplies. But since you are already aware of the spatial matter, I no longer need to conceal it, Su Chong she stated nonchalantly. Since Miss Su has put it that way, I presume you wouldn't mind having us join you? Han Wang's lips formed a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chong she also smiled. I wouldn't mind at all. After all, it's beneficial to have more helping hands. After their conversation, Su Chong she departed. Not long after her departure, Ji Quan returned with a goofy grin, approaching Han Wang. "Hey boss, what were you chatting about with Miss Su? How did it go?" Han Wang shot him a glance and replied coolly. "Why did you suddenly leave?" "Well, I was just trying to create an opportunity for you too," Ji Quan stammered, quickly explaining. "What opportunity?" Han Wang countered calmly. "In a way, boss, I didn't expect you to be so Ahem, boss, you seem to be oblivious." "What do you mean?" Han Wang asked, perplexed. "Boss, when have you ever let a woman get close to you? Those women in our military district who wanted to get closer to you. You would turn and leave without a second thought if they came within half a meter of you. Don't tell me you're unaware of your reputation as the woman repellent in our military district." "I know," Han Wang suddenly interjected. Ji Quan paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. "That's not important. What matters now is that you not only allowed Miss Su to approach you, but you also initiated conversation with her. Moreover, you even embraced her earlier." Finally, Ji Quan took a deep breath and asked gravely, "Boss, dare you say you don't like Miss Su? Not even a little?" Han Wang did not respond to Ji Quan's query but said, "I've already stated that I merely helped her when she was about to fall." Before he could finish, Ji Quan interrupted. "No, boss, what can I say about you? You're just stubborn. You'll regret it later for being single." Ji Quan, exasperated, stormed away, leaving Han Iwang alone, staring intently at the direction Ji Quan had departed. His aura emanating coldness. However, he soon gathered himself, furrowing his brow as he contemplated Ji Quan's words. Did he like Su Chong-shi? As he pondered, her delicate features flashed before his eyes. Her every glance and smile seemed etched into his memory with remarkable clarity. He recalled their first encounter, where she swiftly dispatched 2 zombies. The moment he had initiated conversation with her, only to be met with her cold demeanor, her unwavering gaze as she took lives. Indifferent to the opinions of others. Author's note. I understand some may like it and some may not. I have stated several times that I respect everyone's opinions, and I acknowledge that my writing has its flaws. I patiently explain my thoughts, not to argue, but merely to express my personal views. I hope we can refrain from rebutting each other. Chapter 140. What is liking? At this realization, a flutter of emotion surged within him, and his heart raced. He placed a hand over his chest, a hint of confusion glimmering in his eyes. Could this be what it means to like someone? Just the thought of her stirred a tempest within him. The following morning, Ji Quan had just opened his eyes when he was met with an enlarged, handsome face. Startled, Ji Quan began to pat his chest repeatedly. My heavens, boss, what is going on this early? You nearly scared me to death. Upon witnessing Ji Quan's startled demeanor, Han Iwang's brows furrowed, and his icy aura intensified. Under the weight of this chilling presence, Ji Quan's voice gradually softened. Boss, is there something you need? What is liking? Huh? What did you say, boss? Han Iwang ignored Ji Quan's bewildered inquiry and continued. Whenever I think of her, her image involuntarily appears in my mind, so vivid, as if it has been engraved deep within my consciousness. Each time I think of her, an inexplicable feeling swells within me, one that is difficult to articulate. Is this what it means to like someone? Han Iwang expressed his inner turmoil in a state of confusion. Ji Quan slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, boss. You've finally come to your senses. If this isn't liking, then what is it? Just admit it. You like Miss Su. I like her. Really? I like her? Han Iwang repeatedly questioned himself upon hearing Ji Quan's response. Why do I like her? He unconsciously voiced this thought to, Oh, boss. Liking someone doesn't require a reason. Liking is simply liking. It's a wondrous feeling, and you needn't overthink it. Let us do this. I'll ask you a few questions. Think about it. What do you feel when Miss Su kills? Do you think what she does is wrong? Is she just a cold-blooded killer? Ji Quan sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor, as if he were a love expert, unaware that he himself was a novice in matters of the heart. However, at least this love novice was more reliable than Han Iwang, the proverbial iron tree. No, I don't think she is doing anything wrong, nor do I see her as cold-blooded. Rather, I feel more pity for her. Huh? Ji Quan was initially taken aback, questioning how someone as fierce as Su Chong-shi, who others dared not bully, could evoke feelings of pity. But he soon recovered. You see? That's a sign you care about her. For instance, if a man, perfect in every aspect, appearance, physique, ability, were to appear beside Miss Su, and they got along splendidly, how would you feel? Han Iwang pondered carefully, and similar scenes began to materialize in his mind. However, as soon as the two characters exchanged their first words, he could no longer bear the thought and shattered this mental image. At that moment, his brows knitted tightly, feeling as if his heart were being gripped, a dull ache settling in that was utterly uncomfortable. Observing his reaction, Ji Quan realized the truth and confidently declared, Boss, rest assured, I can guarantee with absolute certainty that you have genuinely developed feelings for Miss Su. Author's note. The male lead is beginning to confirm his feelings. The emotional arc will slowly unfold, and I will strive to write this relationship well. Chapter 141. No compromise accepted. With that, Han Iwang bowed his head, plunging into deep contemplation. The atmosphere grew silent. After less than half a minute, Han Iwang suddenly lifted his head, an expression of relief washing over him, as if he had finally grasped something, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. He was about to say more when a voice interrupted. Boss, are you awake? Boss? Following this, Zhong Limu's head peeked in. Hey boss, Jigo, you two are awake already? Why aren't you heading down? Miss Su and the others have been waiting for you both for quite a while. Understood. Let us go. Upon hearing that Su Chengxi had been waiting for them for quite some time, Hani Wang dared not delay any further and promptly rose to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, it was indeed as expected. Everyone was gathered there. When the others saw Hani Wang, they had yet to utter a word, but the doll-faced one sarcastically remarked, "Some individuals seem to have taken it upon themselves to be great heroes. Making us wait, such an inflated sense of importance." Standing beside him, Zhao Shixiang quickly nudged him, signaling him to be quiet, as the others appeared indifferent, treating his comments as mere barking. Now that everyone is present, let us prepare to set off, Su Chengxi stated coolly. Yes, after discussing with Miss Su last night, we have altered our plans and will not be returning to the base just yet. What? Not returning to the base? Where are you going, and for what purpose? The doll-faced one again sought attention. Where we go and what we do does not seem to require your report, was the only response offered by Xiling, who did not even spare the doll-faced one a glance. I do not care where you go, but what about us? Shouldn't you ensure our safe return to the base first? The doll-faced one insisted, appearing quite self-righteous. What are we to you? Allowing you to escape the building was already a concession on my part. Otherwise, with such burdens, you would have been zombie fodder by now. Su Chengxi's words were laced with venom, though her expression remained rather bland. Why should we prioritize escorting you to safety? You. Isn't your mission to rescue us and ensure our safety? Our mission is solely to ensure Professor Chen's safety, which does not include the two of you. Frankly, I see no value in you two whatsoever. Hani Wang's voice cut through unexpectedly, causing Su Chengxi to glance at him in surprise, seemingly unprepared for such words from him. Upon feeling Su Chengxi's gaze, Hani Wang hastily averted his eyes, only to return them once more as though recalling something. However, seeing him look away, Su Chengxi also withdrew her gaze, leaving Hani Wang with a sense of regret. Fine. You are impressive. We shall begrudgingly follow you. The doll-faced one conceded, repeating fine 3 times in exasperation. Yet, Su Chengxi was not inclined to accept his concession. When did I ever say you could follow? What, are you truly going to abandon us here? What if we encounter zombies? What's the matter? Are your hands broken or your legs useless? If you meet zombies, can't you fight back or at least run away? Author's note. I've been a bit tired these past 2 days. I'm going to take a nap now. My eyes are hurting a little. Chapter 142. Departing on one's own. The disdain in Su Chengxi's eyes made the doll-faced one feel a sense of suffocation. He intended to speak again but was interrupted by Su Cheng 11. In short, let me make this clear. I will not be taking you with me. You have 2 choices. 1. Leave on your own immediately. 2. I would not mind personally seeing you off. You are ruthless. You will face retribution for your cruelty. Shitty. Zhao Shixiang had noticed Su Chengxi's eyes narrowing slightly and admonished the doll-faced one sternly. Chen Yizhou, do you wish to accompany us? Zhao Shixiang turned to inquire of Chen Yizhou. Our mission is to protect Professor Chen's safety, so we cannot allow him to leave with you. Hani Wang interjected before Chen Yizhou could respond. On what grounds? We are the master's disciples. How could he possibly abandon us to follow you? The doll-faced one was agitated. Because of this, Su Chengxi proclaimed, showcasing the rain-flower stone as she tossed it playfully between her hands. There are no everlasting banquets in this world. Our bond as master and disciples has reached its end. The path ahead is for you to navigate alone. After all, having shared a bond as master and disciple, I still hope you can survive in this cruel apocalypse. After Chen Yizhou spoke, he let out a deep sigh and turned away. After nearly 20 years of companionship, the bond between master and disciple was not to be taken lightly. Master, you, Song Shitty. Enough! Zhao Shixiang suddenly shouted at the doll-faced one. He then knelt down, producing a loud thud. Thank you, Master, for your 18 years of guidance. I formally bid you farewell, he concluded by bowing 3 times and then stood up to leave. The doll-faced one glanced around in confusion, and with a reluctant sigh, he followed Zhao Shixiang out. With the bothersome individuals finally gone, the air felt refreshed. Ignoring Chen Yizhou's current emotional state, Su Chengxi turned and walked outside. Hani Wang immediately followed her, and the others soon trailed after them. Chun Ejo quickly composed himself and exited as well. Being the last to emerge, he found two modified Hummers parked majestically outside. Looking quite impressive, a chorus of astonished remarks filled the air. Wow, Miss Sue, how spacious is your space? Goodness, this is a modified Hummer. It truly is magnificent. While everyone exchanged questions, Su Chengxi chose not to respond, instead opening the nearest vehicle's door to take the driver's seat. Just as she did, a pair of large hands firmly grasped the door. Su Chengxi turned slightly, puzzled. I'll drive. You take the passenger seat? Han Wang stated bluntly. After a moment's thought, he added, passenger seat, rest? Su Chengxi was momentarily taken aback. Ji Qian, observing from the side, widened his eyes in exasperation. My goodness, boss, what on earth are you doing? Listen to yourself, your stilted expressions and awkward tone. Could you not be a bit more congenial? Chapter 143. A weighty journey ahead, he was merely concerned for Miss Sue, intending for her to sit in the passenger seat, allowing her to rest while providing them some private space. Boss, you can't be timid. As a man, you must take charge. I'm not cursing you, but at this rate, your pursuit of her will be an arduous journey. Meanwhile, Ji Qian's inner thoughts remained unbeknownst to the two. Su Chengxi, after a brief moment of surprise, chose not to argue. Since someone else had taken the initiative to drive, she saw no reason to oppose. Yet, rest? It seemed that was not limited to the passenger seat. With that thought, her gaze drifted to the back seat. Noticing this, Ji Qian swiftly grabbed Wanji and Bai Xiling, darting to the car door. With a swift motion, he pulled open the door and tossed the two inside before jumping in himself. Oh, right? Ji Qian added just before entering the vehicle, casting a look of exasperation at Han Wang. A flicker of confusion crossed Han Wang's eyes. Hey, Miss Sue, look, we have two cars. The three of us can ride with you and boss, while Lin and Zhongli can take the other car with Professor Chun and Xiao Xingxing. Isn't that perfect? Ji Qian chuckled. A disgruntled meow interrupted, as Bai Shi voiced her dissatisfaction. Oh, right? There's also Bai Shi, who will join Xiao Xingxing and the others, Ji Qian hastily added. Initially bewildered, the two dragged into the car were no ordinary individuals. They were quite astute. Observing Ji Qian's jovial demeanor and then glancing at Han Wang, who was fixated on Su Chengxi, and Su Chengxi herself, who seemed a bit dazed, they quickly realized the underlying situation. Bai Xiling's eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Wanji pondered silently, weighing whether to support his boss's budding romance or not. His boss was undoubtedly impressive in looks and abilities, and given their recent interactions, Miss Sue was no ordinary woman either. Upon reflection, they seemed quite compatible. However, reconsidering, Wanji thought, it wasn't merely a matter of support. It was imperative to help his boss win her heart first. Observing Han Wang, who remained motionless at the car door, and Ji Qian, who was grinning foolishly beside him, Wanji felt the weight of his responsibility grow heavier. Although Su Chengxi found Ji Quan's behavior somewhat peculiar, she did not dwell on it. Instead, she circled around and approached the passenger seat, opened the door, and seated herself inside. Upon seeing Su Chengxi settled in the passenger seat, Han Wang extended his long legs and climbed into the vehicle as well. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and ultimately a few of them boarded another vehicle. Although the cars had undergone modifications, Han Wang, being a soldier, and a special forces one at that, found driving such a modified Hummer to be child's play. In an instant, the two military green Hummers surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The vehicles raced along the road, quickly arriving at the outskirts, where the terrain began to grow rugged and challenging. However, Han Wang's driving skills were remarkably steady, as if he were traversing flat ground. Inside the car, Su Chengxi felt no jostling whatsoever. Chapter 144. The grain warehouse. The winding route had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a grain warehouse that appeared to be of moderate size. It must be said that the location of this warehouse was quite elusive. Had it not been for Su Chengxi's guidance along the way, Han Wang and his companions might have never found it. Constructed from galvanized and color-coded panels, the warehouse took on a rectangular shape. Oriented east to west, measuring 132 meters in length and 17 meters in width, with the tallest wall reaching 6.7 meters, built from rammed earth. Within the warehouse, There were 3 compartments, each 42.5 meters long and 14.5 meters wide, with walls 1.5 meters thick, each opening a door facing south. The northern wall of the warehouse, which remained relatively intact, featured triangular holes both above and below, with 3 at the top and 5 at the bottom, arranged in a staggered manner, likely serving as ventilation openings. The remnants of the southern wall displayed a similar arrangement of small holes, mirroring that of the northern wall. Furthermore, significant outer walls were constructed around the warehouse on the east, west, and north sides. Upon entering warehouse number 1, a refreshing chill enveloped the group. Despite it being the height of summer, the temperature inside was approximately 25 degrees, creating a stark contrast with the sweltering heat outside. The interior was cool and dry, with the grain piled up evenly. The heaps of grain stood about 6 meters high, their surfaces covered with a thick layer of rice husks approximately 30 centimeters in thickness, akin to a blanket, insulating the grain from the high temperatures of the warehouse and minimizing thermal exchange. Su Chengxi extended her delicate, fair hands and gently brushed over one of the grain mounds. In an instant, the mound vanished from sight. Outside each compartment, belt conveyors and grain excavators were positioned. However, due to the lack of electricity, these machines had ceased operation. Next, they entered the corn storage area, where everyone observed the warehouse packed to the brim. Ji Quan casually picked up a handful of corn, noting its plumpness, free from dust or impurities. "Miss Su, can your space still accommodate more?" Ji Quan could not help but question. Su Chengxi remained silent, responding to his inquiry through her actions. After more than half an hour, Ji Quan gazed at the now empty compartments, his astonishment gradually transforming into numbness. As expected, Su Chengxi had once again left no trace, completely depleting the warehouse of its grain. Instantly, the entire grain storage appeared revitalized. If Ji Quan were to describe it, he would say it was spotless. During this time, Ji Quan covertly stole a glance at his superior. Though her expression remained unchanged, her eyes shone with a fierce pride, exuding an aura of triumph. Ji Quan felt a strong urge to exclaim, "Hey, boss, could you tone down that intense gaze of yours? With your poker face combined with such fiery eyes, if it weren't for your good looks, you'd come off as a creep. And what's with this proud demeanor? Yes, Miss Su has emptied the entire warehouse. But what does that have to do with you? Instead of pondering how to win her over, you're here flaunting your pride." With the mission accomplished and the grain warehouse thoroughly cleared, the group prepared to return home. However, their route back diverged from the one they had taken to arrive. They chose not to return to the city center of H City, but instead decided to loop back to C City directly from the outskirts. Chapter 145. Returning to the C City base on the way back, Zhong Limu recalled the vehicle they had abandoned at the gates of H City and muttered something under his breath. Su Chengxi, catching the murmur, slightly furrowed her brow. Observing her expression, Hani Wang immediately interjected. "I know of a small military base near Y City. We can gather some supplies there." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Any modified vehicles can be stored in your space I in the backseat." Ji Quan couldn't help but mentally exclaim in disbelief. Although it was a small military base, it was still a military installation, and the boss was so casually divulging this information to Miss Su. He then exchanged glances with Luanji. "Oh my gosh, I have a feeling if our boss and Miss Su actually got together, he'd be completely under her thumb. Do you believe it? I bet you 100 bags of compressed biscuits," Luanji responded, utterly speechless. "Brother Ji, do I look like a fool to you? Knowing the outcome is a foregone conclusion, why would I bet on that?" The 2 modified Hummers sped down the desolate road, kicking up clouds of dust. Before long, they arrived at the gates of the C City base. However, peering through the windows, the group quickly realized something was amiss at the C City base today. The entrance was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual long lines, and even the guards were few in number, making it a stark contrast to the usual bustle. As the vehicles approached the gate, the guards promptly stopped them. Hani Wang leaned out of the window and presented the previously issued pass. Upon seeing the pass, the guards immediately rendered a crisp salute. One of the guards stepped forward respectfully, handing the pass back to Hani Wang while saying, "Captain Han, welcome back. Commander Chu specifically instructed us that if you arrived, we must ensure you seek him out immediately. He has urgent matters to discuss with you." "Understood." Han Wang nodded, not inquiring further, simply accepting the pass and turning the steering wheel to drive into the base. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, the group exited the vehicles one by one, and Su Chengxi stored the two modified Hummers in her space. "Dio, we need to accompany you," Su Chengxi inquired. Though Han Wang immediately understood her meaning. After a moment's contemplation, he replied solemnly, "Not yet. We still don't know what Commander Chu needs to discuss. I'll go alone. You all should return to the courtyard." "Very well," Su Chengxi nodded. Thus, the group split again, with Su Chengxi and her companions returning to the courtyard while Han Wang set off alone to find Commander Chu. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. "Come in." A voice, aged yet powerful, resonated from within. The door creaked open. "Commander Chu, we successfully completed our mission." Han Wang strode confidently to the desk and stood at attention, rendering a military salute. Upon seeing Han Wang, the elderly man seated in the office chair immediately rose. "Captain Han, you've finally returned. Commander Chu, what has happened? The soldiers at the gate informed me you were urgently seeking me." "Ah, indeed. There is a grave matter at hand. Just an hour ago, we received reports of a massive horde of zombies gathering in the west, prompting the base to convene an emergency meeting." Chapter 146. The Zombie Tide. During the meeting, I advocated for a preemptive strike while the zombie tide had yet to fully form. To my dismay, those fools from the political side outright rejected my suggestion. What a bunch of idiots. All they do is engage in empty talk, insisting on further observation. Even more absurdly, they argued that if the zombies weren't targeting our base, wouldn't a preemptive strike provoke them? It's utterly laughable. As Commander Chu recounted this, his face flushed with anger, clearly infuriated. He continued, "I must admit, the power struggle between the military and political factions is heavily skewed in favor of the latter. Wei Zhonghong has effectively gathered nearly all the ability users at the base under his command. Yet they refuse to send anyone to confront the zombies. Clearly, our military personnel alone are insufficient to contend with the horde." Commander Chu slammed the table in frustration. "And what happened next?" Just half an hour ago. The scouts I dispatched reported that the zombie tide has already formed and is advancing toward our base. Now they're panicking and finally willing to send people." Commander Chu's tone dripped with disdain. Hearing the gravity of his words, even Han Wang was taken aback by the weighty implications of the zombie tide. "Captain Han, the reason I urgently sought you out is that the previously established team has all been deployed to the front lines. However, I won't mince words. I can guarantee that except for our military personnel, the political side's dispatched members are utterly useless." As Commander Chu spoke, his contempt was palpable. "Thus, I was hoping you could lead a team to provide support at the front lines. What do you think?" When Elder Commander Chu uttered those words, he did not adopt a commanding tone. Rather, he spoke with utmost sincerity. Han Wang, without deliberating for long, sensed an ominous premonition. This impending zombie tide might very well originate from the zombies that had surrounded the department store in H City. After all, while C City was not exactly adjacent to H City, it was certainly within a reasonable distance. However, the oncoming horde was relentless, and as Commander Chu had indicated, due to the hesitations of the authorities, the optimal moment for action had already passed. Coupled with the large number of personnel at the base, the evacuation would require considerable time. If they wished to seize the chance to escape, it would undoubtedly pose significant challenges. Thus, Han Wang ultimately acquiesced. However, he made it clear to Elder Commander Chu that this was merely his personal choice and did not reflect the views of Su Chengxi and the others. He contemplated returning to the Sihiyuan to confer with the others. Should they refuse, it would not matter, as he could face the front lines alone, allowing Su Chengxi and the others more time to withdraw. Meanwhile, Su Chengxi and her companions had returned to the Sihiyuan. Yet, they did not immediately retreat to their rooms. Instead, they gathered around the 8 Immortals table in the courtyard. "What do you think is so urgent that the boss was summoned right after returning?" "Who knows? We'll find out when Captain Han returns." A flurry of speculation ensued among the group regarding the reason for Han Wang's summons. Su Chengxi, however, stood aside with her arms crossed, expressing her disinterest in their trivial discourse. At that moment, the gate of the Sihiyuan swung open, and Han Wang reappeared. Su Chengxi was the first to turn around, and upon seeing him, she asked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, You're back? Did Elder Chu call you for something important? Chapter 147. Support for the front lines. Initially somewhat agitated, Han Yi-Wang felt a flicker of concern in Su Chong-Shi's indifferent inquiry. Instantly, the tension in his previously taut expression relaxed. He then proceeded to recount to everyone the words of Elder Commander As he gazed intently at Su Chong-Shi. She felt a slight unease at first. However, after listening to him, her demeanor grew serious. The Yuhua stone had been stored away, and the zombies could no longer perceive its aura, suggesting that this zombie tide was merely an unfortunate coincidence. Boss, we want to join you at the front lines. Following Han Yi-Wang's declaration, Ji Quan and the others were the first to voice their opinions. Lin Muyi and Bai Ziling, however, awaited Su Chong-Shi's decision, as they adhered to her every directive. After much contemplation, Su Chong-Shi finally resolved to head to the front lines together. Brother Han, Sister Su, what about me? Can I go with you? At that moment, Shen Xingchen suddenly inquired. No, absolutely not, two voices exclaimed in unison. This time, the response was a harmonious agreement rather than conflicting answers. The zombie tide is no trivial matter. We truly cannot accommodate you this time. The base is relatively safe. So I regret that we cannot bring you along, little dumpling, Su Chong-Shi patiently explained. Shen Xingchen expressed understanding, recognizing the perilous nature of this zombie tide. It was wiser to remain at the base than to risk complicating matters for Brother Han and Sister Su. Captain Han, I believe it would be prudent to leave someone at the base to protect the little dumpling, Su Chong-Shi suggested after some thought. Just as her proposal concluded, Han Yi-Wang immediately nodded in agreement. In that case, Zhongli, you stay behind to guard Xiao Xingqian. Witnessing Han Yi-Wang's demeanor, Ji Quan shook his head helplessly. It's truly painful to watch. Thus, aside from Zhongli Mu and Shen Xingqian remaining at the base, the others resolved to support the front lines. Consequently, they first visited Elder Commander Chu to collect the promised vehicles and weapons. Elder Chu was remarkably generous, providing them with an ample supply of armaments. Armed with the provisions allocated by Elder Chu, Han Yi-Wang and his companions set forth. On board a military pickup truck, Su Chong-Shi instructed Lin Muyi and Bai Ziling. I suspect this zombie tide is indeed the same one we encountered in H-City, the one that surrounded the department store. Furthermore, there may be even more of them this time. Previously, we chose to avoid confrontation, but now we must face them head-on. Do not falter. Do not let the zombies overpower you, or you might find yourselves bitten instead. If that happens, I will not come to your rescue. Su Chong-Shi's expression remained stoic as she delivered this harsh admonition. After all, the impending zombie tide was genuinely terrifying, perilous, and daunting. During their time at the department store, the zombies had been disoriented by the Yuhua stone, allowing them to evade confrontation. However, without the Yuhua stone to confuse them, they would have to engage the zombies directly. Author's note: wishing everyone a joyful May Day. During this short holiday, I send you 5 blessings: a star in the night, a morning glow at dawn, a white cloud in the blue sky, a flower on the earth, and a warm greeting. Chapter 148. A confession first? Rest assured, Miss Su, we may not possess your prowess, but we guarantee we will not hold you back, Bai Ziling vowed earnestly. Lin Muyi nodded vigorously in agreement. Do not fear him. I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Su Chong-Shi was momentarily taken aback, feeling her heartstrings gently tugged by his words. She wished to respond, but noticing Han Yi-Wang's focused demeanor as he drove, seemingly oblivious to what had just been said, left her momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to her, Han Yi-Wang's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white as the vehicle nearly veered off course. Ji Quan, upon hearing Han Yi-Wang's words, felt a surge of excitement, nearly leaping up to cheer. Wow, boss, that's impressive. Go for it. The reason Han Yi-Wang expressed those words stemmed from a moment of impulse, but also from his realization that despite Su Chong-Shi's usual cold demeanor, she was not devoid of warmth. Her fervent heart was encased in a thick ice wall she had built to shield herself from external harm. Yet this wall also kept out genuine affection from others. Upon recognizing his feelings for Su Chong-Shi, he unconsciously became cautious, wishing to approach her gradually, melting away the ice within her heart bit by bit. Yet, he suddenly awakened to the fact that he had never interacted with other women, making him particularly wary about this extraordinary affection for Su Chongxi. However, he was inherently a decisive and assertive man. While it was wise to adopt a gradual approach, his overly cautious demeanor seemed uncharacteristic. Moreover, he feared that the ice wall surrounding Su Chongxi's heart was too cold and thick, and that before he could melt it, her once ardent heart would become frozen. At that point, her heart would grow cold and numb. Thus, remaining an overly innocent little puppy would be an exceedingly slow method to win her over. Sometimes, he needed to revert to being a bold wolf, to be more direct as for the present. While he appeared engrossed in driving, he was actually contemplating whether he should find an opportune moment and suitable place to confess his feelings first. The group harbored diverse thoughts as the vehicle continued its forward journey until they beheld a row of military pickups ahead, accompanied by the sounds of battle, gunfire, and the roars of zombies echoing in their ears. Han Yi-Wang pulled the vehicle to the side, and Su Chongxi was the first to exit, jumping down from the truck. Subsequently, the others followed suit, each carrying an array of weapons. The subsequent military pickups arrived. Halting upon seeing Han Yi-Wang's group, the team then led the way forward for a short distance, finally arriving at the scene of the battle. The sight was nothing short of harrowing. Soldiers clad in military uniforms were engaged in combat with the zombies, facing thousands, even tens of thousands of them. Many fell, were injured, or even lost their lives, yet not a single individual retreated even a step. In Su Chongxi's eyes, their actions seemed foolish, yet she held deep respect for them. One could not help but acknowledge, they were soldiers. Author's note. The update is here. Yea, they are surrounded by numerous individuals lacking supernatural abilities, yet they valiantly resist the onslaught ahead, armed only with their weapons and indomitable bodies. In stark contrast, those adept in supernatural powers cower in the rear, a chaotic mess, consumed by their singular instinct to evade. They treat the soldiers as mere shields, hiding behind them and only daring to unleash their abilities once their own safety is assured. Su Chongxi and her companions witnessed a harrowing scene. A supernatural being, on the verge of being seized by a zombie, abruptly yanked a nearby soldier into the fray, using him as a barrier. This soldier, devoid of any powers and engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombie, never fathomed that he would meet his demise not at the hands of the undead, but from his own kind. As the zombie's claws penetrated his body, extracting his still-beating heart, disbelief widened his eyes. Su Chongxi could only speculate about his thoughts. Was he engulfed in despair akin to her own in her past life's final moments? Whether one deems her heartless or cold-blooded, she remained unshaken by the scene before her. She held deep admiration for these soldiers, who, fully aware of their futile struggle, refused to surrender. However, she would never be as foolish as them. Curiosity compelled her to glance at the man positioned diagonally in front of her. What thoughts might he harbor upon witnessing this grim tableau? What, indeed, occupied Han Yi's mind? Upon witnessing the zombie's claws pierce the soldier's form, he experienced but a fleeting moment of contemplation before returning to his stoic demeanor. He mused that, as Commander Chu had asserted, the supernatural beings courted by the government were indeed ineffectual. What else could he feel? Guilt? Anger? Sympathy? None of these. For this was the battlefield. This was the apocalypse. This was a trial of human hearts. Suddenly, he sensed a fleeting gaze upon him, brief yet unmistakable. It was Su Chongxi watching him. The corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. Without turning, he simply uttered, "Let us go," and strode purposefully into the fray. The others swiftly followed suit. The group traversed the periphery of the battlefield for approximately 10 minutes, dispatching the zombies that stood in their path. They forged ahead, penetrating deeper into the inner sanctum, steadily advancing toward the heart of the conflict. However, at this juncture, the necessity of effectively combating the undead compelled them to split into smaller units. Su Chongxi and Lin Muai veered leftward, with Ji Quan armed and accompanying them. As they encountered only low-level zombies, the trio dispatched them with remarkable ease, and soon the leftward sector was cleared. Yet, despite the zombies' inferior ranking, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Barely had they tidied up the area when a fresh horde of zombies surged forth, refilling the space. As they continued to fight, Su Chongxi sensed an anomaly. Previously, The multitude of zombies surrounding the department store had been drawn by the allure of rainflower stones, not constituting a true wave of the undead. How could this current surge consist solely of these mundane, lesser zombies? Chapter 150. Twice a crisis reminder. Contemplating this, she seized a moment to scrutinize her surroundings. As anticipated, in the area to her right, a congregation of high-level zombies was evident. Meanwhile, Han Yi and his group were engaged in battle within that very zone. Clearly, Han Yi had also recognized this, as they gradually moved away from Su Chengxi's line of sight, approaching the high-level zombie stronghold. Consequently, Su Chengxi hastened her efforts to eliminate the zombies. "We are heading that way," she declared to her companions, swiftly dispatching a zombie before resolutely advancing toward Han Yi's vicinity. However, Lin Muai and Ji Quan, caught off guard, found their progress impeded by the encroaching horde. By the time they eliminated the wave of zombies and attempted to move rightward, a noticeable distance had formed between them and Su Chengxi. "Miss Su, to your right." While Su Chengxi focused intently on reaching Han Yi, a voice rang out from her left. Simultaneously, Han Yi's cold tone, laced with concern and fear, echoed, "Su Chengxi, dodge." The warning came from Bai Xiling. Upon hearing these two urgent alerts, Su Chengxi swiftly turned right and leaned back, narrowly evading the zombie's claws, then arcing her right hand, wielding a machete, to sever the attacking zombie's claw. Almost instantaneously, the ice spear formed in her left hand plunged into the zombie's skull. Just then, Bai Xiling reached her side. "Miss Su, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, shaking her head, ready to press onward. Yet, she was interrupted by a shout from behind. "Boss, watch out!" Instinctively, Su Chengxi turned her head to the front. What she beheld was alarming. Her heart raced as she faced Han Yi directly, witnessing the imminent danger behind him. A Tier 3 strength zombie had teleported right behind him, raising its long, menacing arm to strike at his head, while its other hand aimed for his heart, poised to penetrate his body and extract it. It turned out that Bai Xiling's warning had been too loud, causing Han Yi to involuntarily glance back. Thus, he witnessed the zombie's attempt to ambush Su Cheng 11. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. Fully aware that Su Chengxi was entirely capable of evading the zombie, he nonetheless found himself unable to remain silent, fixated on her, fearful that she might be caught off guard. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Su Chengxi reacted swiftly and evaded the zombie's grasp, while Han Yi, unfortunately, was too slow. He failed to sense the approach of the Tier 3 zombie. This scene was hauntingly familiar. Was it not akin to the earlier moment when they witnessed a soldier fall prey to a zombie? In light of that previous incident, Su Chengxi had shown no sign of emotion. Yet now, confronted with a similar scene, albeit with the roles reversed, her heart raced uncontrollably. Nervousness, anxiety, and unease flooded her mind. In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within her. However, she had no time to dwell on these feelings. She desperately endeavored to regain her composure. Chapter 151. Threat averted. Meanwhile, Han Yi felt a vast shadow loom above him. With Ji Quan's shout and Su Chengxi's anxious demeanor, he grasped the nature of the menace lurking behind him. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, witnessing Su Chengxi's concern for him ignited an inappropriate sense of delight within him. She truly displays such concern? Does that indicate she harbors some unique feelings for me? One cannot help but remark, "Captain Han, your confidence is rather misplaced at this moment." Just then, he observed Su Chengxi raising one hand, swiftly conjuring several ice blue arrows. With her other hand, she reached for her side pocket, retrieving a sleek black Italian Beretta 92F handgun. In an instant, the ice arrows were launched, followed closely by 3 bullets. Following their designated trajectory, the arrows and bullets struck the zombie's head in succession. In this critical moment, Su Chengxi unleashed her Tier 4 ice powers without reservation. The combination of her power and the bullet's impact resulted in a thunderous crash as the zombie collapsed to the ground. Only then did a smile grace Han Yi's face as he turned slowly. That moment, Luan Ji, who had just arrived at Han Yi's side, was taken aback by his beaming expression, sending shivers down her spine. Subsequently, under Luan Ji's watchful gaze, Han Yi abruptly pivoted to greet Su Cheng 11. As the danger dissipated, Su Chengxi finally registered the flood of emotions that had earlier surged within her upon seeing Han Yi rushing toward her. Bai Xiling, noticing Han Yi's approach, let out a teasing whistle, only to be met with a fierce glare from Su Chengxi. Yet, Bai Xiling's whistle dissipated the complexity within Su Chengxi's heart. She resumed her sprint toward Han Yi, with Bai Xiling closely in tow, followed by Lin Muai and Ji Quan. Once the group reunited, Su Chengxi said nothing as they continued toward the gathering of high-level zombies. Observing Su Chengxi's resolute demeanor, Han Yi smiled faintly and followed suit. The others exchanged glances, trailing behind the two as they neared the high-level zombie gathering area. Su Chengxi instructed Ji Quan to remain behind to handle the ordinary zombies.